All right, good morning, ladies. Welcome to day two of Create Your Speech in a Weekend. So, how many of you were able to kind of at least think about your story or process or work on it a little bit? How many of you did that last night? Good. Well, sometimes even if you don't think you're working on it, your brain is
Right.
working on it when you're sleeping. So, it's going to come out again today. So we are going to jump right in and finish up the stories. So before we do, though, we're going to jump in with Luana. Um, is there any questions that might have also came up over the evening? Anything you need, or maybe some big ahas or breakthroughs or something like that? Anything you want to share? Anybody?
Well, for me, I had to come up with, a new title. So I just need help. Like I came up with three. I just need you ladies to vote.
Okay, well, why don't we do that now then, real quick, before we get
Okay.
in our.
Well, the first one, how you can maximize your strengths and succeed in life. Number
Ooh,
two, 5 easy ways to spot your strengths and live a fulfilling life. And number three, the power of strengths and how it can help you succeed.
okay, but when the last one, when you say the power of strength, I think you're talking about muscle strength. Gotta be
Oh,
careful. Yeah. So what was the first one?
how you can maximize your strengths and succeed in life.
See,
I
strength
like that.
with an S, that makes it sounds like strengths and with weaknesses. Okay.
And number two, 5 easy ways to spot your strengths and live a fulfilling life.
Okay.
And then the last one, the power of your strengths and how it can help you succeed. But you said that felt more like physical power.
Feels a little bit more like that, yeah. The other one, instead of spot your strengths, you might
Strength.
want to consider discover your strengths.
Okay. 5 easy ways to discover your strengths and live a fulfilling
Yeah,
life.
yeah. Okay, let's vote. All right, ladies, you think you got them, or does she need to Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Number one, how you can maximize your strength and succeed in life. Number two, 5 easy ways to discover your strength and live a fulfilling life. So number one, then.
There you have it, but the first two are winners.
Yes.
Yeah, you can use
Yes.
both.
So do I need to mention women or not? I
No,
don't need.
not at all. No, because you might get some men there. We don't turn men away. No, we don't turn them away. I had a weird dream last night, this morning. I was at a big event and everybody was hugging. Felt so good. It was like, and I remember this big old guy sitting down, and like three or four of us are on him, just like hugging him like this and stuff like that. What a weird dream, huh? I guess I just missed that hugging so much.
I know we do miss the
Yeah.
touch of
In the
it.
dream, it wasn't like, I remembered COVID. It was just something like, oh, hugging is so cool, or whatever. So it was an interesting dream. All right. So I look forward to the day, ladies, when I can hug you all. All right, so let's jump right into finishing up our storytelling section. And so we're going to go to Luana, who's all looking spring today. I love that. Woo,
Ooh.
springy. All right, so I'm going to time you, and then I'll let you know when to start. So let's just.
Do you want me to just go into the story part or start from the beginning?
Just the story.
Okay.
Okay, anytime you're ready.
Growing up, I was very shy and very quiet person. I kind of disappeared in the background. Nobody really knew I was around. But my grandfather had instilled in me the love of reading. And when I took that reading and I saw how the words magically came to life and created stories, I wanted to do the same thing. The problem is I allowed other people's opinions to interfere with what I wanted to do. I was told I didn't have enough knowledge. I could not come up with enough stuff to fulfill a book. And as I grew older, that stuck with me and I didn't want to do it. I just was afraid. And the same thing happened when I got interested in speaking. But you know what? There were a few people along the way that helped me realize some of those dreams I had in store. And one of them in particular, when I came to Sacramento, asked me to do something that everybody told me, waste of time. And that was modeling. I wanted to model. And I was reminded, you're too short, you're too black. You're not going to get to be a model. Well, that dream died because I did get the model. I had my own modeling troupe. And I became a beauty pageant director. Not once, not twice, but 3 different pageants I was the director of. Now, here's the thing. I wrote the script for the MCs for my fashion shows. I wrote the script for my beauty pageants. So in modeling, I experienced writing. Now, fast forward, I'm still afraid to actually write that book. I took a couple of classes online when computers came along, and I still had some fear in me. But the point of that I'm getting to is that at some point I got really, I hate the word depressed, but I'm afraid that's what it was. I was very depressed. Things weren't not going well in my life. And I was looking at my age and I thought, I want to write this book. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. And that depressed me. Not only that, but my income was gone because I had been downsized out of my job. It just seemed like all the things that I had did for good were suddenly turning on me. And where I thought I had prepared for my retirement, I found those things were not in place as I had anticipated. So I started feeling sorry for myself, wondering what I'm going to do. What's my purpose in being here?
Oh.
And then I actually sat down and wrote about what I was feeling. After writing that, I waited a few days and I went back and I read it again and I thought, well, I can't stay here. I want to get out of this. I don't want to remain feeling like this. And so I started writing, okay, what do I need to do to get out of the situation I'm in? I came up with some steps. And then after looking at those steps, I realized, you know, with a little tweaking, this really could be a book. I'm happy to say it did become a book. Now, I not only have that book, but I'm in 7 compilations and I have another one that I've written. So 2 books that actually have my name on the cover, which was a really big deal for me. Now, getting to where I'm at today, I got sick. I don't get sick, so it threw me for a loop to find myself sick. I don't know if I had COVID. I know I was sick for over 3 weeks, and it took me another couple of weeks to get over it, feeling weak and whatnot. But during all of this time, for some reason, journaling kept popping up in my mind. So I decided I should read about journaling because I love to read. I love romance more though. And I studied reading about journaling and I discovered all these wonderful benefits that you can derive from just journaling your thoughts, any feelings that you have. It helps you with stress, any mental capacity that you may be going through. There's so much creativity, brainstorming, motivation, goals. I mean, you name it, journaling can help you with it. So I got so fascinated about it that I decided I'm going to start doing this on a regular basis because I'd never done that before. it makes a difference. And now, because I've seen the difference that it can do, and I've experienced what it can do for you, that's what I want to help you with. I want you to experience that. I want you to achieve the goals that you set for yourself. I want you to realize that you are important and that you matter. And we can begin that just by journaling. So if you like what I have to say, if it makes a difference to you, then please follow the link that I put in the chat box and let's talk. And that's as far as I got, and that's off the cuff.
Okay, very good. Very good, very good. Okay, so what do we know about Luana that we didn't know before? Beth,
Oh, now, I'm a,
2 books, and how she really used the journaling to get out of a stuck spot. How
okay,
you really did it.
okay. Michelle, what do we know about her?
She got sick and she was depressed. And so she started journaling, and that helped her get out of her depression.
Okay, Karen, what do we know about her?
Like for me, her dream of being a model and
Yeah.
how she
Ah.
overcame. And I'm like, okay, all this self-limiting, but she still made it come true somehow. You know, her own way.
Right. Jeanette, what do we know about her?
She overcame the naysayers, people who told her she didn't really have anything to say. She didn't have content. And wow, you blew them away, Luana.
Right. Alice, what do we know about her?
That she's a writer and she has beautiful skin. She's a model.
That's right. Well, hello, Cheryl. I see you're here with your phone. Did your computer not work right today? You're muted. You're muted. When you're on your phone, you don't get to see everybody. Hi.
Good morning.
morning.
I apologize, ladies.
Not necessary. Are
I
you
have to restart the computer. I'm sure I'll be on the regular way very shortly.
okay?
And yeah, Luana did amazing. And what we know about her is she is confident now. She has something to share with others. She's been through it, and that's encouraging to know what she has to say and share she's lived through.
Absolutely. Okay, so Luana, you did a great job. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about, where you can share, like I was at Woodstock kind of thing, as long as you tie it in. So she shared her whole idea of being a model and was able to tie it into writing. Because see, we want to hear human interest stories. We want to know more about you. So we don't want it to just be, here's how I got into business. So great job at tying that in, and it's humorous. We also learned that she likes romance novels, right? She kind of plugged that in, just slipped that in a little bit. So those are all the human, the human things. I love them too. That make us get to know her, trust her, love her, that kind of thing. So let's just go through your, through the story. So she started out reading, as a little girl, love that, right? Because she didn't spend too much time on it. Your story was 6 minutes, so we're gonna have to carve it a little bit. I'll show you where to carve it.
Okay.
Oh, Cheryl's coming in again. Yeah, we got 2 Cheryls today. Okay. So, and then she was very vulnerable, right? About being depressed or being sad, right? We felt that. So that was, so you can, I'll just mute it. So we can be vulnerable without like being exposed. Does that make sense? Right? She showed us her feelings. And if ever you don't want to say depressed, you can always say sad. I was extremely sad. Right? Now, I'd recommend though, and I love how you said, and then I did write a book. As a matter of fact, I'm in 7 anthologies and da, 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 da. This is a good point, whether you're live or on Zoom, to hold up your books. Right? Little brag factor, hold up your books. Do you have them with you? Do you have them right by you? I always keep mine next to me because I'm always using it to introduce myself, because anybody could say they have a book. All right, beautiful. So hold them up, be proud. I'm also in 5 anthologies, right? I don't bring them out because I've got my book now. But for you, it makes sense because you're a writer. I'm not a writer. This took 9 years for me to write, right? Take 9 years. Sometimes it takes 9 years for people to get the message out that aren't speakers, right? So I get that. So one is, I think I'm one and done, but I think that there's one more in me. But right now I'm putting it on Audible. And again, if you want to do that to your book, any of you want to do it to your book, I'll show you how to do it. I'm getting really good. It's not easy. I'm telling you that. Oh, you think you're just going to read the book? Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Nothing works that way. So it's really a challenge. But I'll show you how to do it. So I like that. Then you said, then you kind of fast forwarded to today. So we need to know a little bit. The only way I knew it was today is because you said it might have been COVID, right? So you got extremely sick. So you want to say recently. That's a way you can just say now it's today, because it's been in the last year, obviously. We don't have to know exactly what month, but you could say, and recently I got really ill, because see, your depression and the books were a while back, right? And so now recently I got really ill. See, you were on a roll and then all of a sudden you got really ill. You think it was COVID, you're not sure, that's okay to say, perfectly okay. But that's what got you into journaling. So that's kind of like that one day. So in one day recently, I got really ill. And I suspect it was probably COVID because I was sick for 3 weeks, right? That just tells us that you didn't get tested, but you probably had it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
my children were upset with me because I wouldn't go to the doctor. I told them, at my age, if it is and the Lord wants me home, it's okay. So, but at the same time, I was praying, no, not ready yet. I have things I want to do yet.
Amen. And you know what? I know a lot of people that have recovered at home, and that's probably the best thing to do than to try to recover with, in the hospital, unless you need the ventilator, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So very good. My next door neighbor, I gave it to her. I gave it to my husband, gave it to my next door neighbor. And unless my husband gave it to her, we're not sure, because I only was sick 2 days. So I don't know if I had it, didn't have it, whatever. Because I tested, but negative. I tested twice, but I was negative. But I still think in my heart of hearts that I think I had it. You know what I mean? Okay. So that got you back into journaling, right? Now, that's where we can stop. Okay, because then you went into your close. You went into a close saying, and if I can help you, and if you want to do that, put your name in the chat. That's the close. We're not ready for the close yet. Okay, but say that.
I didn't know what else to say, so I figured it was better instead of hanging there to add that to it.
How we want to end our professional story is bring us back to today. So today, I teach women how to heal through journaling, or I teach women how to journal the right way, or whatever you want to say. Yeah. And that's for all of us, so today I blank. Today I teach people how to use public speaking as a marketing strategy. Boom. Right? Today I've been coaching, I coach people on health. Boom. Yeah. So it brings you just full circle and you bring us back to today. And then you're ready to say the next thing, which we're going to go into after all of our stories, which the problem is most people don't know how to journal. Right? They don't even know how to journal. They don't know, they just don't know the benefits of journaling. So they don't do it at all. They don't write anything down. So they go on suffering. Right? Everything's bothering them. They don't have an outlet. It doesn't have to be that way. All you have to do is spend 15 minutes a day journaling in a quiet space, and you'll see the miraculous healing effects that it has. I know you're writing that down, aren't you? I love it. I love it. So that's an example of the mayonnaise, preparing the bread. Okay, so next story. We have Jeanette, right? All right, let's go to Jeanette. So wait, before we do, I'm sorry, I kind of rushed that. Let's give Luana some love. That was very good. Very well done. Very well done.
You.
All right. Okay, Jeanette, let's go.
4 years ago, I was looking for a way to give back to my community and at the same time get back into the workforce. And I realized that I had certain passions and certain skills that could be utilized in a different way. I had years before gone through getting a 2-year certificate in business programming called COBOL. I became a CEO. I helped launch websites and manage websites and did customer service and all this. And my sister said, hey, you know how much we love being around older folks. Why don't you go down to your local senior center and volunteer? And I thought, aha, okay, that's something different. I have worked with a little bit of seniors friends in the past doing training, but so I went down, met the director, and she gave me 2 options. You can work in the kitchen with our fabulous staff, or you can work the front desk and help us out with tech time. And I went, oh, tech time, you know, that's right up my alley. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. So for the next 2 years, I volunteered and I grew the program from Monday to a Monday and Tuesday, and we offered 30-minute free tech time. During the process, I realized that I loved being around seniors, that I could utilize my idea that we're all lifelong learners. All it takes is just ABC, 1, 2, 3, a little patience with yourself. I was challenged and excited and thought it was fun. And as I met people, I realized that there were varied interests, varied experience, and various motivation. And I found a way to utilize my servant leadership degree from Biola to match communication skills with where they were at. And I added humor. And adding humor relieved a lot of stress for these seniors. I met some seniors who were from the flip phone era and said to me, you will not convert me. I will love my flip phone. I don't care if my son's embarrassed when we go to the bank, tells me to put it away. I'm not changing. And I just laughed it off and said, no problem. If you need help with it, come on in. And then I met folks who were iPhone users, who used Mac, and just needed a way to transfer photos from their device to their laptop. I also met some folks who earlier in their careers and their lives, one gentleman, for instance, was a programmer, very intelligent, but because of health issues and brain problems and heart problems, he no longer could even answer his phone. So I found it fun. I found it fun to talk to seniors and be a good listener. Sometimes, you know, they were lonely and they just needed someone to encourage them. I found that some folks said, hey, you know, I'm older, I'm downsizing, I need a way to get rid of all this stuff. And so can you teach me how to sell online? And sure, I would match whatever their need was to whatever they needed, and learned as I went along. I found that being passionate also aligned with my value system, that I always believed in the golden rule to treat others the way I wanted to be treated. And I also have been from the mindset of being a giver, you know, leading with a servant's heart and giving to other people's. I found that being patient and being a good listener was essential. one day, it kind of did the aha moment where I realized seniors were saying, oh, we're so grateful. Thank you so much for this 30-minute free session, but I need more. Do you know anyone who does this in my home? I'd like to pay someone. So I thought, wow, okay, I'm looking for an opportunity to reinvent myself and start a business and, alter what I have. Hey, this is a good niche. Did some research and found out there's very few senior tech tutors, and it's a niche that the community needed. So I took that idea, started networking in some business groups, and was offered a chance to also be a writer for a local newspaper and write about senior issues. And so along that line, I also became a senior advocate, both as a senior myself and as a senior. I took care of my aunt who had dementia. I brought her in my home. And so I found that I had a lot of things to write. I could incorporate technical with practical. Bottom line, I filled a niche. I found an opportunity, and I got excited to help. And I believe that assisting with integrity, patience, and compassion is the way to go. So today, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how you can get a little excited and learn more about your technical devices.
Good. Excellent. Let's give her a big hand. Excellent. All right. So what do we know about Jeanette that we didn't know before?
Likes working with seniors, and that's very important. Mhm.
Right. Well, I love that she slipped in there, and this is exactly what I'm talking about for you to do. What college, what university did she go to?
Loyola.
No, Biola.
Biola. No wonder I can't say it right.
Right. But she just slipped it in there without saying, hey, I went blah, blah, blah. That's a pretty prestigious university. And
Thank
it's
you.
cheap, right?
Yeah, it was very good.
Yeah. Now, is that a Christian university?
It is. And I worked full time and took organizational leadership and accomplished it in less than 2 years.
That's amazing. So do you have your master's?
Just bachelor's.
That's okay. Just, hey,
I'm a late learner. I'm one of those people that did, have families young and then go back to school.
yeah, amen. That's good. But but that's a way you can put it in without sounding braggy, right? Or look at me, la, la, la. So very good. Well done. Okay. What else do we know about her? Who wants, Karen, does your hand up?
Like she took care of her aunt with dementia.
Yeah, that was pretty noble. Invited her into her home to take care of her. Does that help give her more credibility on helping seniors?
And I think just shows her heart, like how caring, loving.
Yeah. Okay. What else do we know about her?
She has a big heart and is very compassionate.
Right.
And she can do a lot more than tech.
Yeah.
She's really expansive in her love for others.
Yeah. Well, what about this 2-year program? I mean, she volunteered, she's not getting paid, and then she created it, rose it up, made it something, right? That's huge. Taking it from nothing. And then what about humor? She said she added humor, right? Made it fun, right?
And I would say she has patience, because I work with seniors too, and I know they can ask you the same thing 100 times. So that you got good patience, girl.
All right, Beth, what did you want to share?
I liked that she went out and asked others. She did networking to help get feedback to get her vision.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. So anything else before I give her some feedback?
Well,
she-
she was a writer for the
She
local
too is a
newspaper.
writer, yeah, a writer.
The writer amongst all that, right?
Right. Mhm.
Excellent. Okay, so great job, great job. Starting with the place and the time. 4 years ago, we didn't get the place, but that was okay. We get it later that your place is in the whole senior community. We don't care whether it's Los Angeles or Menifee, or it's just in the senior community, and you started that right away. Now you said you were all of a sudden Cobalt came out of the blue, that you were right. I even like Michelle and I looked at each other, Cobalt, because we know that's an old ancient language. So I'm not sure we need that, because it kind of came out of left field. I think it really starts when you said you and your sister love seniors, and I don't know why you love seniors, but you did. And then your sister said, hey, why don't you go and volunteer? You did. You said, yeah. I love the whole way you talk about that tech program, and you could either do this, like wash dishes, or tech, and you went tech, ding, right? We don't need the Cobalt to have you perk up for the tech, right? Especially the kind of tech it is. Okay. Then, you raised your program for a couple of years, slipped in the Biola, which was awesome. That gives you credibility, and that it's a leadership degree. You're leading, right? You're leading. So that's great. Then the humor about the iPhone and not giving up the flip phone, all that is good. And then you did your 1 day, right? Now, so we just got to clean up that a little bit, because you kind of kept talking a little bit more than necessary for now, in the descriptions. And again, when we tell our story, we always want to tell it as if it's happening. So you're with these seniors. Harry said, I'm not giving up my flip phone. No, right? But but what you kept saying, and you're probably not aware of it, and again, you'll get rid of it with practice, but you kept saying, I found that. So that tells me you're not in the story. You're saying it's past tense, and this is what I found to be true. So, it's a filler word. So we just want to eliminate that. We all have it. Mine was okay, right? And now I say right a lot. So we all have them. But I just want to make you aware of them. And again, with storytelling, it's not that you found that. You're taking us along the journey of the story. So you didn't find anything because you're in it right now, presently. So just be aware of that. Great. And then tie in a little bit better the writer, because you said you were networking. You wanted to find out more about the tech tutoring stuff. And then out of the blue, the newspaper came. So we just need to tie it in. So as I was searching and there's probably more to the story, and that would tie it in. One of these guys that, that's in a senior community or whatever, asked me to write about seniors. Just a little few words would tie it in. And so I started writing about seniors, and I love that you said you became a senior advocate. Now, you don't have to say, though, I'm a senior too. Please take that out, right? Because then it went, we're all hi, and then it went, oh, you're just a senior. You're not. You're a senior advocate. So don't say you're a senior. You don't need, it's almost felt almost like a put down as opposed to an equal. Does that make sense? We want you to be higher than that and lead them. So I love all that. And then again, great way to end, where, today you teach seniors how to use technical devices. That is key, rather than, because you called it tech tutoring, but really it's all about helping seniors to know how to use everyday technical devices. And that's huge. And I do want to say, I love your hair down. I think it cut ears off of you, right? You look so cute today, doesn't she?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I thought you looked cute yesterday too. So.
but when you speak, you might want to, make sure you wear it like that down. Yeah.
And
Okay.
those glasses, though, I have to say, they're
Aren't they awesome? Yeah. They are very cool. Okay, so that's my notes for you. So any questions or comments on that? Jeanette, you're muted. I know it's a bear, isn't it?
Sorry. How long did I talk?
I apologize. I did not start it right on time, so I didn't get that. But it felt like you were about right within the range.
Okay. Okay.
It felt right. Yeah. Just watch the iPhones
Mm-hmm.
and just streamline because you were going on a roll, and then it almost seemed like you thought you had to talk some more, so you kind of threw in some extra words that weren't needed.
Okay.
Yeah, good. You had our hearts, honey. You had our hearts. Okay, good job. I think you've really got something. And I also think that eventually, if you wanted to set up a not-for-profit, I bet some of the government agencies will fund you, or maybe even not a not-for-profit, maybe just by being a woman-owned business.
Mm-hmm.
But I think some government funding, really could launch this, or grants. Because
Yes.
that's how the hospitals and assisted living places, they get a lot of government funding.
Yes.
So you might want to investigate that, or just say, God, this is what I need. And that person will jump into your lap. Yeah. And help you with all of it.
Thank you. Yes, very much. That's where my heart is.
And people like Apple, really good people like Apple, they probably jump right into doing all of that, sponsoring.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah. Okay. Super. All right. Let's go. Who is next that didn't share their story yesterday? All right, Karen. It's Karen, the last one, right? I just want to
No,
make.
I got to do mine.
Michelle.
Oh, that's right. You have to do yours. All right, so we'll go Karen, then we'll go to Michelle. And let me get yours. It was like I knew she was going to ask me how long. Okay, I'm ready.
okay. Well, I'm a nurse and I love nursing. I love being a nurse. I'm an immigrant from the Philippines, and after graduating from nursing, I moved to California in the mid-90s to live the American dream. And I remember when I started my first job, I was so excited to help people, excited to save lives. I was excited for a couple of years, and then I started starting to feel stressed, burned out. And in my head, I'm like, really, Karen? Oh, not even 5 years and already feeling burned out. Then in 1995, one of my sisters visited me from the Philippines, and there was something different about her. Like she was happy, excited, more loving, more caring, and we weren't butting heads as we used to. And in my head, I'm like, ooh, there's something different about her. I like it. I want to have what she got. So I had to ask her, like, what's up? Like, what's different? So she mentioned that she took a personal growth seminar back home. She shared with me what she learned, and I really liked what I heard. So I told her, like, well, sign me up. I want to have what you got, because there's no way I'm gonna let her to have all this good juju and be happy, and I'm not gonna get that. So yeah, so I did. So I've been taking personal growth seminars since the late 90s, around 1997, and being around the personal growth and personal development arena just gave me the opportunity to be introduced to great coaches, great mentors, which led me in 2010 to take my master's in spiritual psychology at the University of Santa Monica. And around that time too, I started taking my business and life coaching training, but it was difficult to do both. So I had to drop the coach training and complete my master's first. Then in 2015, our manager called for a staff meeting, and in her office, she mentioned that they were planning to sell the dialysis unit that I was working at. And I've been a dialysis nurse for 14 years. And I'm like, oh my. And that's gonna mean I'm gonna lose my seniority as a nurse. And I've been with the hospital for, like I said, almost 15 years. And I'm like, well, I don't want to lose my seniority and start at the bottom again. So since I'm in the personal development arena, I decided to hire a life coach, and she had a career change coaching. Did assessments, and then there was a part where she mentioned about strengths, like, Karen, like, do you know your strengths? So like we did an inventory of what I was good at, and she shared, like, you know what, like, it's better to develop our strengths, because like, what if you just strengthen your strengths, took a look at what you do well, focus on that, mastered it, and delegated the rest. I'm like, ooh, I like that. I'm like, not focus on my weaknesses, but delegate those weaknesses. And she recommended the book Strengths Finder, and I took an assessment to discover my strengths. And I like what I found. And I'm like, that's just a lot of light bulb and aha moments. I like it so much that I decided to be a Gallup certified coach. So I took the training this year and I did it fast. I'm like, in 8 weeks, I got my certification. I had to coach, and it's really helped me. Now I see one of my strengths is to be able to spot strengths on other people. So I could share with them, like, this is what you're good at, and invest in it, develop it, because our strengths is our key to our success. So today, I will share with you how you can maximize your strengths in order to succeed in life.
All right, beautiful. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Good job. All right, so what do we know about Karen now?
Well, I think she's competitive, whether she realizes it or not, she's competitive. But the thing of it is, she enjoys what she does. I mean, that comes across really strong to me.
Right. What else?
She doesn't stop learning. She's
Lifelong learner.
learning, yeah. Mhm.
Right. What else?
She was a dialysis nurse.
How about that? I didn't know that. I didn't know that all these years. I thought you were just a regular, RN nurse with the hospitals. Dialysis nurse for 14 years. Wow.
And I really related when you said that you went for more education and lost your spot. Isn't that ironic that they take away your seniority if you want to move up?
Did you lose your spot? I didn't get that.
No, they were gonna sell our unit. So I'm like, if they sell our unit, I'm gonna lose my spot because it's not gonna be the same company.
They didn't, right?
No.
They?
No, so I forgot to share. That's why I did a lateral transfer. I'm now doing case management. That's why I work from home. And that's when I learned, because good call, Alice, I am a learner, and that's my top 3 strength. And that's why I wasn't really thriving in dialysis, because it's routine, same. Unlike in case management, every 2 months we get rotations. Like this rotation, I'm doing mother, baby, and NICU and babies. And 2 months ago, I was doing ICU and heart patients. So I like it. And I remember when I was a dialysis nurse, I always had a book with me because there was 2 to 3 hours downtime. So my learner, I had to feed my learner, but I didn't even know that learner was my strength. I just thought I love learning.
Sure. Beautiful. Love it. Add that piece. Make sure you add that piece that now you transferred. Because like you left Beth kind of hanging where you might lose your spot. So we're like, well, what happened? Very good. What else? Cheryl, do you have something?
Just that she was really surprised that she got burned out in 4 years.
In 2 years.
5 years, 2 years. Oh,
Yeah.
Less than 5 years. Yeah.
Less than 5 years.
Yeah.
That's huge to go back and get her master's too from Santa Monica.
Now, the master's didn't come from Santa Monica. Spiritual psychology came from Santa Monica, and she had to quit that. Right?
No, like I completed my master's in spiritual psychology, but then I took my coach training. So I was doing coach training and my master's, I had to drop the coach training because it was too much doing both. So.
Okay, so we don't have to mention that.
Oh, okay.
especially since you are a coach now. So we don't have to mention you have to drop anything. It doesn't help you,
Okay.
right? So we don't have to mention it. And it gets it confusing. Like Cheryl had it right, but I had it wrong. I thought you had to drop the spiritual psychology, right? So, okay. All right. So what I love too is Karen's childlike spirit, right? I mean, she's just so much fun to watch. And wasn't she? I mean, she just like, I know after if I looked at the numbers, you're not a kid, but you brought that childlike innocence, fun, joy. So don't ever lose that. That is just priceless. At first I was thinking, you didn't really start with a time and a place, but then I remembered it's not about you nursing. It's about you coaching and finding your strength, right? So we could say something just to make it a little bit more personal that, because you just kind of came out and said, I'm a nurse or whatever, right? So something like, all my life, I've loved nursing. So I became a nurse, and I was so excited, to be a nurse. And then 2 years in, I got burnout. Right. And that whole story, that was perfect. Good to have it right away. Right. Love the whole sister and the relationship with the sister. And I love how you signed me up. And that could be partly what Luana was saying was competitive. You're probably a little competitive with your sister, but I love that. I love that. I could just picture her beaming and happy. And you're like, I want that. Give me too. Right. Love the personal growth. And then you said, which I love, not everybody knows what this means, but you said juju. Did you say juju? I love that. So that was cute. Keep it. I mean, it was like, I wrote it down. I was like, did she say juju? I think she said juju. But I love that. It's like, I want the lemonade you're drinking, right? So I love all that. And then again, just cleaning it up a little bit around the spiritual psychology and Santa Monica and the masters and all that. We don't need that you dropped one out. And then you said you're a dialysis nurse later on. You might want to put that up toward the beginning, right? Just for clarification, what kind of nurse. And then I love what you just said when we were talking, where after you bring the life coach in who focuses on your strengths, then again, I would tell us about you brought a book with dialysis because you're the learner in you, blah, 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 blah. Love all that. I wouldn't, however, bring up the book that she recommended because, again, we're in rapport. And if you bring up a book or you bring up a quote from somebody else, right, then people are going to want to write it down or they're going to want to get it. There's learners out there that, man, they're ready for a new book.
Yes.
I wrote it down. I did it myself because I'd never heard of a book to find your strength. I'm going to check it out. Right? How many of you wrote down the book? I'm the only one. Yeah. Okay, so I wouldn't mention it here. If you want to mention it later on in your meet, you can do that, but not right here because it's all about you and us getting to know you. So you don't have to mention it. She was your coach, just like you wouldn't mention her name. I've had people in my workshops that literally I mention my coach, they go to my coach. So,
And
right?
especially the learner, like 'cause sometimes when I listen to some coaches, I'm waiting. I'm like, I wonder who's their coach. And then I would go to their website. No, they've never mentioned their coach. So
Right.
that's a good tip.
Because why go to them when you can go to the one above them? Right? I mean, that's how some people think.
Yes.
Probably can't afford the person above them, but neither here nor there. They're distracted. Our job as a speaker is to keep people here with us in the room. If they come to you later and ask you, tell them. It doesn't matter, right? But right now, our purpose is to keep them from wandering off and going, oh, I'm going to look at that person's website, or I'm going to get that book, or right? We just want to keep them right here with us right now. It's critical because you're building rapport with them. Okay, so that goes for anything you might think that's going to send them to something else. Okay. Okay, so I love how you said 8-week certificate. Boom, you're certified. Love that. And I love how this was gold, everyone. One of my strengths is to spot the strengths in others. That was gold. You can stop right there. Right? So today, that's exactly what I do. Boom. That was powerful. Write that down, Karen. You want to make sure that's in every single speech and even in your introductions or elevator speeches or anything like that that you do, your videos. That's your gold. That's your secret sauce. That's your sky hook, right? Everybody got that?
Mm.
Yeah, we all have it. And that was that. And a lot of times it takes us a little while to articulate it, but she got it. She nailed it.
Well, I didn't even know, Harvey. I was just like sharing and being authentic, but like, thanks for pointing out that's the secret sauce. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, one of my strengths is to spot the strengths in others because that's what we want. Ooh, spot my strength because you had such success. Once you found your strength, and then you talk about you once you found it, you changed to case management because of variety and blah, blah, blah. Just that stuff you told us a moment ago. Then it all makes sense and we're all happy for you. And we all want that. Well, you changed your life. You found out your strengths and it changed your life.
Yes.
A 14-year dialysis and then you switched. Wow, what am I missing? Very good. Okay, let's give her some Zoom love. Good job. All right, let's get to Michelle.
Okay.
Wrap it up here with Michelle.
All right. Okay. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to be a nurse because my older sister, Sherry, whom I love and adore, was a nurse and I wanted to be just like her. And my younger sister, Lori, she became a nurse too. Yes, there's three nurses in our family and no one stands a chance. So back in the 80s, when I was a senior, my senior year of nursing school, I was on spring break. And my dad, whom I love and adore, decided to go for a walk one day. And he returned a few minutes later, which I thought was rather odd. So I asked him, "Are you okay? I thought you were going for a walk." And he replied, "I changed my mind." So upon further review, I decided to take his blood pressure. And when I did, and I started pumping it up in his left arm, he had pain going down his left arm. And I knew it was his heart. So I did what anybody else would do.
Right.
I called my sister, Sherry. And I said, "Sherry, I think there's something wrong with my dad's heart." And there was. His stress test revealed that he had blockages, and it was the worst stress test that they had ever seen.
Ugh.
Heart disease runs in our family, and my dad lost his father when he was only 17. And here I was facing that same reality. So at the young age of 49, my dad had triple bypass surgery. And the only reason why he lived was because he had built up collateral circulation around his heart from being so active. And we were blessed to have him another 33 years before he passed away a few years ago.
Wow.
I wanted to be an OB nurse, just like my sister. Instead, after that, I ended up on the path of critical care, taking care of open heart patients immediately following surgery, and eventually to cardiac rehab, where I fell in love with preventive health and wellness, helping those very patients avoid a repeat. The same year of nursing school, I was rear-ended by a car going 55 miles an hour while I was at a dead stop. The driver never saw me. My car had stopped going up a steep hill, and I had made the decision to sit in my car and wait for my dad to come and help me. When suddenly, I found myself flying up the hill and thought my car had somehow miraculously started again, until I looked in my rearview mirror and I saw my red trunk lid staring back at me. I had been hit. I suffered severe whiplash that wasn't treated because I thought I was invincible and it would get better. We all know nurses are the worst patients. Well, it didn't. And from that day on, I lived with chronic pain and fibromyalgia, which eventually also led to irritable bowel syndrome, which traditional medicines didn't help. Now, I will also confess, I am a recovering sugar aholic. I am, and I admit it. I love sugar. I love everything about sugar. In fact, I am convinced that when we get to heaven, sweets will be good for you and lettuce won't be there. And if it is, it will taste like chocolate. That's what I heard.
Oh, good.
So, how bad was it? When I was in high school, I would buy Milky Ways and Snicker bars and hide them under my bed. I was addicted. I would eat that instead of dinner whenever I could. And after all, Snickers have nuts in them, so they have to be healthy, right? I even have a mug that says, eat dessert first. Life is so uncertain. And I did every chance I got. But what I didn't realize was just how much it was affecting my body until I had my wellness screening a few years ago. And I discovered at the young age of 55, I was a pre-diabetic. Now, I've taken care of plenty of diabetics over the years, and I knew I didn't want to be one of them. So I had a decision that I had to make. Continue to eat what I loved and go down that path of type 2 diabetes pills and insulin, or give it up for the sake of my health. So guess what I did? Yeah, I gave it up for the most part. Every once in a while, I might have a little treat. Was it easy? No, absolutely not. But I also started researching to truly understand our body, the effects of how we treat it, and what we can do to heal our bodies so that we can age well. And here's what happened. My fibromyalgia got better, my irritable bowel syndrome got better, and I was able to reverse my prediabetes and return my A1C, the diabetic blood test, to normal. No one should have to suffer needless pain and preventable diseases. And that's why I'm here today.
Woo, beautiful. Great job. All right. What do we know about Michelle that we didn't know before?
She's disciplined.
Discipline.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. To get off sugar. Yeah. What else?
We're gonna say all the real things, so I really quick want to jump in there and say for sure she's a comedian too.
I was going to say she's very funny, huh? Especially the heaven joke. I love that.
I love that too.
Love that. Yes. Keep that in there. All right. What else? Alice, what do you think?
She's from a big loving family.
Yeah, we get that, right?
Mhm.
All right. Anybody else? Your nurses? The nurses here? What do you think?
She did open heart surgery. And so did I. So I love that we've got that in common. And that when you hit your story on sugar, you were autopilot. It was so smooth. You could feel your passion just relax you. Oh, really?
Chocolate.
It was like you had arrived. That was you. It
Came-
was very sincere.
You know, when you were telling about the sugar, that really hit me because that's always been my problem. I'm a sweetaholic just like you. And when you talked about the diabetic, I'm thinking, oh my God, do I need to be worried? So yeah, it hit. It was something that I could identify with.
And she was so young.
Yeah.
Young to have it. I mean, very young. Karen, the other
Well, like, I think the story of the sugaraholic addiction, because I could relate to, like, I would hide those chocolates. Nobody talks about it because it sometimes brings up shame, but like for you to even, okay, here's the truth. and make it like, okay, I'm not alone.
right. I mean, you just never know. You share your story, you think it's, just chocolate, but man, it's a pandemic, you know, everybody loves chocolate, so, or something sweet. So very good. I love it. Okay. So,
Very good job. Congratulations.
yeah,
You.
very good job.
Last night I called RV. No, I texted her, and I think some of you probably saw it because I realized I was on the group text, and I'm like, I need help. And she came to the rescue, and yeah, it gave me some really great pointers. So thank you.
Well, and you took it home. You did such a great job. Just two tiny little things, really. Just keep it like it is. Whenever you talk about your sister, because you said both your sisters became nurses, I think it's important to say your older sister, because you made reference to her twice, but didn't say who, right? So I'm thinking older, younger. Now, what are we talking about? They're both nurses.
Oh, did I miss older sister Sherry?
I figured, but just say older.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
again, to keep anybody from wandering. We're trying to keep the minds from wandering with our story.
Okay. All right.
So, and
Got it.
I really liked your dad's story this time. I really liked the whole, he wanted to go, because you were telling it like it was going, he was going to go for a walk. He came back and he said, I don't feel like it. And you're like, bing, something's wrong. And then that whole thing brought you to do what you did in nursing for so long is help heart patients. And I love that you said he was alive for 33 years. That's huge. After having the worst stress test that they've ever seen, that is huge. Of course, he changed his diet. The only thing I would change is your story on the accident, because you told the end of the story before you told the story. Then you told the story and you really got into it. So don't say the end, right? First, it's like if we told a joke and we gave you the punchline first and then told the joke, you'll lose the bump, So just say, one day I'm sitting on the side of the road, my car stalled going up a hill. I'm waiting for my dad because he's alive now, right? This is after his heart thing. He's alive. And I'm just sitting there, minding my own business, listening to the radio, whatever. And then boom. And then you did that whole description beautifully, right? Boom. And then you flew off or whatever. What did you see in the back of you said you turned
my red trunk lid.
Okay, you're
I
right.
looked in the rear view mirror and saw my red trunk lid staring back.
Got it. I wasn't quite clear, so okay. But yeah, that whole thing, you spun around and whatever. So love that. And then you got hurt, you were hurt because of it and that whole thing, and you got fibromyalgia. So you're just painting a picture of being in pain, even though you're a nurse, here you are in pain. And then to top it off, then you're confessing. I love how you say that. I confess. I'm a chocoholic, right? And then because you're saying, like, to make matters worse, I got fibromyalgia. To make matters worse, I confess I'm a chocoholic and I'm pre-diabetes. That's the whole point of that story, is I'm also pre-diabetes. Then you found preventive healthcare, because you said it earlier before the car incident. And I don't think that's where you found it. You actually found preventative afterwards, right?
Well, I taught the traditional preventative health for heart patients, which doesn't address sugar. And
no diet.
No, not really. I mean, we talked about diet, but we really focused on the cholesterol, the lowering of the cholesterol. And over the years, because anyway, I could get into.
But you put, I put the word preventative because you started to talk about preventative. So save that for after you paint this horrible picture of yourself. Then you found preventative. Right?
Okay.
Then you stopped the chocolate, and then you then you got rid of the fibromyalgia and blah, 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 because that's what you're doing today, is you're helping people get rid of the pain, get off of drugs, and you're qualified, like Beth, because you were nurses, for heaven's sake. So you know what you're talking about here.
Mhm.
right? And now you're fusing, are you going to fuse Western and traditional Western and preventative together? Yes, no? Yes, okay, okay.
I
So-
had never thought about it until Beth said it last night. So, good question.
Yeah, you don't have to. I know Beth's going to do that, but it was just a question.
It influences you though, no matter what. You know what people learn and then you're offering more.
Mhm.
Well, there's a comfort knowing that the three of you are nurses because you're educated on, at least the body and all of that and how it works. So it's really comforting and gives you added credibility when you're talking about supplements and you're talking about diet and you're talking about, other things. So it does give you a level of credibility. You don't have to fuse them together. It was just a question. All right. Very, very good. So all of you, good job. You're all really, really great storytellers and doing a great job. And I'm just really blessed and impressed because I don't usually have a class where everybody's equal on an equal level and they're all equal, but fantastically separate. Do you know what I mean? So good job. Okay. All right. Why don't we do this? We are going to go into our problem, pain, and suffering right now. But why don't we take a quick little break? Is everybody kind of ready for a break? Right. So let's just take 10 minutes, come back at 20 after, get some tea, get something to relax. You all just did a great job. Just pat yourself on the back. Yeah, a couple times. Because I'm just so impressed. And we can move on. We're gonna do the stories again after we add a couple more elements. All right. Then you'll have a chance to do it again. And those of you that did it yesterday that went home and practiced, I can't wait to hear yours also. Okay. All right. Beth says, and Alice, I have to say, Alice, I love your red lipstick today.
I joined you.
I love it. I love your color. Very cool.
Thank
All right,
you.
so let's take a quick 10 minutes and see you after 20 after, about 9 minutes now.
Thank you.
All righty. All righty, welcome back. All right, so now we are on page 17. We are, ooh, what are you eating, Beth?
Breakfast.
Pasta?
No, it's an egg thing.
Oh, it looks good. Okay. All right. So we are on page 17. So what we're going to do now, and a couple of you have already instinctively done this. I know Luana did this. A few of you have done this. So what we're doing now is we're preparing the bread before the meat. And to prepare the bread, we want to put mayonnaise or dressing or whatever avocado, whatever you want to put on it. Because if we didn't, we can't take the meat. So a lot of people just like all of a sudden give us the meat and we're going, whoa, right? We're not ready. Or it's all meat and it's kind of like boring. We've all been bored. So what we want to do is what I call the problem, pain, and suffering. So we just kind of set it up just so that they're ready to take the meat. So if I was talking about public speaking and I would, in my story with, today I teach business owners and entrepreneurs how to use public speaking to market themselves. You see, the problem is that most people don't know how to create a speech. They don't know where to go to speak. They don't know how to put a speech together. So they don't do it at all. And they just don't. They freeze and they never get out there and speak, never get their message out there. So what happens is they're not getting the business that they should be getting. And they're not helping the people they need to be helping. And so those people go on suffering and then they're not making any money. So they end up losing their business. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. All they have to do is get out there and speak, learn how to speak and step on stage. So, and again, that's where I can help. All right. So it's that simple. It's a really small paragraph, but a powerful one that sets you up to where they're hungry for the meat in your sandwich. Got it? All right, good. Hungry. Like Les Brown. How many of you have Les Brown's book? You gotta be hungry, right? So
Yeah, I met him when he was first getting started.
I know, isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And look at him now, you just never know.
Yeah.
Right. But they all have stories. I mean, even Les Brown, what I was reading in his book, he, when he started out, I mean, he was a radio broadcaster, as you probably know, from his books. But there was a point where he had one suit and he got this radio show. I forgot now where it is. I have to go back and look. But he was actually sleeping in the dumpster. That's where he was sleeping, So, I mean, he had his suit on and everything, but he was sleeping in the dumpster. I don't know if it was a clean dumpster. I don't know. He didn't say. But for 2 weeks until he got paid so he could get a hotel room or motel room. So you just never, ever know, what happens to people. Steve Harvey has another similar story, to where he went to the Apollo, right? He went to the Apollo Theater. That's where he first got his break. And they booed everybody else off the stage, even Jamie, the actor Jamie Foxx.
Jamie
Foxx, right. And some other people. And they just told him, oh, forget it. They're a rough crowd. And he gave his big, his eye, impression. And everybody loved him. And then, they wanted him back and et cetera, et cetera. So everybody has that kind of a rags to riches story, okay, that we just did for you. So let's go to problem, pain, and suffering. So we're on page 17, and all you have to do is on page 18, go ahead and write it. And once you've got it, we say it, then we'll transfer it to your outline. So we're just going to shouldn't take any more than 5-6 minutes. So let's take it right to about 10:32. 10:32, about 6 minutes, and just write it out. You know what the problem is, right? Most people don't know their strengths, right? They're in dead end jobs because they don't know their strengths and they're unhappy for the rest of their lives, blah, 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 right? That kind of thing. The health thing. I mean, just use yourself. You know, most people are walking around in pain because they don't know any different. They don't know how they can heal themselves, right? Okay. Few minutes. All righty. Do you need a little bit more time? A little bit more time? Okay, well, let's take another couple minutes then. Righty then. We should be almost done. It's about 10 minutes. So everybody done? Okay, good. All right. So we're just going to do that piece. So the problem is, now we don't have to say the solution and pain, but it's always kind of a good idea to start out with, well, the problem is, or the situation, or the challenge. Then we know where you're going, because you just finished today. I help people get better health. Well, see, the problem is that people think they're healthy and then they're in denial and yada, yada, yada. So but we don't have to say pain and suffering caused or solution. All right, so who would like to go first? Just raise your hand. Okay, Beth, you're muted. Just unmute yourself.
Okay, I'll go. Well, the problem is we're aging, and we're aging faster than we would like. Now, you might notice that you can't do the pizza and the burgers and party all night and then show up at work and think you're going to make it. No, you are noticing maybe low energy. Your stamina is diminished. Vitality might be gone completely. We've got cloudy thinking, poor sleep, and those dreaded fine lines and wrinkles, aches and pains. Our activity level is diminished. Instead of running, we're walking, or we're doing no activity at all.
Good.
That's where we are now. What is that going to look like in 20 years or more? Can you see that vision? So I did go into the solution. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, the solution.
Okay, so I've been there now, and now I can I'm confident that I will be active and vibrant and doing all that I dream of 20 years from now or more. And by the way, I'm going to be looking and feeling fabulous too. And I can have that, you can have that same dream, that same vision. You can be living better remarkably.
And then something like, and today I'm going to show you how, or I'm going to.
Okay. And today I'm going to show you how.
Something like that. I'm going to teach you how you can have it too. But yeah, I love that setup. This is my dream and I can teach you how to have it too. Good.
My little tagline is living better remarkably.
Okay,
And I'm just looking for ways to stick it in so that it's a trigger of some sort. So, but I don't want it to sound, I want it in the right place so that I put it there.
well, we can leave it there for now, but a better place might be at the very end as a memorable statement.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And I'll put a little thing about it.
Yeah, so if we don't use it there, if you come up with something else, then, we can always use it. But yeah, it's a good one. All right, good job. That's how easy it is. Bing, bing, bang, boom. All right, Alice, you look ready.
The problem is that most people try to handle their credit problems or court case themselves. It's like performing heart surgery when you're not even a doctor.
Oh, God.
Others call their creditor or mortgage company to try to get help. That's like the chicken reaching out to the fox. Help me. Most do nothing. They live in fear, uncertainty, stress. I can analyze your situation and discuss options with you to get back on track. I can slow down your court case and plan strategies with you to get back to financial wellness.
Beautiful. I love all those analogies. They're very visual. Good job. Oh, goodness. All right, good job. That's it. All right, Cheryl, you're next.
Let's see, I really am so sorry. I don't know where I see problem, pain and suffering solution. And I just want to know where I pick up at from.
The problem is that we're only doing the problem, pain, and suffering.
And which problem? The problem that I endured?
No, the problem with most people that you are trying to solve. The problem that you are trying to solve,
Okay.
right?
So, let me think. So the problem is that our Creator has a plan for your life, and He may use certain situations to navigate you, to get you where He wants you to go. So He made me a special mom of a child with special needs because He specializes in special cases. And as a result, I can always look to Him and trust Him when I'm in a situation that I have no experience for knowing how to come out of that situation. We can always think big. I thought back to my single mom who raised me to be very success driven. And I had to know that even though I was going to be raising her as a single mom, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. And that is what I look for today, even as I'm learning to work in new fields as a result of the pandemic, all the things that we're going through today. We can look to the source and know that greater is He that is in us than any problem we have in the world.
Okay, so just to make sure, the problem is the problem you're solving with what you're doing, your coaching. But the pain and suffering is not your pain and suffering anymore. We're done with our story. So it's the pain and suffering that the person you're talking to would experience if they don't come and see you. Right? And then, but it doesn't have to be that way because here you are and you've got the solution. Okay? So if you're talking about the Creator, then it sounds like you're saying if you don't believe in the Creator, then you're gonna have lifelong suffering. He might not give you the special projects or special treasures or whatever, and you're gonna be disconnected from Him and blah, 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 blah. So now when you talk about but your title, there's a disconnect because your title is thinking big. and all of a sudden you switched, to something more spiritual. So let's stay, which is great, but let's stay on topic. So the problem that you're trying to solve is small thinkers, right? See, the problem is most people think too small. They don't even live their potential. Now, if you want to bring God into that, that's fine. God gave you gifts. You're not even taking them. You're not even living them. Right? So the whole problem is people think too small. Right? But it doesn't have to be that way because, and pain and suffering. If you think too small, you're not living your potential. You're not living your God-given purpose. You're just going to never leave a legacy, never make a difference. I mean, that's hard. That's awful. You're leaving money on the table, everything you can think of because you're thinking too small, but it doesn't have to be that way. I'm here today to teach you how you can think big and live God's purpose. That's how you can kind of integrate. Yeah. All right. So we'll come back to you, Cheryl. Give that a go. All right. So Beth is gone. Alice is gone. Cheryl, you've moved on my screen. So we'll go to Michelle. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Can you hear me okay? Unmute yourself.
Sorry, I was busy.
Yeah, it looked like it. You were
The
busy.
problem is most people are walking around in pain and suffering or with health issues that they don't even realize that they have that will eventually become irreversible because they don't know that most diseases are preventable and that you are in control of your own health. But what if I told you there was a better way? What if you don't need to suffer needlessly and you can take back your health?
I love it.
Would you like to know what to do?
Simple, simple, simple. You just have to, you can end it with, you can take back your health. You can take your health back.
Okay.
You own it.
Okay.
Right? Good, 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 good. All right, Jeanette. It's just mayonnaise on the bread. So it isn't, a big, thick slice of meat or anything.
Have you been frustrated using your technical devices like your cell phone, tablet, laptop? You've asked friends or family for help and all of a sudden you feel dumber than you used to feel? No problem. There's ways that you can get in control of your device and actually enjoy using it. You can utilize many other things. Let's chat about what your needs are. Do you need simple setting changes? Or do you really want to learn something new, a program or an app? No problem. No problem. Today, I'm going to give you some techniques that will make you actually excited and confident that you've got this gadget and you can use it.
Good. That's good. Just take out the part about the chat because you're not going to have a chat.
No, yeah.
But yeah, good idea. Love it. Okay, good job. Let's go to Karen.
Okay, like what the problem is? Most people don't even know what their strengths are. People pay little attention to it. They are feeling uninspired and unproductive. Most people work on their weaknesses, but here's the thing. No matter how much work on or investment you do on your weaknesses, you will never be good at it. So people are not able to maximize and live their fullest potential. They settle for a career or a life that doesn't bring fulfillment. Everyone has a specific set of natural talents and abilities. And when you intentionally apply your talents, you can even become your greatest source of fulfillment. You become more confident, happy, energetic, likely to achieve most of your goals and design your life based on your terms.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Good job. You nailed it, Karen. Good job. All right. Let's go to Lawana.
The problem is most people don't even know how to journal. They don't know the wonderful benefits that they can receive just from journaling.
True.
They hold on to those hurts and those pains, the things that people have said to them in the past, something that's going on in their life today. They hold that inside and it creates more problems.
Hmm.
The good news, I have a solution. Get out your pen and paper, put your fingers to the keyboard, or hit the record on your telephone, because we are going to journal. You can start as simple as telling us what you had for breakfast this morning.
Okay, so let's stop. We want to stop right. Get your pens and papers and get ready to journal. That's it for this one. Then
Okay.
we go into the meat. So save that for the meat. Yeah, very good, Luana. Very good. All right, all of you. Great job. You got it. You got it. You got it. So perfect. And I love, again, what each of you bring something different. Like Luana said, I got good news, right? Instead of saying I got the solution, you go, I got good news for you, right? So good in taking the formula and making it your own. That's how it becomes invisible. Good job, all of you. All right, so now what we're going to do is something really, really super fun. We are going to put it all together, right? From the beginning through the story to the mayonnaise. And then after we're done with that, then I'm going to teach you a little bit about the meat. And then I'm going to let you kind of formulate a little bit of the meat at lunchtime. Okay? That'll give you some time to just process. You know, you need process time. So I know all of you have written as you went along. You've written it on this beautiful little guideline, right? So we can just take this now and you just start it. Now we don't say the title up here. We just start with the attention grabber because we've already built the title into, right? So like before I share with you the 5 keys to better health, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about how I became the health expert I am today? Right? So that's that transition statement. So we use a paraphrase or the title itself for the transition statement. So anytime you see transition or summary, that's what goes there. Got it? Okay, so we're going to take it completely through with your professional story, completely through problem, pain, and suffering. It shouldn't be any more than 7.5 minutes. All right, if it starts going over, I'll probably need to stop you just for the interest of time, because if we said 7, let's see, make sure I get you out of here for lunch. So, and then 11, Ardina will be back. So we got 8 times 7. That's going to take us a good hour. So that's perfect. We got perfect. And then with some comments in between. Perfect. So no more than about 7.5 minutes is all it should be. Now, I know you're starting practicing. So, when you practice this on your own, you'll have it down to the minute. So I know it's going to be a little bit flexible. So don't worry. I'm flexible. All right, so who would like to start? So what we're doing is attention grabber, the welcome, the thank you, the transition into your story, then the problem, pain, and suffering. So the first 5 steps. All right, everybody ready? Beth says no. Do you need a couple minutes to look at your notes? All right, so let's take, okay, good. You've got it on the sheet. Good. All right, so let's just take 5 minutes. Go ahead and, just get it all together. Okay, you've already said most of it a couple of times, except your story and your problem, pain, and suffering. So you've got it down. Okay, now Alice has a matching mask on. I love it. Look at you, girl. I'm jealous. What? Turn your microphone on.
Sorry, I said somebody just rang the bell, so I escaped for a little bit and I had to put on my mask.
Okay, you've got one that matches your dress.
Yeah.
I love it. Did you make it or have someone make it?
Yeah, I had it made with the dress.
I love it.
Twinkly, twinkly on this side, and then if I don't want to, it's
I love it. You know, in the old days, we used to make bandanas or we used to make headbands or belts,
Right.
something that matched. Now we're making masks.
I know.
Crazy.
Masks are never going away, I think, now, because they are fashion statements.
There you go. And they cover wrinkles.
Beth, remember?
Well, you don't have any, but
So when she's talking about the patch, she can add that in the meantime.
okay, so we're taking about 5 minutes to review. We're going to do now the purpose statement, remember, is only for you. So you're not, it's just our address that we're going. So we're going to do all the steps, the attention grabber, the welcome, the thank you, the transition into your story, the story, and the problem, pain, and suffering. And you all have about 7.5 minutes for that. So we're going to do that until 12. Then I'm going to teach you how to do the meat. Then at 12:30, we're going to break for lunch, and you're going to eat lunch and then kind of just think about your meat and process what you just learned. All right, so we're going to take about 5 minutes right now. Welcome back, Ardina. Welcome. So what we're doing now is we're reviewing our steps 1 and 2. Our attention grabber, welcome, thank you, summary, professional story, and then the problem, pain, and suffering. So while people are doing theirs, go ahead and look at the problem, pain, and suffering piece. That's just a couple of sentences, and add that, and you're good to go. Okay. All right. So we're just reviewing and making sure everybody's got it on this sheet. So good timing to come in. Very good timing. I hope the funeral wasn't too sad.
Actually, it wasn't. It was good.
Okay. All right, so let's just take another minute. So wherever you are, we need to get going. You'll have more time at lunch. All righty, let's get going. All right, so who's ready to go? Cheryl, are you ready to go, or do you have a question?
I'm just gonna go.
All right, let's
How
go.
ready I am.
All right, I love it.
I'll get better later, you guys. One day you're gonna be proud of me.
Just let me just say something. You add, no matter what it is that you have, you add that passion that you did on your live yesterday. After she did a live after our class, after using all this brain power, and she did a live and killed it. So just bring that passion and you've got it. Okay.
Thanks, Coach.
Excellent job yesterday. All right, go.
All right. Hey, let me ask you, how many of you in here think that you can actually think bigger than you do right now? How many of you actually think you could think and grow rich? Ever heard of that book? Well, that's awesome. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about how I know you have the power to think big, to think bigger. But first, I want to acknowledge you for being here on a Saturday. So many options you had on a Saturday weekend, but you're here. So I want to just acknowledge you for that. And I want to really send out a super appreciation to my coach, Miss Arvie Robinson, who's invited me to be here, the illustrious master speaker trainer, I promise you. And, right before I go into that, I just want to, it's a lot of you who don't know me. I'm here in Southern California, so you would not know that I actually come from corporate America. I began my career in Detroit, Michigan, where I was born and raised, and I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in radio, TV, and film, and minored in marketing from Eastern Michigan University. Right after college, I interned at Channel 7, and I learned that all the people that made the money were in that marketing office. You know how they take you through the tour of the studio and they pointed over there and they said, that's where everybody makes the money. And they were still doing the tour. I was like still looking over there anyway. I wanted to go into the marketing and the sales, but I didn't necessarily want to do it in television sales because you have to be in the office on the phone. But in radio sales, you can be on the road, right? You can be in the field. And so I was in radio advertising sales for over a decade in Detroit, Michigan. Very successful with senior account executive, single with no kids, just having a really great life. It was just that part about the snow and the sleet and the ice. It was okay in the summer and some of the other times of the year, but it was really, back in the day, you had to really drive to all your 10 clients in a day. So that was a tough drive. And I woke up one day and got a light bulb moment and I said, you know what? I don't have to be in the snow. I'm going to relocate to Southern California. I saw some palm trees on TV and I got a light bulb idea. So I moved to Hollywood, California, and I immediately secured a radio account executive job in the Los Angeles market. Not knowing the area so well, however, in planning my day, I discovered that I planned one appointment in Long Beach and another appointment in San Fernando Valley. For you guys who don't know that, that's going to result in about a 4-hour drive for me that day just to see 2 clients. So I suddenly kind of hit a wall right there. And I just kind of took a step back and wanted to get off the road for a minute. And I got into property management, got a real estate license, and I've worked from home for the last 30 years now, where I manage the day-to-day financial operations of investment property, preserving and increasing the value of real estate investments. However, being so far from Detroit and being coming from a wonderful mom, I had this longing to find a home church. And I went to this amazing mega church out here in Los Angeles. And so just a great growing in the Lord, good deal. I don't have any family out here. And I meet a nice little minister, still single with no kids. And ultimately married a little minister out the church. And we have this beautiful baby girl. And I distinctly remember looking in her crib one day when she was an infant, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. That is the whole reason in the whole wide world that I was ever born. I didn't know what that meant, but I just remember feeling like, oh, this is why I was ever born. However, as time went on, about several months after that, just kind of watching her little milestones, I noticed when she kind of wasn't hitting some of her milestones, she wasn't saying mama. And I'm a talker, as you can tell. I noticed she was not taking the same steps. I had her godmother had a child. Yeah, we were pregnant together, and her son was doing some different stages that my daughter was missing. Ultimately, at one of her pediatrician appointments, I got her diagnosed, and I heard about this brand new thing. Now we're in April. It's called Autism Awareness Month, actually. Big parent advocate for autism now, but she was diagnosed with autism. And the doctors back then, the most they could tell you about it was it's a developmental disability for which there's no cure. That's all I was told, okay? And so I was really knocked off my little pedestal at that point. And it really brought up the differences in raising children with my husband. You know, we both had a way that we were brought up, but in watching my daughter, he kind of felt like her behaviors just needed more of don't spare the rod and spoil the child. And I just felt like, I don't know, honey, it seems like something's wrong with her. So we're trying to raise her in a different way. And it resulted in us arguing a lot. And my little girl one day put her hands over her ears. And that's when I made a decision. It's going to be better for her to be from a broken home than in a broken home. And so I became a single mom with a special needs daughter, one income, but unfortunately I was working from home, and I was able to get her to all her little therapies and school and just be there to nurture her and get her to where she is. And I got to thinking big, like, God doesn't make mistakes. There's got to be something that he must be up to something in this. And I know that I must be a special mom for this special needs daughter because he has a special assignment for me. So I really thought outside the box And it's gotten me to the places where I am now. And so I just wanted to give you a little insight into, I've just come from East Coast to West Coast, and no intention of being in the space that I'm in now with understanding so many different people, but it has really brought me to where I am now, for really understanding that sometimes we have situational, circumstantial situations that make us think inside of a box. And we think that's where we are, and that's it, and that's all. But you know what? That's not so. You can think bigger. You can, whatever situation you find yourself in, you have the power to think bigger. And I got a toolbox for you that's going to really get you realizing that that very obstacle was put there on purpose to show you how to live your best life. You have the power.
All right, good job. That was just a little, real close to the 7-minute mark. So great job. Okay. And so again, we'll transition, we'll have another transition statement that takes you into the meat. So don't worry about that. Okay. So it started out a little rocky where you want to be really clear. Remember I said you memorize that attention grabber. We never, and this is for everybody, so it's always harder to go first, right? Because then they get some different kind of coaching sometimes. So all of you listen up and take advantage of this. We never say anything in front of the attention grabber. I know you kind of want to make it a conversation. It is not a conversation at this point. So you had said, let me ask you. Now, if we're doing a video or a live, you could do that because you're talking to one person. So let me ask you a question. But when you're talking to a group, no, you come right out and go, how many of you want to, not how many of you said something, you didn't say want, you said, how many of you think you can play bigger or think bigger? No, it's want, right? Because our objective is to get the hand to raise. If you say think, they might go, well, I don't know if I can think bigger, but I know I want to, right? So that's why we be very careful with our choice of words in this first couple seconds. So how many of you want to think big? How many of you not only want to think big, you want to expand your mind? I mean, that's what we talked about yesterday, and you didn't use it, right? So if you don't use it because it's not your words, it's got to be that feeling, right? So you don't have to say expand, just blow your mind or get bigger than life, whatever your words are, but it's got to have, all attention grabbers have to have that kind of enthusiasm, which I know you are capable of. Yes.
Is there anything I can say, or would it help if I could throw in Think and Grow Rich? Now that I think about it.
No, because now we're thinking about the book, and you even said, the book, Think and Grow. No, absolutely not here. If you want to do it in the meat, yes. Remember, the meat is like the kitchen sink. You can put quotes in anybody else's quotes, but you're in rapport right now. We don't even know you, and all of a sudden you're sending us to Napoleon Hill.
They're Googling already, huh?
Right. So don't do it to yourself. Let them get to know Cheryl Green. Love Cheryl Green. Right? We got plenty of time to introduce other people. So So I would use those 2 attention grabbers we did yesterday because they're better than what you came up with here. Okay, or use your own language if you want. If you don't want to use mine, that's fine, but have that same feeling. All right, so so great. So really good on the thank you. She talked about the time and all of that. And Saturday, that's being authentic. That was being in the moment. So well done, perfectly done. Be careful, all of you ladies, and saying you guys, right? A lot of people our age get offended. They don't like it. So it's slang, and in speaking, we want to be a bit more professional and try to stay away from slang. If you got to use slang, we put it in where?
The meat.
The meat. Thank you, Lavana. Yes. So if you want to do any like kind of crazy stuff, or if I want to bring my glasses out and be silly, I put it in the meat, not in the first few seconds of you getting to know me. All right. So be careful. If you find yourself saying you guys, say you guys and gals, eventually you'll train yourself not to. You can say folks, you can say people, I try to say ladies and gentlemen, but even even me, every once in a while, a little guy slips out because we hear it all the time. And we might say it in our everyday speech, but this is not our everyday conversation. Then something happened, Cheryl, where you started to talk about real estate investment. And I'm like, what in the heck does that have to do with, where you're going? So I'm not sure that does. So I would leave it out. Your whole point, remember, is you're showing an examples of how you thought bigger. And I want you to make sure that's clear. So I was thinking one day, why am I, messing around in the snow? So I expanded my thinking and went, where can I go? California is the place to be, right? And so I moved to California, Beverly Hills, that is, that kind of, thank you, Luana. But, so you've expanded, so every step of the way, and then you're like doing this, but you didn't know about the traffic and whatever. And then you're in California, and then you expanded again. You said, you know what? I'm single. I've been single for a long time. I think I'm going to get a man, right? So I wanted a Christian man. So I went to church. I went right to the top. I dated the minister, right? So you could do this story, but connect the dots to your topic. And so then you date it, and then you talk about your whole daughter, but then you expand it. And we want to hear, your daughter's 21 today.
Yes.
You've been successful, right? Yeah, go ahead.
How do I connect the part about after the divorce, and so now I work from home? That's where I got into, because I did end up getting a real estate license.
Okay.
And I work at home doing that. So that's what I was trying to tell them, is that I work from home.
Good, very good question. All right. So again, after my divorce, I have a special needs daughter that I have to be home for. She was only 3 years old at the time. So I had to, again, expand my way of thinking and think, what can I do? I need to work from home. I need to create a career from home. So I did a very successful career that I have been in for blah, blah, blah years. And now she's 21 and I'm still working at home, right? You created that, whether you did it through thought, prayer, or whatever. You expanded your way of thinking, because I'm telling you, 21 years ago, unless you were in network marketing, it was not popular to work at home, right?
I was straight corporate America. I didn't know what it was not to have a job.
There you go.
Quotas, all of that.
So you had to open your mind, open your way of thinking, expand your way of thinking, right? Because, you're into corporate America, retirement, steady job, steady, and you had to do something because of your daughter, because of the love of your daughter. And you knew you had to be there, right? And you didn't want anybody else raising her because they wouldn't understand her. And now you started working from home, very successful. That was 21 years ago. Well, almost 19 to 18 years ago. And now my daughter's 21 years old, a beautiful, beautiful young woman, right? It's because you expanded your way of thinking, because you could have just said, I can't do this. I got to hire somebody. I got to put her into a little home. You didn't. I got to give her to the state. There's many decisions you could have made. But you made the right one. You made the God choice. But it took a lot of expanding and faith to do that. Right? So we want that to be clearer. And then when you talked a little bit about you talked a little bit about her development and stuff. When you talk about that, I want you to be very clear. All right. So you didn't know about back then, they didn't know about autism, but eventually that's what you found out she had. You went through the specific development. So you kind of like mushed it all up in a one big thing. To be very clear. And then you said that you found out that there was autism and there was no cure. Important, but you laughed. So we have to be very, very careful. Sometimes we laugh at our own nervousness, but our facial expressions have to be congruent with what we're saying. So it's okay to laugh like, now she's 21, yay! But when you're saying there was no cure and you found it out for the first time, I doubt very much if you laughed, really, or had a smile even on your face. So we want to know how you felt then. I mean, you were probably devastated, surprised, probably even questioning God. Like, God, why did you, I mean, I just got married. I mean, I've been good all this time, my whole life. And you gave me this special needs kid, really?
There, huh?
Right? Later, you came to grips with it and you found her to be a blessing, and she is. But in that moment, we all have that moment. I got chills. I always know I'm on the right track when I get chills. But and we all have that moment where we've questioned or whatever, and then we've gotten okay with whatever the decision is or whatever we have to do, but not at first, right? We're all the same. God made us in His image. We're all the same. We're all feelings. We just have different situations and different gifts and different, things that happen to us. But we're all human beings. We're all the same. Okay. So, but yeah, and then you came, the ending was good where you brought us all about you've got the power, just like you did. We've all got the power. And again, you can bring God into it if you want. God gave us that power, right? And sometimes, you're going to be struggling just like I did with, situations that you're like, how can I think big now? But I did. Right. And I took care of my daughter. She's now 21 and I'm still doing it. And now I'm teaching other people how to think big and expand their mind and step into their own power. I mean, do you know how many people you're going to attract with that? They're just going to go, especially women who are struggling. Maybe they're in bad relationships. I mean, you were strong enough to say, nope, that's not okay. I'm going to choose my daughter over you. Now, just question, doesn't have to be part of the speech, but does your daughter see your husband, the dad?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's as if none of that, now he gets it. People just.
Now he gets, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I have heard in the past that a lot of religious leaders are very strict and very disciplined, like all those nuns that take rulers and bash the kids in school or something. But yeah, I've heard they're very disciplinary. So you did the best thing for your daughter.
Yeah.
But you expanded your mind. You did that. All right, great job. All right, just take those few notes, a couple little tweakies, especially just in the beginning, and don't say you guys, and you got it. Good job. All right, let's give her some Zoom love. Zoomy love. Excellent. Okay. All right, who wants to go next? I think Luana wants to go next. He looks ready.
I don't know about the ready part, but I'll go.
Okay. All right. Let's. Now, again, I gave Cheryl a lot of coaching. As we go through this, I expect less and less because you're going to take to heart what you're going to heard what I said to her. So you're not going to make those, tweaks or mistakes. Got it? So don't feel bad if you don't get as much. It's all good. That's the progression that happens in these classes. Okay. Right? You go, oh, good one. I was going to do that, right? Okay, I'm going to reset the time. You're ready, Luana.
How many of you want to have a happier life?
Good.
How
Can
many
you smile a little bit when you say happier life?
All right.
Let's start
I
over.
was taking a heart, being a little bit serious. Okay.
Yeah.
How many of you want to have a happier life? How many of you not only want to have a happier life, but a more fulfilled life? Great. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can have a happier and a more fulfilled life. Thank you for being here, and a special thank you to RV Robinson for inviting me. Thank you, RV. Before we get started, do you mind if I just share with you a little story about why I am so passionate about the subject I'm on today? My grandfather started me out reading, taking an interest in reading and writing. I really took to the reading part of it because I love stories, and words created such beautiful stories. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to write. But like most people, I allowed other influences to dictate what I was going to do. When people told me I had nothing to write, I couldn't fill a book, nobody would be interested in anything I said, I took that to heart.
Mhm.
And then later when I expressed an interest in modeling because I love to watch those ladies walking down the aisle and doing those beautiful turns. And I expressed an interest of being a model someday. And again, girl, you're too short. You know you're Black. They're not interested in Black people modeling. I internalized it. I accepted that. But a few years later, after being married, my husband and I decided we would move to Sacramento because we wanted our kids to have a better environment. I had the good fortune to meet someone who saw something special in me. The first thing she asked me was to be her model for her fashion show.
Woo.
And out of my mouth, because of the negatives, I said, I don't know anything about modeling. And she said, that's okay. I'll show you what you need to do. I not only modeled for her, I created my own modeling group. Later, she asked me to be her beauty pageant director. So I got to do that as well. But here's the thing why I'm telling you about these two parts. It's because I wrote the script for my MCs. I wrote the script for the fashion shows. I wrote the script for the beauty pageants. So the MCs always knew what to say. They didn't have to try to come up with cute words. I felt pretty darn good about that. All right. But a few years later, found myself in a really sad situation. Let's be truthful. I was depressed. I was really depressed. Life was kicking me in the backside. I'm realizing that I'm at an age that I should be sitting down, and I still had not wrote a book. I took a class. I wrote a short story because they asked us. It must have been 200 people in that class. And he asked us to write a story, and he was going to select 10 to put in an anthology. Wonder of wonder, mine was one of the 10 selected. So I get to say, I am an international award-winning author. Not only that, because I'm in 7 other compilations, I'm also a 3 times national and international award, a big bookseller. But the thing that really got me was because when I wrote down how I was feeling, the things that were truly bothering me and how much I hurt, and I read what I had put down, and I thought, I don't want to stay here. I have to get out of this. So what can I do to get myself out of this situation? I came up with 5 steps, and I wrote those 5 steps down. And then I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this could be a book. I mean, it wasn't the romance that I wanted to write because, hey, I am an avid reader of romance. I start my own bookstore. But I had a book. With a little tweaking, I was able to get that book published. So now I'm very proud to say I have 2 books that actually have my name on the cover. And that's part of why I fell in love with journaling. Sometime later, and when I became very ill, and I don't know if it was COVID, but journaling kept crossing my mind. And I knew I needed to study and find out about journaling and the benefits. And I'm so glad I did, because I have so many things that journaling can do for you that I want to share with you. It is such an amazing thing that you can use to change your life. The problem is most people, like myself, didn't know how to journal. And a lot of them don't know how to journal now. They don't know the wonderful benefits that you can receive just from journaling. They hold on to those past hurts. They hold on to any kind of problem that's going on in their lives. They hold on to somebody saying something that they don't like, or they don't know how to handle a particular situation, come up with a solution. Journaling can help. Good news, good news, good news. Journaling is here. It can help. And you don't realize just how important journaling can be. So I want you to put those fingers, get that pen and paper, put the fingers to the keyboard, and take out that phone and push the record button.
Okay, great. So 6 minutes and 39 seconds. So good job. Great job. Let's give her a big hand. Excellent. Okay, so good as just as good as last time. This is a choice, but you don't really have to say, why am I telling you this? It's because, right? You just tell us. Just tell us. Okay. Then, a few years later, you were depressed and all of that. Good. One of the things you even could add, though, because you said, I was depressed, and you just kind of jumped in to say, I haven't written a book. It's like, what? You're depressed because you haven't written a book?
Did I do that?
Yeah. So there must have been something leading up to that
Yes.
made you feel like that. Like somebody said, you're getting on in years, you should write a book, right? And so, when people use that word should, sometimes we go, oh, okay, we should, right? So
Okay, what I'll have to do is find a short way to say it, or shorten some of what else I said.
well,
Because
one of
what led me to it was being downsized out of my job, and suddenly where I had all this money coming in, was less than a quarter of what was coming in all of a sudden. So
okay, and I don't know that we have to say that either.
no.
I mean, because you'd said, a few years later I got depressed. Why? Well, because I was getting older, and I have left no, I don't have a legacy. I don't have a legacy at all.
Sounds better.
I'm a writer, I'm a reader, and I'm a writer, and yet I haven't written a book. So then you ease us into it. So it's not just, oh, I'm depressed because I haven't written a book. Really? Right? So you were in a funk for a while, right? And then finally, you got out of it. You said, how do I get out of it? Well, guess what? Writing got you out of it, but you wrote in a journal. And then when you read the journal, 5 steps, it was a book. And you were so elated, and you published it, and Then when you said you were sick, you said sometime later I got sick, but I don't know when that was.
Yeah.
It's recently.
Yes.
It was within
I
the
actually
last-
caught that one, but I didn't want to interrupt my
Okay,
flow.
good. Well, good. Being aware of things we say is more than half the battle. So yeah, recently, because then it brings us to today.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you learn the benefits of journaling, and you had a great transition into the problem, pain, and suffering. That was so smooth. I hope all of you took notes on that because that's exactly what we want to do. It's got it, everything smooth and flow so no one knows it's a step by step by step. It just flows, right? And that will over time. But you did a great job with that flow. Okay, good job. All right, so let's go to the next one. We have to just keep moving. Sorry, we don't have time for comments, but you will at the very end when we all do our final presentation. So Beth, do you want to go next? All right, go ahead, Beth. And Beth, just a second, because I just saw this a minute ago. Just stand up and show us your sweater.
My little polar bear.
Look at that!
I thought it would be one of the last days I'd get to wear it because, you know, spring will eventually come. So
Even in Colorado.
even in Colorado.
Okay, well, it's adorable.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. How many of you hate aging? How many of you not only hate aging, you would turn back the hands of time if you could?
Amen, sister.
Super wonderful. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share how to look, feel, and live your best life at any age. And I want to thank you for being here today. Thank you for your curiosity and your time. I appreciate seeing your faces. And I want to thank RV Robinson for the invitation to share with you and her support. Let's give her some super big Zoom love. Okay. Before I share with you how to turn back the hands of time, I'd like to share a little bit about me and my journey. So when I say I've lived in Kansas, South Dakota, Missouri, Maryland, Colorado, and Virginia as a child, and landed in the Virginia, Washington, D.C. area in my high school years, you will know that we moved a lot. And I always bring that up and I ask you where you've lived because chances are I've been there. But back to me in high school, I landed in the Washington, D.C. area, and I'd come from a very small school to an enormous school. And I was devastated with this move. And so my high school days were very dismal. Sad is one description. And I kind of got lost, and it was a bad time. And when it came time to think about the future, I had no thoughts about the future. And my guidance counselor said these kind words like, "You're not college material.
Ooh.
Find a husband." Now, I was the oldest of 4 girls, and my dad was one of those working alcoholics. And my mom was starting a new career. So there wasn't much support at home, and there wasn't much forward thinking about what I was going to do. So I did as I was told and found a husband. And you can imagine it didn't work. It was a disaster. It was such a disaster. It shook me to the core, and I had to do something. This was a pivotal moment for me. And I realized that I needed to create something here, and I had the wherewithal with a lot of prayer to figure it out. And you know where I ended up? At the community college. Oh yes, I was there, and I proudly can say I tried 5 different majors. Now, while I was working on these 5 different majors, I was also working 2 and 3 jobs. I was a bank teller in downtown Washington, D.C., which was quite the trip. But I was also doing 2 other jobs on nights and weekends to survive because I was on my own. So at the community college, I finally found my love, and it was nursing, of all things, was my 5th go. And I did fall in love with the body and how it works, anatomy and physiology. And I was in night school for quite some time. So I graduated from the community college with associate's degree in nursing and was able to work full time. And I was a critical care nurse. I truly loved it. And I was in an area where we had some very prestigious hospitals, and I got to work in almost all of them. Now, I had a full-time job at one, but
I continued my education. I was going to get my bachelor's degree. So I was working other jobs whenever possible. So I was a temp nurse. I did everything. So I was going to school and I was working full time, and I was on the 10-year plan. I finally graduated with my bachelor's degree in 10 years, going to night school and on the weekends. And it was my proudest moment. I loved it, but I was going to have to go back and work night shift at my hospital because I'd lost my daytime slot to be at school. But you know what? I needed an adventure. I needed an adventure, and I needed a husband, and I needed somebody to help pay for it. So, why not join the Army? So that's just what I did, but not exactly in that. I tried the Air Force because I heard it was the easiest. I couldn't get through the sergeant. I wasn't tall enough. Now, you may not know that on Zoom because I have such a presence, but I'm really a little lady. I'm about 4'9", and you have to be 5'2" to be in the Air Force at that time. So then I went to the Navy, but their uniforms were just atrocious for nurses, and I couldn't do it. So I went to the Army, my last resort, and they just said, honey, how tall do you feel today? And I was 5'2" that day, and it's on my official record. So I joined the Army and became an Army nurse for adventure and to find a husband. And so not only, then I went to Texas, South Korea, got to travel all over the Orient. It was quite an adventure. And then back to Texas and Fort Benning, Georgia. Fort Benning, Georgia, the home of the infantry and 1,000,000 men. The only trick was I had to get off night shift to find any. And lo and behold, I promoted to captain, and I had a Friday night off. And off I went to the Oak Club to meet my girlfriends, and we were going to have drinks. I hadn't been off on a Friday night in maybe 6 months. I got there, and there they were sitting at a table with all their husbands. Now you got it. I was Beth and the couples. And if there's a guy sitting at the table, no other guy's going to come up and buy you a drink or ask you to dance. So I was absolutely devastated my hot Friday night. But I went to the table and visited with friends, and there was John. Now, I knew of John, but I did not know him personally. And he didn't speak to me the entire evening. He was single and I was single. No, didn't say a word. He'd already dated every other single girl in the hospital, and I was the last one because I was on night shift. And I just knew he'd get around to it, but he wasn't talking to me that night. He actually got up and left. Well, he was a keeper, even though he had a unique behavior that night. And we were engaged within 3 months and were married within 9. Now, I might have been a 5 major person and taken 10 years to get a bachelor's degree. But when I saw him, I went for it. And we were married within a year. And we have been married for 33 years and have 2 wonderful girls right now that are grown and live near me. So that's a very happy story. So I had adventure, I got a husband, and you know what? I got out of the Army. They had used me up. So I was off to another adventure. This was a pivotal moment. I had never not worked ever. And here I was, an Army wife, and it was time for a new chapter. It's very hard to do nursing moving. I think I moved 5 times in 2.5 years. And it's just very hard to keep a nursing job like that. So it was time to think of something different. And I was focusing on family. That was really important to me. So we moved, we went from Georgia to North Carolina to Virginia to Kansas and Hawaii and back to Colorado. And in Colorado, we have stayed. So that's enough of the moving. We have stayed in Colorado now for 23 years. So that's a little bit of my background, but let me take you to what happened to me. It seems like I went from babies to menopause and it was not a pretty thing. I felt terrible, I looked terrible, and I had no focus, and I didn't know how to do anything different. I'd had a very strong, obviously, health background, and I was doing everything I was told to do, and nothing was getting better. And the scariest thing was I could see my mother. I could see my mother with her defibrillator, her CPAP machine, and a suitcase full of meds. And I didn't want to go there, but I was heading full steam ahead. I needed to do something different, but I did not know what. And a lot of prayer again went into this. And a friend called me up kind of out of the blue and said, I just discovered this new thing. Come listen. Well, she took me into the world of holistic health. Holistic health, natural medicine, and I was amazed. It wasn't an easy transition, but I needed some answers. So that's where I have been in the last 9 years, delving into all I can find out about holistic health. It has been life-changing. I told you I wasn't looking good, feeling good, but I was on 15 prescription medications. I was sick all the time. I had heartburn. And every time I complained, I just got a new pill. I didn't like this direction, and I needed to learn. So with a few tweaks to my health care regime, I was able to get off those horrible 15 prescription medications. No more sinus infections, no more antibiotics, no more heartburn, no more heartburn meds. I was off. The aches and pains were gone, so I didn't need that. I didn't have the sadness anymore. Off that. Low energy, I was great again. And I was like a new person. And you know what? I haven't been sick in 9 years. Kind of correlates when I found out about the holistic changes. So I learned some very valuable tips, combining my Western medicine knowledge and my holistic health background now. And I am able to say with confidence that I can help women heal themselves, reverse aging, and live their best life.
Beautiful. Okay, good job. All right, so
I have to do one more thing though. I have to do the problem is
well, we'll have to do that later because you already went 10 minutes.
Okay, so I have to hack it down.
You have, okay. So, so I'll share with you just real quick how to maybe cut it down. But yeah, that was pretty long, 10 minutes, a little more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
So in the beginning, you talk about moving. So why? But you never said why. Was your father in the military or what?
Okay, he was at the health department.
Okay.
What do you think? That's what I wanted to ask you. That's one of the unique things about me is I've moved so much. Is it worth putting in or not?
Well, it's up to you. Just don't elaborate. You know, we moved a lot as a kid when I was a kid because my dad was in the health department. See, that matters because you became a nurse.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now we have a connection there. Otherwise, I thought he was in the military. That's why you went into the military. All right. So just real quick, we moved a lot. You were experienced, but again, we don't have to reiterate, all the states. And if you go there, I probably went there and, save some of that, but just because.
Okay, so just cut that whole part out and not say all those states.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. It doesn't support you and what you're trying to do. I'm not so sure that, you getting married and the first time and not serves you either because you don't have time to really explain what happened.
Okay.
So let John be your first husband. That's all.
Okay.
You're looking for a husband. That's funny. Okay. But then you told the joke ending before you told the joke, and you said, "I joined the army." No, take that out. You were going to join. You decided. So I did what any smart girl would do. I decided I was going to join the military.
Okay.
Guess what? Now I tried the Navy. They didn't work because I didn't like their outfits. The other one, I was too short and la, 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 la. Finally, I took the Army. They're the only ones that had me. And they said, how tall do you feel today? And I said 5'2", and I'm in. I don't think you have to go into saying on Zoom, you don't know how tall I am.
Okay.
You know, or I got a big presence. No, I don't
Okay.
need that right there. We don't have time. And I love the story about John, but again, yesterday you said a little streamlined. You met John. We don't have to say he was sitting at the table and there was couples only and that's
Okay.
not even relevant. You finally had a day off because you worked nights. Boom. So you had a Friday night off, and you went to this party and you met John. 3 months later, you got married or whatever it was. 9 months later, you got married. That's all really we need to know. Love at first sight. We don't need to know that he dated every single girl except you.
Okay.
You know, we don't need to know that. You know, but you fell in love. You got your husband and you've been married 33 years. Okay. So very good. And then this time you brought your mom into it. You never brought your mom in before. It's okay. But are we going to talk about your health or your mom's health? Because then later you talked about you taking the 15 meds. So we have to have a connection somewhere. And so I might say leave your mom out of it, but then you know, fast forward, you had kids, la 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 la. You know, we don't have to say that. We do have to say you left the Army, but your husband stayed in the Army, so you continued to move. But that's all we have to say. That's it. And then through life, right? You had kids, you did all the life thing, and you went through menopause, and all of a sudden, age hit. Boom. Before you knew it, you were taking 15 different meds, right? Again, I'm a nurse. I'm into Western medicine, right? So I took meds, blah, blah, blah. And then I would spend more time, because you'll have more time, on how you got into the holistic. The girlfriend that called you trying it, because that's what you're selling now. You're not selling all that Army and all the Western medicine. You're selling holistic, revolutionary, new techniques that are so different from what you learned in school and in the Army and all practice. And again, I don't think we have to talk so much about your degree either. You know,
Okay.
you went to nursing. We're going to assume you got the degrees that you needed.
Okay. Okay.
More time. Again, you know, we don't want to, you're on the 10-year plan. That doesn't serve you either.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So I like the Army thing because that's funny. No, you know, how they wouldn't take you, but spend more time, save that time and put it into your friend and the holistic, and you tried it and all of a sudden you're off the 15 meds, right? And you've reduced the age, because you forgot to say you reduced your age by 22 years.
Oh,
That's huge, because that's what you're selling. So we always have to remember when we do our story, remember we outline our story just like we're going to do the meet. Follow the story structure so that you can still stay on track and not get blindsided by so much, because we want to stay relevant and stay with what's important and always kind of elevate you and make you look your best.
Okay.
It's just we go through rags to riches. You were in poor health, and now taking all these drugs, and now you're in good health. And there's people in your audience that are on drugs and medication that want off of them,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the people your target market, right?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Last time I didn't add enough. Now I added too much. So
That happens.
I will get the balance in there.
That happens all the time. You will. Next time it'll be perfect. It'll be a perfect balance. Excellent. Good job. Let's give her some Zoom love. Excellent. All right. Who wants to go next? Do I need to pick?
No, let me go.
All right, Alice, I was going to pick you anyway. Okay.
Yeah. Before you do that.
Yeah, before I pick you.
Okay. How many of you want to be debt-free?
Yes.
How many of you not only want to be debt-free, you want more money growing in your bank forever. Great. In the next 30 minutes, I will share with you how to get inner financial peace. Thank you all for being here today. And RV Robinson, thank you for inviting me here. Before I share with you how to get your money from arrears to growing in the bank, would you let me tell you how I've used my law training and experience to save homes and get you people out of debt? I spent my early years in the small island of Grenada in the Caribbean. In the early 70s, my mother, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters moved to New York to expand our horizon and to participate in the American dream. My father had died by that time. I attended Hunter College and then New York University School of Law. I've been a lawyer since the mid-1980s. I worked in New York City law firms, the courts, not-for-profit legal organizations, and in private practice. When I decided to go into private practice in the late 90s, I had a son by then, and he was in school close to a home. I can tell you, I don't need to tell you, being a mom, a lawyer, trying to get money, dropping your child to school, picking up play dates, piano lessons, swimming. It was very difficult to get clients, get money. And sooner or later, my son, his toys, or dog, or piano were on the sidewalk with all our possessions. We had lost our home, down and out in New York City. We moved in with my mom for a while, thank God. I found a job again and worked for approximately 8 years handling Social Security disability cases and getting income for disabled people. When my son was about to go to college, I decided to venture into private practice again. One day, while I was meditating, I heard a voice say, "Go help people save their homes." It was the era of the mortgage foreclosure crisis around 2008. I thought to myself, what do I know about saving homes? And then I said, aha, you're a lawyer and you've lost yours. You know what to do. So I started calling clients and helping them to restructure their mortgages. Now I work with homeowners, the court, creditors to restructure mortgages and debt. I've learned how to be a savior and a counselor. There are many reasons why people fall hard on their financial luck. A sick child, a divorce, sick parent, loss of job. And now I save homes for business owners to essential workers. I save homes for people like Detective Bender, who worked on 9/11 disaster. He worked on the site, cleaning it up. Soon he was drinking, suffering and unable to work. His wife and 2 children and Mr. Bender were about to lose their home prior to 9/11 commemoration in 2016. I managed to reach the Daily News and they did a front page story on the Bender family. And sooner or later, another article appeared in the newspaper saying, saved. Mr. Bender and his family's home was saved. The problem is that I'm lost for a bit. Should I go on?
Keep going.
Okay, the problem is that people stay at home and they do not get help. They try, I'm lost, I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right. So you're just, the problem is, and then pain and suffering solution. But I know you got that. So
Yeah.
good job. So that part was a little more than 5 minutes, which is perfect. Once you have the problem, pain and suffering, it'll be close to 7. So what I loved about this time through, Alice, is you were very articulate, right? Did you see how articulate she was? And she took her time and told us the story. So very good, very clear. Just a couple little tweaks that you can either take them or leave them, because I love this time you said that your family moved to New York. Yesterday, I thought just you went by yourself. So your family moved. And then you said your father had died by that time. So did your dad die and then your mom moved to the family?
Yes,
Then
we had
say
5
that.
young children.
Yeah, then say that. So
Okay.
your dad died because that was the reason for the move. So your mom picked us all up and you moved to New York, living the American dream. I love that. Beautiful. And I like how you added after you got evicted, and I love putting the dog out there and being a little bit more descriptive, because before you just said you and your son were evicted. Now you put some color and emotion. Your dog, your piano. See, that gives us a visual. We can see that, your kid's teddy bear or whatever.
Piano was what got me.
What?
Piano.
Yeah, the piano, we can see that, And so I love that. And then you said you lived with your mom, or yesterday you didn't tell us you lived with your mom. So we're like, oh, relieved. And then you got a new job and this and that. So such a better telling today. And then just a little thing, again, I recommend is yesterday you said that the guy was the first responder and you left that out. You just said 9/11, but I think that's important. He was the first such and such. He was the first responder to the tragedies of 9/11 in New York City. I mean, you were there, my dear Alice. You
Yeah.
lived there. Like in California, we were so far away. We saw it on TV in horror, but we didn't have to drive around and see the aftermath year 2 later, like you did.
Right.
That's a big deal. But I think it's important to say, because you just said he started drinking. Well, he suffered from PTSD from what he went through. I think that's important. And then he started drinking to cope, right? Because he didn't get the help he needed. He started to cope. And then his life unraveled. And then he lost his home. He could have lost his wife, but he didn't.
No, she stuck
God.
with him. Yeah.
What?
She stuck with him. She told me I carried him on my back at times.
Wow.
That's how beaten down.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. I hope he's gotten the help he needs now.
It's not so great.
Not so good.
I talked to her recently.
And he's not doing so good.
No.
Oh, what a shame. Well, we'll keep him in our prayers because
But they're in their home. I make sure I call every time and I say, you are paying that mortgage to make sure that you have a home. She's like, thanks for calling. Yeah, I call her.
right. Well, there's all kinds of help for patients with or people with PTSD. I hope he goes and seeks help.
It's hard, she said. Just convincing. She said it's very difficult convincing him that he can get up from the corner. He still sometimes drinks. It's really, we can't imagine what it in fact, the paper went through detail as to what he did, body part, what he saw.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I don't have to say that,
no.
but we can't imagine the memories. It happens to people
Nightmare.
after war also,
Amen. And the nightmares,
Mhm.
we really can't. So I hope he gets the help he needs. But yeah, so I think it's important to add that because he didn't just start drinking out of the blue. He started drinking because of, of what he experienced. But great job. So next time, just add that problem, pain, and suffering, and you got it. Okay. But again,
Thank you for all your help. Thank you.
you're welcome, but very articulate. I love it. And I could follow and we could picture that piano and the little dog. Oh, okay, good job. And how old's your son now?
He's 30.
Ooh, wow.
You met him. You met him on one of the shows, one of the days. You met Sheldon, my son.
That's right. That's
I
right.
invited him to that day program.
That's right. He came.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's right. Very
And I'm his hero. So he's like, you must take Arby's class. You must. I'm not there,
Oh,
He's the one. He came and he said, you have to.
oh, very cool. Thank you. All right, very good. Good job. Let's give Alice some Zoom love. Yeah, very good. All right, who wants to go next? We have time probably for 2 more before we break for lunch. All right, really quickly, because we're wasting time just figuring it out. So be brave. All right, Ardina. Be brave. All right, I'm setting the alarm. Anytime you're ready, go.
Your special photos are your special memories. And if not preserved, they will fade away and you'll lose those memories forever. That's right. So for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how to preserve your memories so that you can continue telling your stories. But first, I'd like to thank you all for coming today. And I'd especially like to thank R.V. Robinson for inviting me. But before I get started, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about myself? Thank you. Well, when I was a little girl, actually at the age of 6, I used to love to play outside with my friends. You could find me playing double dutch with my girlfriends, riding my bicycle, but mostly I loved coloring in my coloring book. But one day when I was outside playing, my parents called me and my brother in to take a photograph. And I'm thinking, a photograph? I want to keep playing with my friends. Well, my dad, who was in the Air Force, knew that we were about to move to the Philippine Islands and that we were going to miss our grandparents for 2 years. And my grandparents, oh my goodness, they just loved us. We were 4 generations strong. My great-grandmother, my grandparents, my parents, and my brother and I. And this would be something very important to my dad, but oh my goodness, it's going to be so important to me later on in years to come. Well, we moved to the Philippine Islands, great experience, learned a new culture. But one of the things as a 6-year-old that I remembered was the beautiful, beautiful sunsets. I thought, my goodness, God has painted these beautiful colors. Well, that's what I remembered. Moving forward, I moved back to the United States, me and my family. And one of the things I remembered, I was chosen for my high school, that was Ballou High School in Washington, D.C., which is where I'm from. And I was chosen as one of the artists to paint a mural in front of the White House. Oh my goodness, I thought that was so amazing. I tell you, honestly, I just wanted to get out of class, but it was so much fun. But I wasn't the only artist that was chosen. No, they chose artists from high schools all over the metropolitan area, and I represented Ballou High School. Well, the next day I found out I was mentioned I got an honorable mention in the newspaper about my painting. Well, we soon moved to West Germany. And there I remember entering into an art contest. And these were all the military schools within a certain parameter. And I won third place for an oil painting that I still have today. But the icing on the cake, I sold my first piece of art. It was a watercolor of Dr. Martin Luther King. So now we move back to the United States. And now I'm going to go to college. Well, you would think I would go for art, but I was raised that art was not the profession to go into. You're not going to make any money being an artist. So my dad said, go for business. Okay, I'm going to go for business. I signed up for computer science management. He says, get a good job, climb the corporate ladder, you're going to be just fine. Well, most of my family was actually in the government. Everyone in my family was in the government, except for one person, that was my aunt, who was my mentor because she was an artist. But again, I went on for business. Okay, so now I moved to LA, from Washington, DC to Los Angeles. I got married. I now have 3 children. I actually went back to school again for accounting. Got my degree in accounting, staying on that business road, still trying to climb the ladder. Well, after a year and a half into the business, into the job that I was on in the accounting field, I was laid off. Oh my goodness, I was devastated. Well, my husband was in the hospital. He had just had a kidney surgery. My daughter had just had her first child. That was my first grandchild. My oldest son was attending USC, and my youngest son was in private school. Where am I going to get the money from? I'm like, Lord, what am I going to do? I mean, and I cried. I really did. I'm like, what am I going to do? Well, I believe the Lord said, go back to school. And I'm thinking, go back to school? I went for accounting. I've gone for computer science management. What am I going to do? Well, I said, this time I'm going to take something that I enjoy. What is my passion? That was easy. That was art. So I went back to school for graphic design, which has an element of art in it. I got my degree. And believe it or not, the company that laid me off rehired me to be their head graphic designer. And this was a television ministry. So this was pretty big. This was huge. And I worked with them for 11 years. And while I worked with them, I also worked from home as a graphic designer with a part-time business. So I was getting a little experience at home and also on the job training. Well, another opportunity came up after 11 years. I took a leap of faith and I resigned so that I could go into business full time. That was really scary, but I was on the road to fulfill my own passion. So today I create memorable art, legacy art, for people who want to capture those special memories by bringing life to their photos through art, so that they can continue telling their stories and pass them on from generation to generation. And if you remember the story I told you about the little girl who didn't want to come back inside to take that photograph, well, after 60 years, we found that photograph. It was black and white, old, and I'm telling you, I was so elated. I was so thankful. Here's the photograph. This is the photograph of our 4 generations. Took that photo, turned it into creative art, and it's something now that I can share with the rest of my family, and hopefully it will be passed on from generation to generation. Now, some of the challenges that I have seen with photos are tears and spills and cracks, missing parts, and water and fire damage. But mostly I see fading. And fading is really dangerous because you begin to lose the image, especially in the face. And that's what in the faces, and that's what we need. So photos that have these extreme problems due to accidents, or either sometimes because they're not taken care of, can result in losing those images forever. But don't worry and don't lose hope, because most photos can be repaired, can be restored, and brought back to life if caught in time. Deteriorating photos will continue to deteriorate though, unless we do something about it. So let's see how we can preserve those legacy and memorable moments through art. You're on mute.
All right, great job, great job. So you were 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
Okay.
So your story in the first part finished at 7 minutes and 44 seconds. So you're gonna have to pare down your story.
Okay.
I love the art. You too, like Alex, very articulate and very, here's what happened, and I love it. But we're gonna have to either speed it up or take out some of the things, like some of the learning things, some of the explanations, you know. I think it's important to talk about, you didn't get to go to the right art because your dad and all that. But then later, you know, you went back again, and you have to speed, you know, just streamline that a little bit better.
Okay.
Because it just kind of felt like, you know, okay, you're going to school, you keep going to school, you keep going to school. All right. So just look at that towards the end there and just eliminate that, because again, our story itself, we only want about 5 minutes, the attention grabber and stuff. So not even a minute. Right. So you're like almost 2 minutes over.
Okay.
Because if you're doing a 30-minute speech, you just spent almost 10 minutes.
Okay.
You know, in the beginning, and we still have the meat to go and the clothes to go.
Okay.
Right? If you have an hour, that's fine.
Okay.
Got it? And I know you've done some speeches that were 40 minutes or an hour, then 8 minutes for a story in the beginning is fine. Remember, it's 1 to 2, like in the middle, it's 2. So however much time you have, you're going to break it into fourths, and the meat has two fourths. So the beginning is a fourth, the end is a fourth. And it's give or take a few seconds and minutes, obviously.
Okay.
Sometimes you can have faster closes, but you want to put the time in the meat,
Okay.
right? Not in, you know, all of the didactic things that happen to you in your life. We just care about, well, how'd you get into photo art? Of all things, this is so unique and so different. And how do you feel about it? And to me, I just walked away with, you sure took a lot of classes and training. That might not be, you know, what you want people to remember.
Okay.
Okay. All right, good. All right, we have time for one more, and then we'll take our lunch break. Let's go. Let's give Ardina some Zoom love. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now remember too, if we have less time, like 15 minutes, and that story goes whoop, right? So we're building a longer one, but it could go a little bit less if we only have 15, 20 minutes. Okay. So if we have 15, 20 minutes, we don't want to spend 10 minutes, you know, sharing our story, because then we don't have time for the meat or the clothes, and the meat and the clothes is what's going to get us. Well, it all gets us the business. So we want it equal. Okay. Who's next? Did I see?
Go.
Okay. Michelle.
Okay. How many of you want to live a vital, vibrant, and vivacious life? How many of you not only want to live a vital, vibrant, and vivacious life, you want to live it well into your 90s?
Yes.
Wonderful. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share the ugly truth about health and aging so that you can break the code on aging well and live your best life. First, I want to thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with me today. And I also especially want to thank your president, R.V. Robinson, for inviting me. So please join me in showing her some love by giving her a thunderous applause. Now, before I share the ugly truth about health and aging and how to break the code, would it be okay if I shared the defining moments that changed my life and set me on the journey of aging well? Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to be a nurse like my older sister, Sherry, whom I love and adore, because I wanted to be just like her. And my younger sister, Lori, became a nurse too. Yep, with 3 nurses in the family, no one stands a chance. So back in the 80s, it was my senior year of nursing school. And I was on spring break, and my dad, whom I also loved and adored, decided to go for a walk. And he returned a few minutes later, which I thought was rather odd. So I asked him, "Are you okay? I thought you were going for a walk." And he replied, "I changed my mind." Really? So upon further review, I decided to take his blood pressure. And when I started pumping the blood pressure cuff up in his left arm, he experienced pain shooting down his arm. And I knew that that was a sign that something was wrong with his heart. So I did what anybody else would have done. I called my older sister and I said, "Sherry, I think there's something wrong with Dad's heart." And there was. His stress test revealed that he had blockages, and it was the worst stress test, they said, that they had ever seen. You see, heart disease runs in my family, and my dad lost his father when he was just 17. And here I was facing that same reality. So at the young age of 49, my dad had triple bypass open heart surgery. And the only reason he survived was because he had built collateral circulation around his heart from being so active. And we were blessed that he lived another 33 years and just died a few years ago. I wanted to be an OB nurse, just like my sister. But instead, after that, I ended up on the path of critical care, taking care of the open heart patients immediately following surgery, and eventually to cardiac rehab, where I fell in love with helping those very patients avoid a repeat. The same year of nursing school, my car stopped going up a steep hill, and I made the decision to wait in the car until my dad came to help me. When suddenly I found myself flying up the hill. I thought my car had somehow miraculously started. And when I looked in the rearview mirror, what I saw was red. And it was my trunk lid that was staring back at me. And I realized I had been hit. I was rear-ended by a car going 55 miles an hour when I was at a dead stop. The driver never saw me. I suffered severe whiplash that wasn't treated because I was invincible. And I thought it would get better. And we all know nurses make the worst patients. Well, it didn't get better. And from that day on, I suffered from constant pain and fibromyalgia, which eventually also led into irritable bowel syndrome. And traditional medicines didn't help. Now, I also have to confess, I am a recovering sugarholic. I am. And I admit it. I love sugar. I love everything about it. In fact, I am convinced that when we get to heaven, sweets will be good for you and lettuce won't be there. And if it is, it will taste like chocolate. That's what I believe. So this is how bad it was. When I was in high school, I would buy Milky Ways and Snicker bars and hide them under my bed. I was addicted. I would eat that instead of dinner whenever I could. Because after all, Snickers have nuts in them and they have to be healthy, right? I even have a mug that says, "Eat dessert first. Life is so uncertain." So I did every chance I got. But what I didn't realize was how much that was affecting my body until I had my wellness screening a few years ago and discovered at the young age of 55, I was pre-diabetic. Now, I've taken care of plenty of diabetics over the years to know I did not want to be one of them. So I had a decision I had to make. Continue to eat what I loved and go down that path of type 2 diabetes with pills or insulin, or give it up for the sake of my health. So guess what I did? Yep, I gave it up for the most part. Was it easy? No, absolutely not. But I started researching to truly understand our body, the effects of how we treat it, and what we can do to heal our bodies so that we can age well. And that is when I fell in love with preventative health and wellness. And here's what happened. My fibromyalgia got better, my IBS got better, and I was able to reverse my prediabetes and return my A1C back to normal. No one should have to suffer from needless pain and preventable diseases. And that is why I'm here today. The problem is that most people are walking around in pain or suffering needlessly from health issues that they don't even realize that they have, and eventually are going to become irreversible because they don't know that most diseases are preventable and that you are in control of your own health. But what if I told you there's a better way? What if I told you you don't have to needlessly suffer from pain or preventable diseases? I am here to tell you that you can break the aging code and you can take back your health.
All right, great job, great job. So good job taking the coaching and kind of tweaking that, especially with the car story. Love that. I loved. I hadn't heard it before. Maybe you said it, but I hadn't heard it. Where you said nurses make the worst patients. I hadn't heard that before. I don't know if you said it, but good. Did she say it? Well, it was a good ad anyway. Love that. And then the whole wellness screening. I love how you're passionate too, and right at the right times, you know, so keep it up. I mean, great job. So great job. Everything good.
Great coaching.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's give her some love. I don't have anything. Just keep doing that. All right, good job. All right, so we're right at 1:30. Let me give a reaction there. We're right at 1:30. So what we're going to do now is we're going to break for lunch.
12:30. 12:30.
12:30, thank you. We're going to come back at 1:30. So, and we're going to go to Jeanette and Karen, going to do theirs. And then, but what I want you to do, just to give you a little some reading while you're eating your lunch, is we are on page 19. And so 19, we're going, the meat is in the middle. It tells you about how much meat to give. So I want you to think about your meat and what you're going to put in it. Now, remember, if you look at this, it says 30-minute talk, 3 to 5 pieces. So I don't want you coming back with 10. Got it? We don't have time to put them all in. So I want you to think now and just kind of write it on paper. What are the 3 most important things you want to teach us? It's teaching. They're the teaching pieces. So if it's Beth and you're talking about health, what are the 3 things? Is it don't eat sugar? Don't eat anything white, whatever it is, eat a pound of vegetables a day. I don't know, but whatever your teachings are that your expertise is, that's where we put it in 3 to 5 pieces. All right. So just outline those pieces. Don't write anything out because there's more to go in there. But remember, anything can go into the meat. So if we want to add stories or quotes or examples or demonstrations, it would all go there. That's why we don't have time for much more than 3 to 5, because we still want to put the lettuce and the tomato and all the fun stuff inside of our sandwich. All right, any questions? Okay, great. So let's take an hour break, come back at 1:30. And I'll be here. If you need me, call me. I'll be breaking for lunch myself. But if you need something, just call my cell. All right. Everybody good? All right. Good job, everyone. We'll see you back in an hour.
gonna be done until like 6:30. In charge of your home. I'm your consultant.
All righty then, welcome back from lunch. We are going to continue with our stories and Karen is going to go next. So I am going to record. All right, Karen, whenever you're ready.
How many of you want to start doing more of what you love?
Good one.
How many of you not only want to start doing what you love, but live a more fulfilling life based on your terms?
Nice. Good one. Good change.
Great. Well, for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can maximize your strengths and succeed in life. Well, I want to thank everyone who's here. Thank you for carving out the time and energy to be here. I promise to make this worth your while. And I want to thank Arvi for inviting me. So let's give her a hand. Well, before I share with you how you can maximize your strength and succeed in life, would it be okay to share a little bit of myself? Well, all my life, I love nursing. I'm an immigrant from the Philippines, and after graduating from my bachelor's in nursing, I moved to California in the mid-90s to fulfill and live the American dream. Well, I remember when I started my first job, I was so excited, excited to help people, excited to save lives. I was excited for a couple of years. Then I started noticing I was starting to feel burnt out, stressed out. And in my head, like, really, Karen? I'm not even 5 years in nursing and I'm already feeling burnt out. In 1995, one of my sisters visited me from the Philippines, and there was something different about her. She's happy, excited, more loving, caring, and we weren't butting heads so much as we used to. And in my head, I'm like, there's something different about her. I want to have what she got. So I started, asking her, something's different about you. What's up? So she mentioned that she took a personal growth seminar and she shared what she learned. And I did like what I heard. So I told her, sign me up. Because there's no way that she's the only one who's happy and have all this good juju around her. And being around the personal growth and personal development arena, this gave me the opportunity to be introduced to great coaches and mentors, which led me in 2010 to take my master's in spiritual psychology at the University of Santa Monica, and I completed it in 2012. Well, I've been a hemodialysis nurse for 14 years. Then one day in 2015, our manager called for a staff meeting and shared that the hospital was planning to sell the dialysis unit I was working at because the hospital was losing money. Well, I didn't want to lose my seniority. I've been with the company for 14 years. So as soon as the meeting was done, I logged in and went to our hospital's website and started searching for RN job postings. I was looking for a lateral transfer. Well, serendipity happened. Our case management department was hiring nurses and willing to train nurses with no case manager experience. I'm like, oh, thank you, God. Of course, I jumped in and didn't let that opportunity pass. Well, during that time, I decided to hire and work a life coach. This was not my first rodeo. I've always hired coaches in different stages in my life because I've experienced the great benefits of having a coach. Working with a coach, I knew I needed someone to co-partner with during that job role transition from dialysis nurse to case manager. Well, one of our coaching sessions was to list my top strengths. And I will never forget what my coach said. Karen, what if you just strengthened your strengths, really looked at what you do well, focused on that and mastered that, then delegate the rest of your weaknesses? Got me thinking. I'm like, that made sense. So I completed a strengths assessment and discovered my top strengths. Like, oh my, what a revelation. I had a sense and kind of knew my strengths and what I'm good at, but what I loved about the assessment, aside from the fact that I was able to discover my strengths and see the ranking of my strengths, I also had a name for those talents, natural talents and strengths. So like aha moments, like light bulb moments, right and left. I'm a lifelong learner. I knew that. And no surprise that there's a strength called learner. And people with strong learner talents, not only do we love learning, but we also intuitively know how we learn best. We can absorb information and knowledge quickly, like really fast. And when focused, we can keep a group, a team, or even an organization on the cutting edge. And ding, 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 when I heard cutting edge, I'm like, that's what was missing in dialysis. Because dialysis is routine and there's a little bit of downtime in between patients. Unaware about strengths, the way I fed my strengths while I was in dialysis, I always had a book. Well, I didn't have a book with me and read whenever I got the chance. And now that I'm doing case management, my learner strength is thriving and happy. Because every couple of months, we change rotation. So for 2 months, I'm assigned to review mother and babies. And maybe the next rotation, I'm reviewing ICU and heart patients. So like my learner was really thriving and really satisfied. And this is also the reason why I love coaching, because in coaching, there's vast and endless opportunities to expand my knowledge. Our strengths are our zone of genius. I call it our superpowers. One of my superpowers is my ability to spot and see talents and strengths in others, usually before anyone else does. I love helping people get excited about discovering their superpowers and maximize their potential. And I can easily see what people do best and which jobs or roles they'll be good at. I can see how people's talents match the task they must complete. And since spotting someone's strength is my zone of genius, so when I coach someone, I take them from good to great. Well, so today I will share with you how you can maximize your strengths and succeed in life. Because here's the problem. Most people don't even know what their strengths are. They die without even discovering their full potential. They pay little attention to it. They're feeling uninspired, unproductive, and most people work on their weaknesses. But here's the thing, no matter how much work and how much investment you put in your weaknesses, you will never be good at it. So people are not able to maximize and live their fullest potential. They settle for a career and a life that doesn't bring fulfillment. Everyone has a specific set of natural talents and abilities. And when you intentionally apply your talents, you can become your greatest source of fulfillment. You become more confident, happy, energetic, and likely achieve most of your goals and design your life based on your strengths. Yes. Oh, you're on mute.
Great job. Good job. All right, so 7 minutes and 53 seconds. So that's pretty close to 7.5 minutes. So just be careful. I know you wrote out your story because I can tell you were reading it, and it's very eloquently written. I love it and very clear. But just be careful. You're going to have to become that script so that you don't forget it. In the online world, a lot of people think that it's okay to read now. It is not okay, right? So, I mean, again, it was well read, well developed, but again, it's a disconnect if you're going to try to deliver it for real that way. I mean, now you're learning it, you're creating it, we get that. I just want to give a caution to the wind here, because sometimes in the online world, we feel like we can cheat a little bit, right? Look at Cheryl's going, yeah. And I'm here to say, no, you can't. If you want to go from good to great, if you want to be that $1 million speaker, we become the script. We don't cheat. We don't have notes. We just connect and share our passion and our love with one another. Because one day, even with PowerPoint, because one day we're going to be back live, and we're not going to have the ability to read or to even have PowerPoint. So you have to be able to deliver it without it, right? So all my speeches, I've now kind of transferred to PowerPoint in this world. But then last month, I went and delivered it without PowerPoint, right? So it just depends. But I learned it before without the PowerPoint, so it was really easy to go back. So just be careful. I just want to give you a little caution of that, but very well done, Karen. Very well done. I love how in the beginning, and your beginning was much stronger this time, where you always loved to be a nurse. And then you came from the Philippines, living the American dream. I love all that. Very well done. Much better. I'm starting the start of your story. Your attention grabber was better. You changed it, and that was better. That was right on. All right. So very good with that. Very passionate. Love it. So very good. I mean, I don't have anything that I would suggest except, you will have to get away from the script eventually, very soon, or put the script right in front of the camera if you do have to read it. But again, you know your story, but it's very well written. Very well written.
Harvey, I know I used the word assessment and you said like, oh, not to use assessment. Like, is that appropriate?
That's okay. What we talked about don't use assessment for is when you ask people if they want to sign up for a free 30-minute assessment. They're going to say no, right? But using it in your talk is perfectly fine. Yeah. Very well done. Let's give her a big hand. She worked over lunchtime to deliver that. I could tell. Very good. Just like a learner, right? Now the A personality is like, I'm going to eat lunch, man. I don't care. I'm going to eat lunch. The learners, the high Ks, the high knowledge people, they're going to like sacrifice lunch just to get it all perfect. So good job. You're all high learners or you wouldn't be here, right? Right. Okay. So let's go to Jeanette. Yeah, let's give her a heart, give her some love. And I wish it was easier to do the heart thing, do something like just hit a button or something, if any of you know that, but we have to look, okay, reactions, click, but I wish we could do it a little faster and easier. All right, Jeanette, you look like you went and combed your hair and spoofed all up for this moment.
I'm glad I'm fooling you. Just added some lipstick.
Good, that's it. There you go. Even on a bad day, as long as there's lipstick, right? You can have a good day. That's my motto. All right. Let me stop this. So again, 7 minutes and 53 seconds. And let's go to clear that. Okay, I'm ready anytime you are, Jeanette.
56% of folks over 65 own smartphones, but many of them really don't know how to use it. No problem. Today, for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to give you some techniques and empower you to be a little bit more friendly with your devices. First, I'd like to thank you for being here today, for your curiosity and your willingness to learn. And I'd also like to thank RV Robinson for giving me this opportunity to come and speak with you today. About 4 years ago, I was presented with a decision of giving back to my community and at the same time finding a way to get back into the working market. I had been out of it for a while. In speaking with my sister, she reminded me, hey, we love older folks. We've been around grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Why don't you consider going down to your local senior center? So sure enough, I took that to heart, went down to the Menifee Senior Center, asked the director if there was any opportunities, and she says, sure, you can work in the kitchen with our great kitchen staff, or you can work the front desk and be a part of our Tech Time program. Well, whoa, tech, that sparked something in me. And I said, oh, I would love to be a part of your tech program. Soon, we had a waiting list of over a month. And so I grew the program from 1 day a week to 2 days a week. And we offered 30-minute free sessions for cell phones, tablets, laptops, apps, whatever they needed to learn. When I started being around seniors, I got excited because I realized that this was aligning with my value system. I believed in the golden rule of treating others the way I'd want to be treated. And I put myself in their place and thought, hey, I think this would be a good thing to do. I also believe that we are all lifelong learners, and it really doesn't take much for us in order to learn, just remembering ABCs, 1, 2, 3, since we've been children. So I put on my hat of patience, and I took educational experience at Biola University in servant leadership, and I put that to work. And I tried very hard to match my communication with theirs and to evaluate what their skills, experience, and interests were, and come up with a plan that was specific to their needs. During this time, I met all kinds of folks. I met, the old, hey, I've got a flip phone and don't you dare tell me to upgrade to something new, to those who were iPhone users and Mac users and were very familiar with searching the internet and finding solutions. Soon, I heard a repeated pattern, and that pattern was, oh gosh, we are so thankful for giving us this 30-minute free session, but I need more. 30 minutes goes by too fast. Do you know anyone who could come to my home, could help me more specifically? And I thought, whoa, okay, this is an opportunity. I'm remaking myself. I need an opportunity to make some money. Let's turn this around. I showed up at some networking events, and at one in particular, I met a really awesome mentor, which many of you know. And one of the things that she said to me before I would be seated was, before you sit down, I need a bio, a photo, and I need it this evening. I'm going to do an article about you in the newspaper. Whoa. I thought, well, this is great. This is an opportunity to get started. The article came out, and one of the last sentences, she invited me to write. So I started writing articles for a local newspaper on senior technology as well as senior issues. Along the lines, I grew my interest in seniors and became a senior advocate. And along with that, at the same time I was beginning my business, I brought my aunt who has dementia to live with me. And I learned what it's really like to be a caregiver. And that increased my empathy and my need to share knowledge. So we come to present day. I've been working at helping seniors feel more empowered, more confident, and less frustrated, and especially not relying on other people to teach them. I like to teach seniors to be self-reliant and to investigate and learn. Today, I know many of you feel frustrated with your device, and it's really not necessary. I'd like to help you become a friend and learn that it really starts with you. I believe that my way and many other people's way is to assist with integrity, patience, and compassion. Today, hang on to your seat, and we're going to learn some things. And I think you're going to come out of here today feeling a little bit better about that device you've had in the drawer for a while.
Okay, very good. Let's give her a big hand. Okay, very good. All right, so it's getting clearer and clearer, more concise. Oh, let me look at what time. All right, 6 minutes and 26 seconds. So very good. You have a little wiggle room. So very good. Let me put my glasses on. I made some notes. Okay, so in the very beginning, so I love, the statistic works and everything. But then, I don't know where this came from, and I don't think it was intentional, but so maybe you weren't aware, but kind of like you were like, In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to show you, right? I don't know where that came from. You know, did anybody else pick up on that? It's like for the next 30 minutes. Yeah, did you, Labana? So we need to make sure that we, even though we might have said it 100 times, we have to make that story look, feel, and sound like it's the first time we're saying it, right? Bring full energy, full, you know, so you can't get tired of your own words or your own stories. You know, keep it up. After you practice 15 hours, yeah, you might feel like that, but you still got to make sure that the audience doesn't see that. And then you just went along really, really great and smooth. And then you came to the point where you were talking about your mentor. And then you said something. We all have to be careful of little like side things like this because you said, which many of you know. Right? Now I'm going, I think I know who it is, but who is it? But I left you for a few seconds, right? Because I'm like, well, who's she talking about? Are you talking about Robbie Motter? Right?
Yes.
Right. So it's better if you don't say anything because the other people might be going, well, who? I don't know who it is. What, you know, and you leave them in the dust.
Oh, okay.
Right. So my mentor, and you leave it at that. Remember, we said we don't necessarily in this on our story tell who our mentor is. If someone
Right.
to know later and they come and ask, we tell them, but only because we don't want them to go off and not listen to us or be stuck somewhere and not listen to us or get distracted.
Sure.
So that's why that's the whole point throughout our whole speech, not just our story. It's more critical here because we're in rapport. But even throughout our whole story, just watch that. Be careful that you're not sending somebody to La La Land. You want to there with you. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, tiny things. And then of course at the end, you did say today 2 times in a row. Probably heard yourself. So we just want to clean that up a little bit and just say it once. And then today it's like, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you to master your devices. Who wants to do that? Yay! All right, let's go. That kind of thing. But just don't say today 2 times in a row. There's only one today. All right, but very, very good. Let's give her some Zoom love and some claps. That was very good, very streamlined from where it was. Okay, very good. All right, so good job, everyone. Good job. So do some high fives on the side of the screen. Some high fives. Okay, so now we're going to go into the meat. So we're going to design the meat. Now, when we talk about the meat, we're not going to have time here today to talk about the details of the meat because that's your knowledge. I know you know it. But what I am going to do is share with you, right, a little bit about the meat. So we all read this on page 19, how much meat you can have. Now we're going to go to, we're not going to go talk about body language today because obviously we're in this environment. So the most important thing in this environment, of course, is to look at your camera and to try to use some sort of hands just to keep the audience, stimulated visually. All right. But you're more than welcome to look at that on your own because I want to go. Okay. All right. No, we're good. Okay. We're just really on page 19. I thought I had more to it than that, but I don't. Okay. So we're going to talk about the meat and we're on page 19. We'll go to the other stuff to spice it up in a little bit. But we're right after the problem, pain, and suffering. You've got another page, which is an outline, number 8. That's where we are. All right. So we're going to talk about, let me get out my little device because we are going to talk about the meat. Okay, whenever you have one of these, it always defaults to be your microphone. So Karen was saying she later yesterday, she couldn't hear me. It's because I plugged this in and forgot that it becomes my microphone, and then I put it down there, and all of you probably couldn't hear me. So, say something if you can't, but just be aware of it for yourself. I knew it, but then, with everything else I was doing, I didn't pay attention to it. Okay. So what we're going to do now is just a little discussion about the meat. So I got to get in position here. Get my markers all ready to go. All right, so if we take a look. All right, so let me get another pen. All right. Let me share my screen and get on. No, not yet. Okay, so just a second, it's not, should be fine, it's on. Okay, hold on. Let me exit my full view, there it is. It's a little tricky sometimes. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody can see that. All right. Everybody can see that. All right, got to get my gloves on. Got to get my gloves on. Okay, you'll thank me later. All right, so here's where we're at right now. So if we look at our sandwich, right, what we've been working on is the rapport, right? And now what we're going to do later is going to be the close. Inside is the meat. We got 3 to 5 points that we can do. And then also we need to make sure we just did the mayonnaise, right? The mayonnaise or the dressing. We're also going to add lettuce, so it's not dry, and tomatoes. All right. So if you thought, well, what is the lettuce and the tomatoes in your speech sandwich? What do you think they are? Who can tell me? If I said add lettuce and tomato to spice it up, what do you think we're adding?
Story.
Yes, very good, Jeanette. Stories, quotes, examples, demonstrations, meditation, if that fits. So whatever we're adding to drive home the point of what it is that we are teaching. So when we work on the meat, we're going to work on that as well. So now let's look at how we can create the 3 to 4 pieces of meat. Several ways you can do this. We can do it linear. So we could do number 1, right? Number 2, number 3. Now this works if we're using steps. If you said you had a step-by-step process, then we need to do it step by step, one after the other, because you're telling people, look, all you have to do is do this step, and this step, and you're going to be at better health. The other way, of course, is ways. You can do, 3 ways, 3 secrets, Let me go up a little bit. There we go. 3 secrets. 3 keys. Right? So we can use a linear way in all of them, but if we do step by step, we have to use the linear. Does that make sense? So the other way that we can do everything except the step by step, the ways, the secrets, the keys, is through acronyms, right? Through acronyms. And so that's what I always use. So how do you develop an acronym? Well, there's 2 ways to develop it. One way is to create the acronym you want. So one of the things I was talking about with Alice is I could see her acronym, peace, right? She could use money, but I don't know. To me, peace is even more powerful. And then she could start filling in the blanks. So Alice, if I said right now, let's use peace, I need something for the P, what would you immediately come up with that you teach? You're muted. Unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Payments.
Payments. See how easy that is? Payments. And then she can talk all about payments, right? So you would just go on and on and on. So that's one way. You create the acronym first, and then you kind of fill it in. But that's not the only way. Some of you might say, well, I don't know, there's certain things I want to talk about. Fine. Then you write those same things. So let's continue with Alice as an example. So Alice could say, okay, well, one of the things I want to talk to is about payments. The other one I want to talk about is debt. The other one I want to talk about is the home mortgage or whatever, right? Okay, what's something else? Alice, what's something else you might? I'm just guessing, but.
Yeah, I got you.
Finances?
Finances, okay. Financial or finances. What else?
Strategies. Is that good?
Strategies. Okay. So let's say that this is enough. So now that's one way, right? So one way is the acronym and just trying to fit it. The other one is brainstorming. These are the ideas, the meat, the principles, the teaching, whatever you want to call them, the nuggets that I want to talk about. Then what you do is look at it and try to find, right? So we don't have
The vowels.
vowels here, right? So
No vowels.
we would either change one of these or we add more, right? So we might add, what's something with a vowel?
I'm trying to get it.
Okay, so let's just guess. Let's just say it's an E and it stands for the end, right?
Ability.
A what?
Ability to make the ability.
I love it. Ability. Okay, so now we got ability. Ability. Okay, so now she can take that and see, well, what words can I make of that? Right? Okay, so let's just say she doesn't know, she wants to make the word peace, but let's just say, okay, she's got a P, right? We got an E, right? We got an A. Okay, what's that starting to look like, right? Now, we don't have, okay, so we have that. Now we don't have that, we don't have any of these. And now I think, okay, well, I want to spell peace. How can I turn one of these into a C word? Right? So you just become creative.
Contentment.
What?
I said contentment, you know, that
Contentment.
everything
Okay.
is, everything's finally working out.
All right, so C for contentment,
And E for end game.
right? And then another E for end game, right?
Mhm.
And so even though you say, well, I haven't talked about debt and finance, can't you talk about debt in the end game and the reduction of debt?
Yeah.
Can you work in home mortgage when you're talking about contentment and
Contentment,
owning
yeah.
your own home? Right?
Yes. Mhm.
So that's how we work it. Now, the beauty of using acronyms, and of course, I'm the queen of acronyms, is you don't have to, if it doesn't make sense in what you're training. No, there's no rules that say that you have to go from top down. There's no rules that say you have to go from top up. And I did this one time when I was doing a speech and I spelled out, it was I was at Biola, as a matter of fact, Jeanette, and it was for a Christian conference. And I was spelling out the word awaken because it was called the Awaken Conference. Awaken had a Y in it. And so I talked all about that, how you can awaken this, the speaker inside of you. But I didn't want to go in top down or down up. So I just decided I was going to move around. So I might have started with the A, and then I did the E, and then I came down to the other E, and then I did the C, and then I did the P. The point being is you can go out of order as long as you are crystal clear on where you're at. So I would have to say, all right, we're going to start with the A. And the A stands for, attitude or whatever ability. Then we're going to move over to the C. We're going to go out of a little order now, and I'm going to jump up to the E. You see, so as long as you're crystal clear, so you can walk your clients and your audience through where you are so they don't get lost, because for them to get lost is just like them getting distracted. They've left you and they get frustrated and they go, oh, I don't know where she's at. Or they turn to their neighbor and go, where are they? So just be real clear. So it's up to you now, whether you want to do a 1, 2, 3, which is perfectly fine, or an acronym. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to stop my share. Stop my share. All right, we are going to take a few minutes now and you're going to think about your meat. You're not going to fully develop it. This is something you're going to fully develop on your own. But you know what you want to talk about. You know your key points. You know the good stuff. You don't want to give them any old used stuff. You want to give them the latest and greatest, right? So Beth, you could spell out the word life. Right, is a good acronym. You're muted.
I want to spell out CEO. That's what I want to spell out.
Okay.
That's kind of my theme, to be the CEO of your
Of
health.
your own health.
I can't think of anything for the O. I'm just kind of blank on that. And I don't know whether I should put my product in. Is one of the things I need to say is I have a secret weapon. But I don't know, I'm stuck on an O.
No, okay, so for you, and this goes for everyone, you can mention you've got a secret weapon, but the minute you tell people what it is, then they don't have to have that 30-minute strategy session with you.
Oh, yeah, I can't tell them what it is.
No.
I just have to say, I do know of the grace factor, and
Okay, good.
yeah, but I'm not telling.
No.
But I need an O.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. But
Okay.
one of the things, because we have to, I just want to cover everybody's question. So one of the things that I do, a little secret that I do, is I take out my little spelling dictionary. This thing I've had for probably 30 years, right? I keep it right at my desk and I just go to whatever word, like the F, and I go and I just cruise through it and see if something sticks out. F, okay, freedom, financial, family, until I find something that works. And just by doing that, there you go, Beth. And so I'll see something that just fits. So O for you could be opportunity. You know, opportunity at help.
You know, I think you've been doing this a while. It's just amazing how you come up with all this good stuff.
Ah, good, thank you.
She should consider
Yeah,
a master teacher, speaker teacher. She should think about that as a good field for her. She may be able to make it in that.
what are you, I'm sorry, say that again?
No, I'm saying you really should think about becoming a master speaker trainer.
Okay, girl, thank you.
Just a tip, just a tip.
Just a
You
heads
seem
up.
you seem to have strength in that.
I mean,
I
you're
love it.
really amazing at that. It's a thought. You should just think about it first.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Cheryl. All right, so what we're gonna do now is you're all gonna decide, right? Do I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Again, if you're doing steps, you almost have to do them because they have to be done in order, or at least that steps indicate that they have to be done in order, right? But if you don't have that kind of order, have fun with some kind of acronym. And, you know, we'll play with it there. So all you're going to do right now to create your meet is like exactly what I did, you know, playing around with Alice. You're going to just decide on what you're going to talk about because you've got this much to talk about and you only have time for 3 to 5 steps. So make it your, or not steps, but 3 to 5 educational pieces of meat. So make it your very, very best. Pull out your best stuff, stuff that people haven't heard of, if you possibly can. So if we're talking about journaling for Luana, it's like, how do we journal? You know, what do we do? Right? Well, I know we got to go get a journal. That's kind of obvious. So I would waste it on that. But, you know, but maybe there's other tips, or get a journal with lines on it is better than blank, or, you know, get a journal that makes you smile. I don't know. And then tell us how to journal. Maybe we need to journal in the morning. Maybe we need to journal at night. Maybe when's the best time and techniques for journaling? Because I don't journal. I don't know anything about journaling. I've heard about it, but I'm not an advocate of it. So I'm your perfect target market, right? You're here to share and educate me why I need to be doing it.
Okay.
All right, good. Let's have some fun, ladies. All right, so I'm
Okay.
going to be sitting right here. If you need some help, just, you know, wave or holler. But let's have some fun. So we're going to take 10 minutes to do that. Actually, we're going to have 11. So at 2:30, we're going to come back. So that's all. We should be able to do 3 or 4 different acronyms in that time. All right, so I can't wait to hear what some of them are. Good, Michelle. Michelle went and got her book too. Good, good for you. Yeah, get a dictionary, get a, you know, anything to help you. You might even need a thesaurus. So I got those two right next to me. Forget the computer one. I like just pick it up and get it. By the time I go to the website, I already have this in my hand. So.
I should get a dictionary here.
Okay.
Let me ask then, so this will help prompt the recording. Do you need to have one of these for each of your letters? Do you need a story or a testimony or a quote to spice up your letters? No,
Not every single one, no, just what's appropriate.
but you need something besides just banging these out.
You don't, but it's good to have just to spice it up. But
Okay,
you might, it depends on how many letters you have. If you have 5 letters, you might have 2 that don't have any supporting testimony or anything,
okay,
right? But if you have 3, you might, but you don't use the same one. So if you have 3, you're not going to use the story for every single one, because then that's like, okay, I hear you already, right? Or a testimony for all 3. So Ardina, why don't you say yours again so we can get it on the recording?
Okay, sure. Okay, I use the acronym ART, A-R-T. So A is for assess the problems. I'll be using audience participation. R is for repair and restore. I will be using a testimony. And T is for taking the restored photo to the next level. And I will do a demonstration, an art demonstration.
All right, great. So we got that. All right, so quickly, we're going to go around the room and you're going to do your acronyms again, just so we can have them on the recording in case you go, what was that? I forgot. So real quick. So Beth, go ahead.
okay. My first one is CEO, and the first C stands for change. Oh, are you open to change? E is going to be for elements, food and exercise, and O is for going to be outrageous results. And then I also did life. L is for learning new ways. I is for information, how to gather it. F is for fundamentals, diet and exercise. And E was for enjoy your new vision.
Beautiful. Good job. Next, let's go to Michelle real quick.
Okay, my acronym was LIFE, and I chose that living organism. Investigate, so know your numbers. Food, you are what you eat. And E, energy.
Beautiful. Cheryl, real quick.
Okay, mines were steps. And I was talking about the steps to learn to think bigger. First step is you really have to think about what it is you want. You have to think and really, really visualize it and study it out and really give serious thinking. And then step number 2 is you need to really map it out. Exactly like how when you go to a mall and right inside that door, you see a map with the locations of all the stores and restaurants, etc. in the building. The 2 most important things on that map is where you are and then the mark that says the location where you're trying to go, because you have to know where it is that you're trying to go for you, so you will know what direction to really go in. And then the 3rd step is get accountability. Of course, we all have tried to wing it. And if you have the next 10 years, that's fine too. But if you're trying to make it happen sooner, you want to get in a mentor, a coach, an accountability partner, somebody that will put that pedal to the acceleration of you going, really there to keep you committed to what you said you're going to do, keeping you accountable, someone to account to, someone to call the next day and say, yes, I did what I said I was going to do.
Okay, so we're just outlining really quickly. All right, let's keep going. Okay, let's go to Alice.
So peace. P for profile, for the personal and work history. Examine your lending and credit history. Analyze your situation to discuss options. C for challenges and how I, as a lawyer, can help you overcome them. E for emotion, making you feel worthy and an excellent human being again.
Beautiful. All right, Ardina went already. Karen.
Mine's step by step,
Mhm.
name it, claim it, aim it.
Love it. Jeanette,
Mine is the acronym for power, practice for success, opportunity, try something new, where you want to go, E, entertain, make it fun, R for reach, for more. Learn.
love that. All right. Luana,
Mine is how to get started. One is to with pen, pencil, pencil and paper, computer or recorder. Two is first thing in the morning or first thing in the evening. Three, write every day. I'm sorry, got tongue tied there. Write every single day, but don't beat yourself up if you have to miss one. Start simple, such as writing what it is that you did for the day. 5 is try different types of journal once you get used to journaling.
beautiful. All right, good job. Excellent, good job. Give yourself a big hand, woo. All right, so now we're on page 28. We're gonna do the close. So we're doing great. You're all doing great. So 28, so we wanna end with a bang. We wanna end with power. So we're gonna talk about the 5-step close. We're also on, in our outline, we're on page 5. So we want a transition statement out of the meat. A transition statement out of the meat is simply letting people know that you're complete, that you're done. So that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 3 steps to better health. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the 3 steps to finding your strength. So you can ad lib, use your title again. That is the, 3 steps to thinking big or thinking out of the box or whatever. And so we let them know that we're done. We don't have to summarize, that's an old model, but we just let them know we're finished with the content and we're ready to roll into, into the invitation. But before we go into the invitation, the call to action, this is where, if you had to have a Q&A, this is where I recommend you put it. Most people put Q&As where?
At the end.
At the end, right. And they just poop out to nothing, right? Are there any questions? Nobody has a question because they didn't give them time to answer it. And so they just fade away. You want to end powerfully. You want to end with a bang, just like you started. So I moved it up to the 2nd spot, but I don't recommend Q&As ever, because you're going to get some Yahoo in the audience who's going to want to steal your speaking time, never have a real question. They just want to hear themselves talk. Hecklers. So just avoid that. Or, it's better to avoid that and put more time into your content and go deeper with the content, because those questions, most of the time, you can't really effectively answer them in the allotted time that you have, unless you're in your own room. Then anything goes. You could ask and answer questions throughout the entire presentation, just like I've done for the last couple of days. But here we are, we're at our end of our presentation. You can handle this 2 ways. If you feel like you've got to have questions and you've left some time, like Alice, probably her topic would lend itself to questions, and probably very pointed questions. Most of us probably not. So if you have to have questions, then what you do to handle that is you have a typical question ready, because people are not ready for you to say, are there any questions? Why? Because they're used to it being at the very end of your presentation. So they haven't formulated it. So if you're going to have a Q&A session, then start out by saying, are there any questions? Wait a beat, and then say, well, a typical question that is asked me, or a common question that is asked me, is what do I wear when I speak? Well, what I share with people is dress authentically to yourself, but out of respect to your audience, and your topic, without distractions. So For you, it's going to be different for everybody. So maybe you leave the big earrings at home, right? Maybe, if it's too big of print, maybe you tone it down. So you just want to eliminate any distractions or anything upstaging you. So big bows, big scarves, anything that would upstage you, get rid of. So people will only focus on looking from, the chest up. So then I talk about that. Then I go, are there any more questions? And people have had time to formulate. They're going to ask me a question. Other people, they're just going to think they had a full Q&A because I've answered a question. So either way you win, you look like the winner. But make sure you have time. So there's a common question that's asked all of you. Just have that ready. A common question that's asked me, make sure it's not about money, like how much is my coaching? No, don't go there. That's salesy. But maybe, maybe.
How do we answer that, RB, when they put us on the spot? How much is your coaching?
Well, and sometimes people will, and you just say, you know what, I'd love to answer that, but I'm not sure how much you will actually need until we sit down and talk. So come and see me after the meeting and we'll have a strategy session. Or if you're online, I'll put my calendar link in. Let's do a strategy session. Let's first find out what your needs are. Then I'll be better able to answer that question. Because you really can't. You don't know if they need 3 months, 6 months. You don't need to know if you need to refer them to a specialist that they're, maybe PTSD and that's not what you do. So it's really, in all fairness to you and them, you really can't answer that till you talk to them more. And then I just have a rule of thumb, never sell standing up. So if you're speaking, you're standing up. If you're at a networking meeting, someone comes up to you and says, how much do you charge? Don't tell them then. You're standing up. You got to get them in the seated position over lunch, over a Zoom call, in your office, knee to knee. That's where you sell people. Never, never, never sell standing up. You'll lose and they'll lose. So write that down. Never sell standing up. Millions, that's where we'd go, right? Right, Luana? Millions. Millions, that's $1 million idea.
This is one of those speaking courses that Toastmasters need, because they still teach the old traditional way that we spoke.
Yeah, they haven't progressed or moved on, I know. Yeah, they say you got to tell them what you told them and tell them what you did. No, that's an old model. We're not idiots. The world speeded up since that was developed. We don't need to rehear it and all that stuff. Right. Okay. Okay, so how do you handle it when you say, okay, I don't have any questions, right? Well, good. You would say, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I am going to, if it's live, I'm going to be standing right here at the end of my talk, coming to ask me whatever you like. Now, you're not going to answer that question. They're going to ask it and you're going to say, that's a great question, but I'm afraid we're going to get interrupted, which you will, because you're going to at least get 5 leads that are going to come to you. So you have to kind of get their business card and send them on their way. So just ask for a business card, just be honest, say, hey, you know what, that's a great question, but I'm afraid we're going to get interrupted. So how about this? Why don't you give me your business card and I will, make it a point to call you tomorrow morning and I will answer whatever you like right there. Then as they give you that business card, so they hand you the business card, then when they're not looking, you take the corner and you fold it so that they don't see it, because you're going to forget who the hot lead is. This will tell you who the hot lead is. Got it? So you don't do it in front of them. You don't go, I'm ruining your card right in front of you. They're not going to like that very much, but just when you have it, and you're telling them, listen, I'll call you tomorrow morning. Would that be okay? You just kind of bend it to remind yourself. Otherwise, you might have tons of cards in your purse and forget, oh my God, who was the hot lead that came up to me? Because you're just going to forget. We meet so many people, right? And like, if you're like, this card, it's so little that I can't even see it when I'm talking to them, because I'm not going to be having my glasses on. You're not going to stop and go get your glasses because you break the connection. So all you have time for is looking straight in the eye and ask the question and then say, oh, give me, great question. But I'm afraid we're going to be interrupted. So how about if I call you tomorrow and we'll spend some time on the phone? So you don't want to say strategy session because they're never going to sign up at this point. You take control and get their business card. Don't you give them a business card, say, call me in the morning. They'll never call you. You are a star. You're a celebrity. They're not going to bother you. You've got to take control of the lead and get it and take it. And remember, this is worth millions right here, this one little technique. And I know Karen's been in my classes before, she's seen it. This is $1 million technique right here. Fortune is in the follow-up. Then you call them the next day. You don't wait a week and go, oh, remember me. You go, hey, we met yesterday at my presentation and you had a really great question. So let's set up a time to talk. Now, that's probably not a good time to talk if they answer the phone. But you do either, you call them up because you said you're going to, and you can call them up and set the appointment if they answer, or you could call them up and say, we met yesterday. I'm going to email you a link to my calendar. I'd love it if you'd get on it. Now you took the time to call. They're feeling important and significant. They're more apt to open the email and book it. Right? So take that time. This is worth millions to you. Whatever your coaching program is, thousands of dollars. So treat it like that. This is gold. So treat it like that. Okay. So that's how you handle it. Thank you. That's how you handle it both ways. One, if you have a question. Two, if you don't. So you're going to write down. Now, again, the only people here that really have, would probably have a lot of questions is Alice, right? I find reverse mortgages and some of those things, and people are scared. They're going to like, I got a question right now, how's it going to hurt my credit score or whatever,
Well,
Okay.
I don't like questions and answers either because they come from left field.
That's true too. Then just say, I know you have a lot of questions. This is a topic where you're going to have a lot of questions. I want to answer them, so come and see me. Now, if you are in the online world, don't ask them to put them in the chat because they're private, especially with what you do, Alice. So what you do is you say, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I'm going to put my email in the chat. I want you to email me with your question and I will personally answer you and or set up an appointment to discuss it more, right? Because you might need more clarification. And your point here, your objective is to get through to where you are one-on-one with Zoom with them doing a 30-minute strategy, discovery, whatever you want to call it, session. It's not so you answer their question.
Right.
You tell them that, but then you're going to say, you know what? This question needs more clarification. It's not that cut and dry. So let's set up a 30-minute free strategy session. Here's my link, right? And then what I do is I print it out and I have a follow-up folder that if I didn't hear back from them, I know who dropped the ball. And then I write back. I said, you know what, a week ago, I sent you my calendar link. I noticed you didn't sign up. I want to make sure that I didn't drop the ball, right? And that gives me permission to bother in a way, reach out to them again. And I put in the subject line, did I drop the ball? That gets people to open it. Okay. So then they know, okay, she's reached out twice. Yeah, I guess it's okay for me to talk to her or whatever, right? Most people give up in one or two touches. I've had people that call me and I really want their stuff, but I just forgot. And they don't think enough about me to call me back or to, and I don't have any way to get a hold of them. So you're not bugging anybody. I would say 7 times. If someone's interested, you owe them at least 7 times. 7 touches. All right, so that's how you do it virtually. That's how you do it on the live stage. So that's 10, step number 10. Now, before we go on, are there any questions? Beth, you look like you had a question.
I was trying to figure out if we were still on number 10 or not.
Yes,
So you packed a lot in those little teeny lines.
you just have to pick
Yeah.
one. Now, why it's teeny is because I encourage you, because this is where you're writing it out. This isn't your notes. Your notes are, your handwritten notes are going to be, on,
Where are we?
in the manual. We are on page 30.
Okay.
So this is for what you're going to say. So what I recommend most everybody say is, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. I'm going to be standing right here. Come and see me after the meeting. Or I'm going to put my email in the chat. Please email me your question. And that's it. That'll fit on one of these 2 lines. That's your script.
Okay.
And you'll get where that's automatic, right? I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer.
Harvey,
Yes, sure.
give another example of that end of the talk, 5-step close, step 9 transition statement.
Okay. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you can think big. Now, I know you have a lot of questions. I know I covered a lot of material and you have questions. So my email's in the chat. Please email me your question and I will promise that I will personally answer it. Okay, so go ahead and jot that down and you're going to put this
Okay.
together.
Say it one more time because I got lost. When I know you have a lot of questions. Where are they putting their contact information if they're online?
They're not, you are.
I'm putting my contact information in the chat.
Yes. Because they need your email. Now, those are the hot leads that we always talk about, the
Yeah.
sizzling hot leads. If it's a live event, they'll physically come to you and give you a business card. If they're not, then they'll email you.
Okay,
That's how you're a magnet you're going to draw out who's really hot.
okay.
Whether or
What
not-
do they ever ask you for your business card?
Yes, but as a speaker, you don't have business cards.
So they have to give you their contact information or you're not, how can you reach them?
Yeah. Now you can and give it to them. But again, if you go up to another speaker next live event and ask for a business card and see what you get.
No, they never have them.
That's right. Why is that? Because they don't want to be on your list. They want you on their list. Right? They don't want you just, you know what? I have a speaker friend of mine that I was at an event with, I've shared the stage with her many times. And she was speaking at this event and I just kind of went up to her at the table where she was selling her books and just kind of chit chatting with her. Well, some woman came up and tried to give her her book, the woman's book, right? And Jill wouldn't take it. Jill Lublin, if you know who that is. She wouldn't take it, right? She's like, no, honey, that's okay. No, that's okay. And she looked at me and she explained why. She goes, they just, they don't want to buy anything from her, but they want her to do something and do a job and read their book. I mean, she didn't have time for that, So she's like, no, honey, you keep it. That's very cool. I have lots of books from, strangers in my audiences. So that was really cool. That I've never read anyway.
Jill's been sick for the last couple of days too.
I know she has. She may have. Well, that's the speaking engagement I did yesterday, or not yesterday, day before, because she was ill. So they
Yeah.
called me at the last minute. we had an appointment on Monday, she canceled. So I'm thinking she may have COVID because she's
She
been
might.
sick a long time. Yeah, so keep her in your prayers.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, yes, Cheryl.
That was kind of mind blowing for me.
Good.
I've never ever, and I thought I'd been around the block a few times. I am really shocked at all these nuggets that I'm hearing for the first. At least sometimes you hear things you haven't heard in a long time, and you have a lot of refreshers. I'm hearing things I've never heard before. I've never been to any conferences, and I haven't heard something. Now I just really need to make sure I got this right. I need you to start it from the beginning. You're saying when we speak and we have a table and people approach us to give us their card, we say, oh, no, they approach us to get our card. And we say, we don't have a card. Let me have your card.
Yes.
Wow. Because I have like a million cards for the books I wrote, the different stations, the different real estate, I have all kind of cards. So whenever I go anywhere, I'm always leaving cards, but now I'm going to be on that other side now. It'll be the first time I would be on this side. So I've never even entertained that thought.
Yeah.
I would have gotten speaker cards made soon.
Oh, here's another reason. If they come back to your table and you're selling books or services or whatever, if they feel like they can take your card, then they've got a piece of you. And in their mind, they've got a piece of you, and they don't have to buy your product or buy your book or sign up for your next workshop. They've got you already in their mind. It's a game play, but they think they've got you. And in their mind, they think they'll contact you at some future date. So you've done them a disservice because they didn't sign up right now. That's how you can help people always, is immediate action. Because when they walk away, they're not going to come back and do it. They're going to lose the card, forget it. I mean, how many of you years and years and years ago, before we had cards, and I'm dating myself, yes, but you're out somewhere and a guy wants your phone number, right? And you go to great lengths in writing it on a scratch piece of paper, a matchbook or whatever, and then you wait, and they never call. Because they lost it, right? Right?
And sometimes they may never have intended to call. It's just something people do.
That could be too. In the meantime, you're sitting there waiting for them to call. So just don't give them your card. You're a star now. Can you imagine Lisa Nichols giving her card out? That ain't going to happen. She'll sell you her book, and it might be in her book. But if I got a card, why do I need her book? I've got her card. So that's what people think. It's psychology of that. So that's $1 million idea. And just like Beth said yesterday, that I promised I would share things with you that I don't share with anybody else, and that you won't hear from any other speaker trainer. Did I just do that for you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All through it.
All through.
Yeah, I'm just really very glad I came.
Good. Excellent. I'm glad you all came. So thank you.
It's the best investment I ever made.
Yeah.
Yay.
Really.
Yes.
Mhm.
We got that on recording. Good. And feel free for, any of you that want to do a little video testimonial. I'll put it on my PowerPoint, in my mastermind meetings or whatever. Not mastermind, but my $1 million speaker summit, so feel free to give a testimonial about the class, and I'll put you up there. I'll promote you. Okay. All right. So let's get back to the next step, because we are going to do this. We're right on schedule. We got about 15 minutes. So not till we end, but till we go to the next thing. So the next one is the big one, and that's our invitation. And I specifically call it an invitation, not a call to action. You've heard me say this, in some of the classes also, but an invitation to do business with you. an invitation to take the next step with you, an invitation to get a solution to their problem. Sounds a lot better than a call to action or a close, right? Which all sounds salesy. So it's, and that's all it is. It's an invitation. You want to work with me? Great. You want to take this class? Great. You know, here it is. I'm offering you a way to get help, right? So Alice, you know, you're not arming them. If you want to get out of debt, here's a way to do it, right? And my arms are open. I'm welcoming you. So it's that kind of feeling. It's not the feeling of I gotta close it. All right. So what are some call to actions? Now we talked about this yesterday and you all picked your call to action. Do you remember? It's in your purpose statement. In the purpose statement if you forgot it.
Oh, yes. Okay, it's the last thing.
It was what we did right before we did the title, right? With the purpose for speaking, or after the title. The purpose for speaking, remember that old purpose statement.
Yes.
So if we go back to that page in the beginning, and I'll tell you what page it's on. When we look at our purposes.
On page 1 of the, where we write it.
Right, page 1 of the outline, absolutely. But the closed, let me get my glasses. I can't see anything without them.
Page 9.
Page 9, thank you. Thank you, page 9. All right. All right, so page 9, there we go. So we see we have business card raffle, right, where we give something away. I showed you how to do it on the phone and how to do it live. Free strategy session, Q&A, or combination. Now, the Q&A close, that's just what I shared with you. I know you probably have a lot of questions and I want to answer. We're going to say that anyway, but you can also use that as a close. That could be your close or your invitation, because it is an invitation to come and talk to you or to email you. Then sell a product or service. So those are the 5 that we talked about. So you're the one that already picked it out from yesterday. So let's say, and I want to show you, there's a cup in your appendix. Now the appendix start on page 43. You have appendix. On page, you have a couple of scripts. On page, and we're going to go with over these the last thing before we go. But you on page 53, you have the business card collection script. On page 54, you have a closing script for a free strategy or discovery session. So take a look at both of those. It's step by step, you know, this is what you can say. All right, to make it easier, then you can make it your own, you can rewrite it and all that stuff, but it gives you a little kind of heads up script that you can be using. So let's say, who is doing the raffle on the phone and everything? Who's doing that? All right, we have 2 people doing that. Okay, so you can kind of, it's a hybrid of the page on 53 because it's the same, but you're going to tell them to use it on the phone. Okay, all right. So we're going to take a few minutes because this is a little lengthy and you're going to write out your invitation. So if it is on the phone, you're going to have to, you do one of these like I showed you yesterday, but just get a feel for what you're going to say. So let me just give you an example. So I would transition one into the other. So I might say, if I'm doing something like Cheryl's doing, I say, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you can think big and expand your mind. Now, I know you probably have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I'm going to give you my email address in the chat box. Please feel free to ask me anything you like, and I will personally answer it. Now, I have a question for you. How many of you like free stuff by a show of hands? Excellent. I've got a free gift basket here, a Mary Kay gift basket compliments of Luana Parker, and its value is $250. How many of you want that, ladies? Yeah. Well, all you have to do to get it is to email me at rv@rvrobinson.com. Do it now, and in the subject line, just put free gift, and I will, in a couple of minutes, I will pick a winner. How does that sound? Great. But you know what? You're all winners. So I want to gift each and every one of you a strategy session. And my strategy sessions are worth $300. And we're just going to sit and talk and discover a little bit more about you and what you want to accomplish with whatever you're talking about, in thinking big and expanding your mind. Sound good? Now, I did that on purpose so I could have more time to get these in. All right, everybody have theirs in? Great. Again, we've going to give away this beautiful gift basket, compliments of Luana Parker. All right, let's pick the winner. Bam. All right, it is Karen Retardo. All right, so I will ship you the gift basket personally. So keep an eye on that. So again, for the rest of you, make sure, here's my link. Make sure you're signing up for that free strategy session. Then I would go to the next two steps. You've been a great audience today. I really appreciate your time, your energy, your enthusiasm, and I really know that you are on the verge of thinking big and expanding your mind. So remember, what expands cannot contract. And then that's it, you're done. You don't say thank you. You never say thank you. Even step 12, I didn't say thank you. I said I appreciate. Because the minute you say thank you, people are like trained seals. They're gonna go, oh, right? And you still have one more step, which is the memorable statement. All right? So audience appreciation, again, that just comes from the heart. Appreciate you, your time, your energy, whatever again, and then your memorable statement. Boom. So what we're going to do now is you're going to go back and you're going to create your invitation. And then you're going to create your appreciation. And then you're going to stop. And then we're going to come back together to create your memorable statement because we want that to be memorable. Yes, Beth.
Okay, I'm kind of stuck here because what I really want to do is sell product. But I don't think I'm not going to do that from the stage. I'm going to have to do that at my 30-minute strategy session.
Yes, you are, my dear.
So can you walk through how do I tweak that to make it sound like that? I haven't said anything about my secret weapon that I have that I want to sell, or do I?
Well, you seed it, what we call seeding. So you drop hints about your secret weapon throughout your life talk.
In the meat part, I put my sometimes we need a little extra help, or we need a little saving grace, or something like that in there to say that I've got something else that I use.
Well, I thought the whole point was for your help was that you use what you use.
Right, but it takes more than that. So I'm going to talk about more than that. But that's
okay.
Like when, so it's kind of like, you're supposed to do all these things, but wouldn't it be nice if there was a way that something would work when you're not?
Right, or wouldn't it be nice to have a way to accelerate all four of these things and make it work faster? How many of you would like to accelerate your growth or your health? Yes.
Or you're, stop aging on a dime and turn it back, or something, accelerate
your health. Well, I'll tell you what, all you have to do is sign up for a discovery session with me, and I will share it with you.
Okay.
So yes, you
that's kind of my strategy close, is find out what my secret weapon is and my free gift.
And how to expand the accelerated growth.
Okay.
Right? How to have accelerated help. I mean, not growth, but help.
Accelerated health
A
or,
secret weapon to accelerating your growth, your health success. Because just a secret weapon doesn't do anything for me.
right.
But if it's a
Now,
secret weapon to
I wanna
accelerate,
turn it more towards, stop aging on a dime kind of thing, how to stop
I
your,
don't like stop aging on a dime.
okay,
I like accelerate my health.
okay,
You know, if your health is good, see in your topic, if your health is good, that slows down the aging process. Right? Everybody says you got a bad gut, it's going to show up on your face. It's like poop on
right,
your face.
right. But what these patches do, is,
You shared your secret weapon.
but,
Cat's out of the bag.
what I'm saying is that what they do is they stop aging. They just stop aging. So I don't know how to put it in there. Let me.
So you can't claim that they stop aging. Nobody can claim that because guess what? I've been using them and every day I still get older. Right? She's talking about these ladies. Woo, woo, woo.
Now, see, that's not the right ones, but anyway, that don't,
Age.
they don't stop aging, sorry.
No wonder.
Yeah,
The wrong secret weapon. I need the other weapon. Okay.
you need the other one.
I need the other one. Okay. Anyway, the point being is yeah, you just want to build their curiosity. That's for all of us, so that they will do the strategy session. Your close or your invitation is the strategy session. It's
Right.
either to build your database or get them into strategy or a combination. That's all you need to do right now. When you get anxious and try to sell or do too much, you lose everything. So that's what I did for Ken. Ken said he wanted me to sell, right? So I didn't have enough time to actually sell, but I sold and I got zip. Zip. I would have been better off to grow my database, but that's what he wanted. right?
Okay,
He wanted 50%, but we both got nothing,
because you sold. If
right?
I don't want to sell, I want to talk to them personally and see if this is a good match.
Yeah. So make sure, yeah. Now, if you had a booth, that's different. You would say, if you want to know the accelerated way or to stop the aging process fast, I don't know if I'd say on a dime, but stop it fast, then come and see me at my booth. Then you could talk to them at your booth and sell them and have them demonstrate. Don't give out samples, because if they have a sample, they don't need to buy.
Mhm.
Big mistake, right? It's like the business card. They got a piece of you. I don't have to buy yet. I can put it off. So ladies, don't give samples, Mary Kay.
Okay.
Right? No samples. They got to buy. That's how Arbonne and those people do it. They don't give samples. You want to try the product? You buy it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, good. Because you're doing them a disservice anyway. How many samples have you tried at people's product and said, oh, I love it, I'm going to buy it? It's usually not even enough to make a decision,
Mm.
right?
Or
Okay,
you forget. Once you throw that little
Yeah.
bag away, you forget.
you forget.
Mhm.
All right, I look forward to your $250 Mary Kay basket though. Okay. So Beth, are you complete then? Now you feel like you're complete?
I think I'm closer. Let me
Close.
do some wording and see how I do.
Okay. All right, so that's what we're going to do now. We are going to do steps 9, 10, and 11, and then you're going to stop. We'll stop there. 9, 10, and 11. That should be real easy. We're talking 7 minutes to do that. We're all going to put it together, the close, and say it. So we're good.
That's gonna take 7 minutes.
No, you're going to take 7 minutes just to write it out.
Oh, I was gonna say, what am I gonna say for 7 minutes?
No.
I'm confused. I know this is supposed to be simple. So is the invitation inviting them to be part of a raffle so you can get their info and or give them a strategy session?
Yes.
So
What did you select yesterday morning?
is
A what?
the appreciation.
Number 12.
Okay, and so what we're supposed to be working on is the invitation and appreciation.
No, right now, I did say that earlier, and I'm gonna backtrack a minute. Let's go 9, 10, and 11. Then we'll do 12 and 13.
Okay.
Let's just do 9, 10, 11. That's enough right now. So this part you're gonna write out. Remember, we do write out our beginning,
Okay.
attention grabber, not necessarily our story, but you can. And we do write out the ending, but we do not write out our meat because it's too much. And because that's our knowledge, we don't have to memorize it. I just want to be clear. All right, so go ahead and write that out.
Artie, did you want your recording on pause?
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah,
I want Ardina to say it again.
thank you. You say it one more time, Ardina.
Oh, okay.
Now you're muted. All right, we're doing number steps number 9, 10, 11.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've enjoyed sharing how to preserve your legacy through art. Now, I know you may have questions, and I'm very excited to answer them. My information will be in the chat, and I will be more than happy to reach out to you to answer all of your questions. Now, if I have inspired you in any way, today and only today, I'm offering a free one-on-one private session valued at $150, and I would love so much to meet with you. Now, my calendar link will be in the chat. All you have to do is schedule a time to meet with me, and I look so forward to meeting with you very soon.
Beautiful. Good job. All right, let's give her some love. All right. All right, and then Beth is going to go next.
Okay, so ladies, you know how to start being the CEO of your new health vision. Now, I know you have questions and I want to answer them personally. I just put my email in the chat. Please reach out with your questions and I will get back to you personally with answers. Now, I'd like to, let's see, I would like to offer you a free private session with a free gift. My health quiz and my 10 tips for outrageous health when you email me or click on my calendar link below. Let's continue the chat. And then I said, I've enjoyed our time together. I appreciate you so much, and I look forward to continuing our conversations.
Okay, great. So that's step 12. You're already doing step 12, ladies. Awesome. Good. Excellent. All right. So just for practice, when you are talking about putting your link in the chat, let's just go ahead and do it so you know what that feels like. Okay, let's just add that.
I don't have it yet, so I don't have.
Oh, got it.
Email in, but I don't have I'm getting it set up this week.
Okay, no worries then. Sorry. Okay, just so you know, again, it can practice the mechanics. When we do practice the live, if we were doing practicing the live, you'd be using the bag and getting the, yeah. What?
I think I froze.
Oh, no, not to us, not to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, who wants to go next? Who's ready? All right, Alice.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave you today, I remind you that anyone can get back to financial health and feel secure again. I know many of you have questions about what we've talked about today. My cell phone number is in the chat. Do call me to schedule a free 30-minute consultation, which would usually cost you $250. I'll be here at the end of our talk. Please feel free to approach me and give me a telephone number so I can personally reach out to you to answer your question. I appreciate your time and attention. You've been a great audience.
Beautiful. Okay, great. So yeah, if you want to do 12, go ahead, everyone. You're all doing it. So excellent. We're just speeding through this. Okay. Who's that? Who's next? You're all ready. Come on, ladies. Luana.
I know I've given you a lot of information.
Yeah.
And I know you have some questions. My email is in the chat. Please feel free to email me with your questions. I'm going to be giving away, I am giving away a free gift journal basket. And I would like you to put your, I just messed up.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Now I am giving away a free journal gift basket, but you have to email me at the email that's in the chat.
Well, you want to say the value. How much is that worth?
Oh, the value.
Yeah, it's a lot. right?
Let's see. The journal basket. Well, let's say $100.
Okay, good.
Okay, valued at $100. I'm going to give away a gift journal basket valued at $100. But in order to win it, you have to put your email me at the email in the chat. That's all I got.
That's fine, but continue. Okay.
Oh, you want me to go
you're
to-
not doing
You
12.
want me to thank the audience?
No, you don't. Okay, but one thing you forgot is the transition statement number 9. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you heal through journaling or whatever your title is.
Oh, yeah, I didn't put the title in there, did I? I said part of it.
It's okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we
Okay,
didn't let
I'll
him-
just work on it some more.
Okay, work on it some more. Excellent. All right. Jeanette, are you ready?
Not really, I said. I'm going to have to wing it.
Okay.
We've learned some power techniques today and how to enrich our lives with technology. I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I'm going to put my email in the chat. Please feel free to give me a contact me and I'll be happy to get back in touch with you. Today, I would love to be able to give out a free gift. Who in the audience likes free gifts? If you will place your email in the chat, I will select a winner and we'll go from there. I'm going to just stop.
Okay. So that was good. I mean, especially the beginning and all you started with the question. It's just the invitation. What you want to do is you want them to email you so that everybody else doesn't get their emails, but only you get it. So they're to email you and put in the subject line, give me the gift or something like that. So that you pick the winner through your phone if you have your email coming to your phone.
So you don't select someone at that time because people do not want to add their email. Is that right?
No, they do. They want the free gift and they know if they give you their email, you're going to add them to your database. They know that. But you don't tell them to put it in the chat box because then you're giving it to everybody in the room. That might not be what they want. They're privately sending you their email address.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I know it's a lot trickier in this world than live. You saw how I did it live, Jeanette, where I had a little bag and I collected business cards, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's a lot easier if you're on stage. It's a little more tricky in this environment, but you did that good. Perfect. All right, Karen, you're
I'm
next.
not ready, but like, let me just do it. Like, okay,
You're
that
gonna do it again anyway.
that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you maximize your strengths and succeed in life. I really want to answer. I know there's lots of questions and I really want to answer your questions. So I'm posting my email address in the chat and I promise to personally respond to your questions.
Perfect.
And today, I'm going to copy Ardita. Today and today only, I would like to give away a free one-on-one 45-minute private session, which usually costs $250. So if you want to win this prize, please email me and I put my info at that chat and put on the subject line, give me the, I don't know.
Right, something, strategy session.
Yeah, but like, how do we choose that, RV? Like once they email, I think I'm confused. I just don't, my learner couldn't, I'm like, how do you choose the winner?
Well, if it's a gift, now I don't recommend you giving a strategy session away as a gift. For one, as a gift, because that has strategy all over it. People know you're going to be selling. The strategy session you want to give to everybody that wants it. That's how you're going to get business. So if it's a gift, you want to give like what Luana did, one gift worth value $200. Send me your email right now, and then you're going to kind of talk for a few minutes. Then you're going to pick it off your phone just by going like that.
Like the free gift that I was thinking was give one a unique code to access their strengths, and then a free debrief of that strengths.
Oh, okay. So some sort of report. Well, then get that. That's good.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that's a good gift. Okay.
That's a great gift. Yeah. Okay, that's good. But then if you want to do strategy after that, you still could.
So how do I add the strategy session?
Well-
Because I like the way you say, like, oh, everyone's a winner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you say what you're going to give away, which is this report,
Mhm.
right, on what your strengths and weaknesses are. It's valued at $200. Somebody's going to win it for free. All you have to do is email me. So do that now. Email me now. And then for those of you that don't get it, don't worry. You're all winners. What I have for you is a free strategy session with me, which is valued at $200. Here's my calendar link. Just go and grab it. That way it's easy peasy. They don't have to email you, and that email doesn't get confused with the other email. That's why it's so important, ladies, to have a calendar link nowadays, right? I didn't have one for a long time, and I was looking for one that fit with Outlook, right? I didn't want to use Google. I wanted Outlook, and I searched and searched, and none of them integrated. I was telling one of my tech friends, and he said, RV, get out of the 80s. And that went, and he was absolutely right. That was a couple of years ago. I got Google and I love it. It's up right now. I have 2 monitors. It's always on that monitor. It comes to my phone. I love it, right? So I recommend get a calendar link. It's much easier. I would have other coaches that tell me, don't use calendar links because you're not in control. Well, I'd have an assistant that would be calling, trying to schedule stuff. This is so easy. And I can put it in Facebook and people do it. I can do it for my podcast. It's so easy, breezy. I like it too. I don't want someone to call me back and forth. What is your schedule? Let me look. The two compare themselves and we're good to go. It takes like 5 seconds. Yeah, Cheryl, were you going to say something?
Ask a question.
Yeah.
So with that calendar, because I do have one, and I remember going to someone's workshop and I wanted to talk to them right that minute. And they gave me their calendar address. Well, this has happened more than once. When I went to that calendar, I probably couldn't get on their calendar for a couple weeks or something. And what I wanted right that minute was to talk to them and actually do business with them. And do you know, it's so funny. It's so funny. By the time they called me back, I actually bought another package of Eric's. I was really thinking about it. I don't even think I'd gotten the offer from Eric at the time. I was just so ready for some, to move fast.
Personal development. Yeah, that can happen. But you know what? I mean, busy people are in demand, and so what can you do? My calendar's pretty darn full myself. So you can always tell people for yourself, look, if you don't find time that works, just call me because I do have some secret times, right? So like I'll talk to somebody after hours, but it won't be on my calendar. So you can do that so you can protect yourself from that. Look, if you don't find something that works, and I do that in my email, don't worry, I've got some hidden times. Just let me know what you need. And then I know they want to meet with me immediately. Then I'll stay late or erase something because sometimes I fill in time for me to do my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, my calendar gets filled with everybody else's coaching, and then I don't have time to, do my own stuff. So, I can slip them in there. Yeah, but that's a good lesson, everyone. That's a good lesson. Maybe don't fill every minute of your calendar. Yeah, good lesson.
And
All
then
right.
after that, they did end up chasing me after that. But I'd actually gotten into a program and I couldn't do it at that time. So I felt like had they done it, I'd been able to get in quicker to them, had better access to them. It's something could have happened there. But I'm
Okay, I just want to check in here. Jeanette, are you okay? Are you okay? I feel like my sister is having,
Myself, I'll work it out.
what happened?
I just didn't really feel prepared on this last part. I felt like it was blah. But
Okay, you're gonna get some time right after we go through it once. Everybody's gonna get some time to get prepared for the close. So, yeah, I want
Okay.
to make sure there wasn't something else going on.
all right, thank you.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, we're gonna take a break too, because I know I've kind of drilled hard since lunch and didn't give you a break. So we'll finish the room and then we'll give you a break. You can look at it a little longer, then come back. We're gonna do the last two steps, then we're gonna have some time to put it all together again. Okay, I just wanna respect the time. Okay, so who's next? Who hasn't gone? Everybody's gone.
No, I
Oh,
haven't.
that's right, Michelle.
But
Keep
I'm
quiet.
just gonna do it because I don't really know it right now. Okay. So, and that, ladies and gentlemen, or ladies, is how you can begin aging well and living your best life. Now, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I'm going to put my email in the chat and you can email me directly because I want to personally be able to answer your questions for you. Now, I have a question. How many of you would like to accelerate your health? Today and today only, I am offering you a private strategy session valued at $197. So I want you to email me and let me know that, and I'm going to put my email in the chat. And so email me and let me know that you would like to have that. In the subject line, I want you to write free gift. So I will know that you want your free strategy session. And as a bonus, I am going to send you a link to my ebook on blank. I don't know what it is yet. Now, you have all been a great audience today, and I appreciate your time and energy and for being here. And I look forward to hearing from you.
All right, beautiful. Good job. Excellent. I don't know why you say you don't know what you're doing when you just nailed it,
You're too kind.
right? Yeah, don't overcomplicate it, ladies. It's just, the horses are going into the barn. A complicated close would be a sales close, and you're not doing that, right? That's for later after you've done, this signature talk several times. Then we'll come back together and we can talk about the sales close. All right, but right now it's just a simple invitation. Right. Okay, so let's take a break. Let's take a break till about 4:30. Shall we? You earned it. So don't do anything. Don't even look at the script right now. Just go, get away from the desk, walk around, take a quick 10-minute break, go outside, whatever you need to do to refresh yourself. All right? 10 minutes. All right. I'm back. All right, we are back from break and we are going to go into our memorable statement now. This is the last statement that we say before we close our speech. Most people say thank you. We don't. We want to stay in our power and be strong. So a memorable statement, I always like to start them out with the word remember. Kind of like that old commercial where when E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens. So when you say remember and pause, there's power in that. So you can have multiple statements, but I really just have one and I use it almost always as long as it makes sense for the speech. So in my speak up, get clients, I just say, remember, if you can't say it, you can't sell it. So people start repeating that to me. You know, I use it after my elevators, my self-introduction. People remember it. When I do my speech, your message matters, I'll say something like, remember, the world is waiting for your words. Or I could say, remember, your message matters, or your message makes a difference. So it's really just, there's no right or wrong. It's just that last raw that you want to leave your audience. All right. So like Cheryl, she could say something like, remember, think big and expand your mind. You know, Jeanette, you could say something like, remember, you know, tech is easier than it looks, you know, or you don't know what you don't know, or when you know something, it becomes easy. Remember, you can become a geek too. You know, it can be something fun like that. So, you know, it's just really simple, fun. It can be catchy as long as it's not about you. So you noticed I didn't say, and remember, I can teach you how to speak or anything like that. I didn't make it about me. All right, so Ardina, why don't you, we'll just take a few minutes and we'll write it, take a couple minutes, write it out, and then we'll start with Ardina because I know she has one.
Want me to go now?
Not yet. Let's give everybody a moment to write it down. So if you get lost, go to your title. So your title, Karen, now your new title is?
How to maximize your strengths so you can succeed in life.
Okay. So remember, only you can maximize your own strengths. It's that easy. So Beth, what is your title? All right, Michelle, what's your, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Sorry, don't you just hate that? You know, you're saying some great stuff and nobody can hear it.
Okay, mine is how to look and feel and live your best life at any age.
Okay, so that,
Remember, you know how to look and
No,
feel
you
and
can't.
live your best life at any age.
no, we don't know. That's why we're there, but we can. Remember, you can look and feel great at any age. Bam. It's that easy. Or you can use your acronym. You can say, and remember, you too can have life. Remember, you too can have peace from financial debt. You too can have financial freedom. You too can, you know, sleep again at night. You know, it's just whatever you personally want to leave them with. Remember, journaling equals healing. Yes, Jeanette?
Did you say that statement again?
The one that I gave,
Yeah, statement, something about healing.
remember, journaling equals healing.
Thanks.
Arvi,
Yes, Cheryl.
would it be appropriate and too long if I said what you pretty much said too? Remember, you too can think big and all our dreams can come true if only we have the courage to pursue them.
It's a little too long for a memorable statement, just like attention grabber. And you don't want to include yourself in that because you're the leader, you're the teacher. You've already got this. You've already thought big. So it's remember, you too can think big and expand your mind, or you too can think big and get all your dreams realized. But shorter, you're on the right track. Take away the you, including yourself in it, you know, and shorten it up and you got it.
You said take myself out of it?
Yeah, because you said you included you by saying we or something, or all of us. Yeah. Our.
Okay. Oh, I see. what you're
Take
saying.
out the our, it becomes you. Yeah. Little things make a big difference.
You know, and I kind of always go back and forth with things like that. And I never have anybody to talk to about that. You know, when you should do the pronouns and when I know I'm doing the leading, and should I act like them or should I not act like them?
You should not act like them. You are above it. And they want you to be above it because you're their mentor. You're going to teach them. So never include yourself, ladies.
Wow.
You know, if you're talking about, you know, you could tell your story, but then you're above it. You know, you don't have the 15 meds anymore. You don't have that, you know your strengths already. So you don't have to say we, yeah.
I always struggled with where I go with that. And I always needed someone that would know what to tell me for that. That's one of those things that we could have only learned on this call.
Millions. Millions. Okay. All right, so we'll go around the room. Does everybody have something? And again, it doesn't have to be perfect right now. We're just learning the formula, and later you might think of something better. Right? This is a work in progress. It's a living, breathing speech.
A whole lot better than what I had.
Good. Wonderful. Good. So, Luana, with that, do you want to go first and share your memorable statement right now?
Remember, set yourself free and keep journaling.
Nice. Beautiful.
Love it.
Love it. Yes. All right, Michelle.
Remember, today is a gift. Choose wisely and age well.
Nice. Beautiful.
Correct.
All right, Karen.
And remember, only you can maximize your own strengths.
Beautiful. That's it. Cheryl. Cheryl.
You too. Remember, you too can think big.
Love it. See, simple but powerful. Love it, love it, love it. Alice. Uh-oh. Muted.
Sorry. Remember, fix your financial problems today. Sleep well tomorrow.
Or tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
24 hours.
Oh, 24 hours. Yeah, I love it. All right, Ardina.
So remember, your photos are your stories. Don't let them fade away.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, Jeanette.
Remember, oops, sorry. Remember, you too can enhance your life with technology.
Beautiful. That's absolutely true. Right?
Yep.
All right, Beth.
Hey, remember, you can live your best life at any age.
Oh,
Perfect, ladies. You did a great job. It's that simple. Keep it short, keep it powerful. All right. Now let's go back to our lineup here of our close, because we're going to do it again. But I just want to make sure that everybody got, because some of you did it, and that's the number 12, audience appreciation. Audience appreciation is where we thank them without saying the word thank you, because once we say thank you, everybody's trained to clap. So we just say, you've been a great audience today. I really appreciate your time, energy that you spend, or coming out, or driving all this way, or whatever. Or if it's, of course, Zoom call, it's, being here today with us, that kind of thing. And then you go right into remember and pause. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put the meat and the close together, and that's going to be our final finale. Before I do that, though, I just want to run through some things in the manual so you know where they are, and then I'm going to let you, just practice a little bit. Now, I know Beth has to leave early, right? Beth has to leave. What time again?
Well, as soon as I can. I've got I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
That's right. She's leaving for how long? A couple weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks in Florida.
So she's got to pack. Okay. Anybody else need to leave early that I need to know about?
Yeah, because I'm going with Beth.
Yeah, really. We're all going with Beth to Florida.
This was the
Okay.
trip to Florida, huh, Beth?
Yeah.
Come to a complete, now you can go.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so we'll let Beth go first when we're ready. So we can get her out of here a little bit. But for the rest of you, is it okay if we go a little overtime if we need to? Okay, perfect. Because I want to cover some of these things in the appendix real quick. So you will go over some of these. So first of all, we want to have a little bit of fun. And we're going to go on page 35. 35. We're not going to do all of them, but I'm going to show you some of them and we're going to practice just to kind of break this up a little bit and get away from the actual speech. Okay, so this is your instrument, ladies. The voice, right? Our throat, our diaphragm, it's our instrument. So as a speaker, you want to make sure you hone that instrument. So here's some ways to do it. I've provided you on pages 35 and 36 with things for the tongue, things for the throat, things for your face, all kinds of different techniques. You're going to pick the one that you like after you've gone through them all. So one of the things we're just going to start with, of course, is posture, right? So especially if we're in a Zoom meeting, we want to make sure that we're sitting up straight, that we have that kind of posture, that we have something that's pulling us up, right? If we're standing, we want to stand tall, right? Like something's pulling us up. So posture is really important when we speak. Shoulders back a little bit, because what's happening in Zoom, right? We're getting rounded shoulders because we're going like this. Right? Which, neither here nor there if we're training, but when we speak, we want to be a little more back here if we're sitting or standing up. I've got a stand-up desk. All of you've seen it, not the desk, but me standing up, because when we speak, we should stand. So, but if you don't have one, that's okay. Just kind of back and put your shoulders back a little bit. See how that looks just a little bit better than if I'm here, just a little bit taller looking. I just have them back just a little bit. So plus it opens up your chest and your diaphragm so that you can get more air, which is what we need, especially for our fast talkers like myself. All right, so powerful posture, always remember that. Always like before you speak, again, especially because of our Zoom meetings, you want to kind of like get that neck kind of loosened up a little bit. So there's exercise here to do that. You can pull your shoulders up, do that. It's really like, pull it to your shoulders, that kind of thing. Just loosen it up. And then, of course, our deep breathing exercises where you breathe in, right? How many of you remember Jack LaLanne? Right? Breathe in. And then exhale, right? Back to the 50s. I was just a little kid, a little girl. So some of you were as well, but breathe in. And that's what you want to do right now. You want to breathe in through the nose and exhale through the mouth. So if we were doing number 3, we would go, right? And breathe out that way. So breathe in and just be exaggerated. Right? And when we're breathing out and in, we do use our index finger. So if I breathed in, I would go. Right? That's a Tony Robbins breathing exercise. And then you see you've got a lot of air and might feel a little woozy. So always make sure you have that breath before you speak. Number 4, yawning exercise are really good, especially ladies, if you have a high voice and you want to get it a little deeper, just practice this one. So we just yawn, right? So just open your mouth and oh, and just push out. Yeah, just push out that air and make that noise. Beth, I can't hear you. You're too quiet. Oh, make that ah noise. Oh. Right. Do that a few times and listen to your voice. It'll have gotten deeper and a little bit richer. These are exercises are from one of my friends, some of them, some are mine, some are Tony Robbins. I collected them, but a lot of these are from the $1 billion voice expert who is a voiceover coach. Right? And she's called the $1 billion voice. $1 billion voice. Look her up. I forgot her name. She's a real good friend of mine. Okay. And then of course, make sure your face is loosened up. Make sure that your face is congruent. So when I shared that yesterday, I believe it was with Cheryl, that her voice, she was happy, but she was talking about something sad, or maybe it was earlier today. So let's just do some face exercises here. So everybody looks surprised. Right? Okay, look angry.
No.
Okay, I can't see your face, Cheryl, because you're kind of in the dark. Turn on your light. Yeah, we can't see. Somehow I don't think you can make a mean face. So be angry, Cheryl. Yeah. Okay, be happy. Happy face. And then scrunch your face like a prune. Probably not good for the wrinkles, right? Ageless women, probably not a good one for us. Okay, then we want to always strengthen the diaphragm, because this is where we get our energy and our air from. So we can do exercises like this on a 4 count. So it goes he, ah, 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 ho, ho, right? So let's do it one more time together. He, ah, 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 ho, 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 ho. Now, one of my favorites is the next one, which is Baby by Boo. I do that all the time. I walk around my office getting ready for a speech. So see, you don't have to do all of these, but you know, they're all for different reasons and purposes. Some are for breath, some are for to deepen the voice a little bit. This is to strengthen that diaphragm. So I always say Baby by Boo. Baby by Boo. Do it with me. Baby by Boo. Baby by Boo. Baby by Boo. Now do it really fast. Baby by Boo. Baby by Boo. Baby by Boo. So that's one of my favorites, and I do it all the time without even thinking or having a look at my paper. So you'll resonate with some of these. And sometimes, of course, I do the yawning one because it's so good for the voice, so that you're not, you know, so it has just that quality of voice, even if your voice isn't high. Tongue exercises are really good because sometimes when you talk, your tongue gets tired or it gets in the way. So it's a muscle. So you want to strengthen the tongue. So strengthening the tongue, there's a lot of exercises here. Move your tongue around, right? You can just, you can do this like when you're showering or whatever. Move it to the right, move it to the left, move it up, move it down, move it to the upper right, down left, that kind of thing, right? Blow bubbles. Right? I can't blow bubbles with mine, but some people can, right? I don't know. But also, roll your R's is another one that you could do. Who can roll your R's? Right? Anybody can roll your R's like, right? If you've taken Spanish, you know how to roll your R's, right? Right? So those are fun. Like Ricardo. Rain in Spain. I don't know. Robert.
Man on the plains.
That's it. Yeah. So practice those, right? And then tongue twisters, which I love. We're going to do these together. So you just say them, we'll do them. We won't do them all 8 times, but this is the kind of idea. Good blood, bad blood, 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 right? Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, right?
Red leather, yellow leather. Yeah,
Red leather, yellow leather. Unique New York, you need New York. Unique New York, you need New York. Unique New York, you need New York. See how that can strengthen the tongue and really get it to loosen up and behave. Shy Susan Schuster, shy Susan Schuster. So that's the S sound. Shy Susan Schuster, shy Susan Schuster. Right? And you want to articulate, make it really sound good. See, I'm so tired after speaking a couple of days that I want to go shy, shishi, right? Shishi. So you really have to force yourself. Shy Susan Schuster, shy Susan Schuster. So you know if you're tired. Liniment. Right. Clark Gable. So that's the k sound. Clark Gable. So, and then there's the bada. So that goes slow and starts. Bada, 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 right? And then there's daba. Same thing. Right. Daba, 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 daba. And then some lip and jaw exercises and relaxers really are the E. And these are good for facial exercises. E, O, ah, oh. Right? And just keep doing the O, E, right? And then
I used to do this when I was teaching my kids and my granddaughters how to start like learning their vowels.
Good.
Yeah, I would do it when they were babies and just like look at them and do all the little vowels. Anyway.
Nice. Okay, so I forgot the most fun, and that's the tongue twisters that are Peter Piper and Fuzzy Wuzzy. So Fuzzy, well, this is one my mom taught me as a teeny tiny toddler. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? Right? And then Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? So who wants to try that one?
About
Lawana?
woodchuck wood if woodchuck could chuck wood.
There you go.
Chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Very
That's what I
good.
remember.
Very good.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody else
Those
want to
were
try
fun.
one? Anybody else want to try one?
I can do Fuzzy Wuzzy.
All right,
Wuzzy was a
Fuzzy
bear,
Wuzzy.
Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy, was he?
No, he wasn't. All right, who wants to do Peter Piper?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick?
A peck. Right? All right, very good, ladies. So that's some fun for you. They really will help. Again, you don't have to do all of them, but just pick the ones you like and do them before you speak, and you'll see what happens.
So
Okay.
are we just before we speak, we don't need to do it, how many times a week or?
Well, if you're going to speak a lot, then yeah, you want to keep it up, just like you would practicing guitar and doing your, guitar chords. So the more you speak, the more you're going to want to do it. Yeah. So do it while you're driving, do it while you're driving there if you're driving, do it while you're taking a shower. These are things you can do in your shower. Yeah. All right. So the other appendix that I wanna go right to the appendix, which is there's 42 is about food, what to eat. But let's go to 43. Let me explain what's in here. So 43 is again just another way, a linear way to show the system in one page, right? You've got the graphics, the nice picture, and you've got the detail, and now you have a one pager. That's all. All right, script for getting speaking engagements is on number 4. This is gold. Make sure you use it, tweak it. Workshop for getting little speaking engagements, the workshop, where do I use that? Corporations. If you want to speak at corporations, they're not interested in hearing you speak, but they'll take a workshop. They'll take a 30-minute workshop. You just change the name from a speech keynote to workshop, and they'll do it. They'll have you come in for free. So that's how you get those. Speaking engagement data sheet. Now, this is really important. Nobody does this. These are the kind of things I do that nobody else does. All right. So I create, this is not good. Let me get one. Let me get one for you.
What page is Arby on?
48.
48.
Thank you.
Okay, 48. Right, thank you, 48. All right, so what I do is I create, and you could do this online if you want to, but I create what's called a speaker folder, right? I create a speaker folder, and in that folder, I've got my sheet right here, which is filled out, which talks about the speaking engagement, how many people, all of that, the questions that I need to make sure I find out. I'm not gonna, now if it's online, it's a little different, but we're going back to the real world. I'm not gonna drive all the way to San Diego for 7 people. I don't need the practice, right? So I need to know how many people, and always know people exaggerate. So if they say 20, that means 10. They say 100 people, maybe you'll get 40 or 50. Oh, we usually get about 100 every meeting. I doubt that. But if they say 10, then you might say, well, why don't we do it again when there's more? If you have to drive far. If it's virtual, do it anyway for the practice. Then all the cards, then I include, if I'm using a handout, because I'm not using PowerPoint on a live event, I include the handout. I include any emails, a communication, and I include the cards that I gathered. I put them in my database, but what if I want to refer to them? So I save them in the folder. This thing has saved me many times, and I take the folder with me when I go to the speaking engagement. So one time I couldn't find the speaking engagement. And I was going up and down the road. I couldn't find it. I opened the folder, called the contact, and it ended up there was like an east and a west road, and I was on the wrong one. So you bring this with you. Bring it with you wherever you go. So that's what this data sheet's all about. Again, you can do it computerized if you want and have little file folders. I'm just like a touchy kind of person, and I want the physical. All right.
What page is that?
What?
page is that you just held up?
What?
What page is that you just held up?
Oh, it's page 48. Everything you need to know about your speaking engagement. How many people are going to be there? Are they men and women? Contact information. Is it virtual? Is it not? What's the location? So that way you got it all in one spot. All right, 49 is the information you need on a one sheet, a speaker one sheet, right? 49 and 50. Now, this is simple. What you can do though is you take this and then you give it to a graphic designer like Ardina, and she makes it all beautiful. So why don't you, let me let you share your screen and you can share what you turned this into. All right. So, or you can send it to Fiverr or your local graphic artist if you want to, right? So Ardina, go ahead and share your screen. And again, this is the important information. You can keep it simple like this or give it to someone to make it pretty. Got it? It's up to you, but you want a speaker one sheet. All right, so she'll get that up in just a moment. I called, she wasn't expecting this. All right, the next page is really important. This is my template for creating a successful speaker introduction. Just follow it, plug it all in, and you've got it. Most people use their bios and they're too long. You've bored your audience before you've ever said the first word. We all know you wrote it, so keep it simple, right? And Jeanette, this is what I used when Robbie introduced me the other day, just a simple template. She's here today to share some great information about how you can speak up, get clients. Boom. I'm going to tell you the rest about me and my story. You don't need to write it. Now, if you want to say best-selling author, fine, but you don't need to, right? Luana, you're going to say that you have 2 books and this and that and whatever. So you don't all have to have it in the introduction. You can if you want, but just be careful not to bore your audience before they've even heard your attention grabber. All right. So then 52 is an example of a handout if you wanted to do some handouts. 53 and 54 are examples of closing scripts. 55 is an example of a handout if you were doing a live event and wanted to physically give them something to fill in for that strategy session. If you are going to do that, I recommend you put it in a bright color, like pink or orange, so that you can see where it is, or yellow. Then we've got some fun stuff, 10 Commandments of Public Speaking, something I made up, and that's it, next steps, etc. So I just wanted to bring your attention to what was in your manual so that you can use it as a reference guide when you need that stuff. But everything is in here that you possibly need for speaking, except the actual list of engagements, which it all depends on who your target market is. All right, are you ready, Ardina?
Yes, yes. Am I able to share though?
Yeah, I gave you rights, co-host.
It's not bringing up my screen.
Well, you have to share first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to share. Yeah, it's still not bringing up my.
Well, let's see. No, you're co-host, so you can share.
So,
Try it again.
so pick your screen and then hit the share button.
Screen up. Okay. Share. That's what it was. Thank you, Jeanette.
It was Beth.
Yeah, okay. Let me. Okay.
There we go. So now she turned that one, into something pretty. So that's what you're going to want to do. So it has her name, what she does, and her title, little bio about herself and her picture. Boom. Right? And what they're going to get, and a testimonial. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Beautiful. All right. So that's what you can do, or you can keep it in a Word doc. It doesn't matter. And when someone says, what do you speak about? You send them your one sheet. But don't feel like you have to do it to get out there, because you don't. Most of the time, I don't even use mine anymore. All right. They just tell me, send me your picture, send me your title, and 3 bullet points in an email. So that's what I do. Right. I only give it to people that don't know me and haven't asked for me to speak, but want to know a little bit more, then I'll send them the one sheet. But if it's already a done deal, I don't. You see what I mean? I use it for marketing, but if it's, hey, I want you to come and speak, then I don't need to market. It's done. Okay, so here's what we're going to do to wrap this day and this weekend up. We are going to go back to the meat because we haven't done the meat yet. We are not going to go into detail of the meat because that's something you need some time to create. But I do want to know that you can transition smoothly from step to step. So we are going to go to step number 7, where you've transitioned from the pain and suffering, because I've heard you do that a couple times, right? We did it once. We did it once by itself and then once with our story today. But now we want to do the transition. So it's going to go something like this, right? So you did the solution. It doesn't have to be that way. I can help you with public speaking, right? Then, so I'm going to share with you 3 ways that you can speak up and get clients, or I'm going to, let's say I'm my acronym. So I'm going to share with you how you can use public speaking to generate leads, because leads, you have to get the lead before you can get the client. So we're going to spell out the word lead. Write that on your paper, L-E-A-D-E, right? Now I'm in my outline. So we're going to start with the L. The L stands for leverage. That's it. That's all I want you to say, right? Because you're in progress, going to develop. Because I want to know you can get into it. Then you're going to say that, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't care if the L is the first one or the last one. You're still, we're going to transition into step number 9. So that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 ways that you can speak up and get clients, whatever your title is. Then I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. La, 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 la. Right? But first I have a question for you. How many of you like free stuff? Then I'm going in to give my giveaway. You've been a great audience today. I so much appreciate you. Remember, if you can't say it, you can't sell it. Boom. Right? Is that clear what we're doing? You're going to have a little time to kind of practice and put it on your big speaker outline. So I'm going to give you some time to do that. And then you're going to deliver, boom. And it should be no more than about 5 to 7 minutes once again. All right, you cool with that? Everybody cool with that? Jeanette, do you need a little help?
Oh, God.
Okay. So let me help you. What do you need?
No, I don't know. I'm just kind of swimming.
Well, we have worked hard all day and all weekend, and it's kind of late. So you're probably just tired.
Probably.
Yeah, your mind is saturated. And we all get that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't have to be perfect. What you've been learning is the system. So you've got it in front of you. You can read it. After your good rest tonight, you'll look at it and you'll go, oh, this is what I can say. All right. So don't you worry. Yes, Beth?
I'm kind of stuck on number 7. I don't remember doing that.
Well, you're going to do it. We probably didn't do that.
Okay. So I
Because it's just a transition statement.
Okay.
So whenever we say transition, we do what? We plug in the title. Right? So so you could say now I'm going to share with you now how you can look fabulous and feel great. We're going to use, as a matter of fact, I'm going to use LIFE as an acronym. Spell on your paper, L-I-F-E. I'm going to
Tell me what page I'm totally lost. I don't know. It's the
I'm
end of
sorry.
the day for me. So I'm like,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Tuesday.
So if you're using this, we're not on any page necessarily in the book to
Okay,
find the page, but we're on your outline. If you were to find the page in the book, we're in the close part. So the actual page then, going back would be page 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Okay. Okay, so number 9, 10, 11, 13, 12, and 13.
thank you.
Okay, what I did though is I slipped up to number 7 right before our meet. Because we're going to add that. You already did your meet one time. We're going to do it again, but we're putting it together. So again, that's why it's so important to kind of use this guide. So we'll just slip back up to number 7 after your problem, pain, and suffering. Use your transition statement, which is your title, and then slip into that one piece of meat that you shared earlier. And that's it. Then you're going to say that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you become bigger than life, right? I know you have a lot of questions. The invitation. I appreciate you and your memorable statement. All right, so Beth, we will have you go first when you're ready. We're going to take a few minutes, not trying to rush any of you. So we're going to let's take another 5 minutes. We're going to probably go for another hour. Normally I make this class 6:30 instead of 5:30. I don't know what I was thinking when I made it 5:30 yesterday and 5:30 today. I don't know what I was thinking, because if you were live with me, you wouldn't get out of here. It'd be 4 days and it'd be 6:30. Right. Okay. So let's take 5 minutes, 20 after. Let's get ready and I'll shut up.
Okay.
Oh, and you can pause the recording.
So we'll have to chat.
Okay. All right. Good job. Good job. You have a fun, safe trip.
Thank you.
And
Well, it's been
Florida.
wonderful. Thanks.
Bye. All right. Who wants to go next? Who would like to go next?
I can go, but where exactly are we supposed to start?
Number 7.
Number 7 is the transition.
Yep. Into the meat, and you're going to say your meat. One title piece of your meat, just like she did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I start with, but what if I told you there was a better way? What if I told you that you don't have to needlessly suffer from pain or preventable diseases? I'm here to tell you that you can break the aging code and take back your health. So today I'm going to share with you the ugly truth about health and aging, along with 3 keys to unlock your code for aging well. You will want to, and you will want to write out the word life down the left side of your page so that you can follow along. The L stands for living. Your body is a living organism, and its sole mission is to stay alive. How it survives and thrives depends on how well it is treated and by the lifestyle you choose to live. Right. And that, ladies, is how you can begin you can begin aging well and living your best life. Now, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I am going to put my email in the chat so that you can email me directly, because I want to personally answer your questions that you have. And now I have a question for you. How many of you would like to accelerate your health? For today and today only, I am offering you a private strategy session valued at $197. So I want you to email me right now, and I want you to put in the subject line, free gift, and let me know that you want to schedule your free session. And as a bonus, I will send you a link to my ebook on blah, blah, blah. You have been a great audience today, and I appreciate your time and energy and for being here. I look forward to hearing from you. And remember, today is a gift. Choose wisely and age well.
Nice. Well done. Beautiful. Perfect. I don't have any notes at all. Yeah. We didn't get to have a chance to say too much to Beth because she's getting ready to go, but give some love to Michelle, because she came in here all like nervous yesterday, right? And now look at her. She's like stepping up, right? Going first, second, whatever. And she's so natural and fluent, right? Good job.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll go next.
Let me give you a reaction. Okay. Who's going to go next? Cheryl.
Now I'm going to share with you how you can use your mind as your ally and think big. It's 3 simple steps. First, you really have to know what it is that you want. And once you know what that is, you map out a plan for getting it. And once you have that map is for massive action plan, MAP, M-A-P, massive action plan. You've got to move forward every day. You got to commit to do something that moves you toward your goal every day.
Good. Very good. I like that acronym, MAP. I love it.
And that is how you think big. And I know you guys have a lot of questions. This has been content rich. And that is why I've put my email in the chat. I want you to reach out to me with all of your questions. I am here for it. Okay. And I really want to inspire you to go ahead. I'm going to put I already put my Calendly link in there. I want you to go on in there and have my Calendly link for your records. And before I let you go, I do want you to know I have a wonderful $200 gift here. Everything in this basket is designed to help you focus on thinking big. And what I'm going to have you do right now, everyone, here's my email address. I want you to email me, put right in the subject line, free gift right now. And I'm going to give you a couple minutes to do that. And go ahead right now. Yes, right there. Cheryl Green online. Yes. Put that into email me. Free gift. Okay. I see they're coming in. I'm going to pick a winner right now. And then I want you all to know, okay, everybody's ready? All right. We have a winner, Karen. Awesome. But you know what? All of you are winners. And so I am going to gift you a free strategy session. So you have my Calendly, reach out, get on my calendar. You'll be really glad that you did. And I want to let you know you've been an amazing audience. I appreciate spending your Saturday with you. And just remember, we become what we think about. Think big, expand your mind.
Beautiful. Love that. Love that memorable statement too. You become what you think about. Good job. Let's give her some love. Anybody want to say anything to Cheryl?
I love it that even scripted, like, you know, the in between. I'm like, oh, those are good ideas for me too.
Right? A couple of you have some similar thoughts. Yeah. Good.
I loved how you were like, oh, I see him coming in.
Yeah, I like that too.
That's great. And I'm thinking to myself, what if nobody did? How would you pick a winner? Like, what would you do if nobody actually emailed.
Well, they will, but
Okay.
if that happens, you see the names on the screen. She could just, pretend and say, Michelle, you're the winner, right? What are you going to do? Go, I didn't put my name in there. Probably not. Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I'd probably quickly put my email in.
Yeah, that's what radio stations do when they say, caller number 100. I used to help out at a radio station, and he tell me, he said, wait a couple of minutes, and then whoever it is, give it to me. And that was caller 100.
There you go. There you go. I love
It'd be
it.
the fifth or sixth person, but that was caller 100.
I love it. Good. All right. Good job, Cheryl.
I
And
want to say that I
That's why
missed,
you invite your friends too. So you message them on the chat.
Go ahead, Alice.
I love map, but I missed the mall. The map of the mall.
Well,
That's
she didn't
that-
have time right now to say all that. I
Yes.
hope you're going to continue.
To keep
say
it at some point, yeah.
And I
Yeah.
just wanted to say, I
Then
I
that
have-
makes sense.
Yeah, that was very clear.
just wanted to say, Cheryl, I have enjoyed your energy both days. It's just been amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So that's the kind of love I want us to give Michelle as well before we go on. So what about like Michelle, right? One that was so scared coming in and now she just nailed it.
Yeah, Michelle, if Arvin didn't share that, I wouldn't even know that you were really scared yesterday. You were a pro.
All weekend, yes.
And Michelle, you and I started out together in the room. Remember?
He knows.
Okay, you're doing amazing, really amazing.
Yes,
Thank
I think
you.
I met you then too, Michelle, when we first signed up and you were like, I need everything. And right now I was looking at you going, that's the same girl who looks like she's been working with Arvy for a minute.
Yeah. Good job. All
Good.
right.
He's
All right.
good.
Both of you. Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
All right.
All right. Is the TV bothering? Is that too loud? Can you hear it? Television in the back.
Don't even hear it.
Okay, okay. So now I'm going to share some amazing information about preserving your memories into legacy art by using an acronym with the word art. So let's begin with the letter A. A is about assessing your problems and, about assessing the problem, and is your photo a good candidate to repair and restore? R is for repairing and for storing. If this will give you some of the steps on actually repairing and restoring. T is for taking your restored photos to the next level, creating the art and the mounting solutions.
Right, we're just saying one piece of meat.
Okay, did I miss?
That's okay. No. Just for everybody else, just so you know. Yeah. Some of them are longer than 3.
Oh, okay. I was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I just need to see the transitions from one step to the next.
Okay. Well, I was ready.
You are ready. So go, you know what to do. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you preserve, or how you leave legacy art or.
So ladies and gentlemen, I have enjoyed sharing how to preserve your legacy through art. Now, I know you may have questions, and I am so very excited to share them with you, to answer all of them. My information will be in the chat, and I will be more than happy to reach out to you so that I can answer all of your questions. Now, if I have inspired you in any way, today and today only, I am offering a free one-on-one private session valued at $150. And I would love for you to click on my link, which is in the chat, to schedule a meeting or a session with me, and I look forward to meeting with you. I messed it up. You have been such an amazing audience today, and I truly appreciate you being here. So remember, your photos are your stories. Don't let them fade away.
Beautiful. Yay. Good job, Ardina. Done like a pro. I know you feel like you messed up, but you didn't. So good job. Good job. All right. Comments for Ardina. Give her some love.
I'm just so glad that she, we could see, we're practicing now, but you can see that it's gonna get where I wanted it to get because I just really like what you offer. And unless people really understand it, like I didn't totally understand it when we first started out. It wasn't until RV had you take things off the wall. I have so much stuff that I need, and you always hope that there's a way you can preserve. I look at old photos and you always hope that it's a way that can even be done. And you think about Costco and different things like that. So that's a very good service. And I was just really want that to come across. I want that to be articulated clearly so that people can find you.
Oh,
Well,
thank
just
you.
imagine some of those pictures that you showed me that are in the book, right? But you have a couple of your daughter in the book. Those are preserved in a way, but it's on paper. So what if you took those real photos and made art and hung them on the wall so that they're not in some book for someone to mess up or they have to go to the book? It's just on your wall. She's got some really cool pictures of her daughter inside of the book.
All right.
So it's no table to spill coffee on, huh?
And also Ardina does collages. So if you want to put more than one picture,
Absolutely.
you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Cheryl.
Yes,
All right.
a great gift to share.
I just wanted to say, Ardina, you are so genuine and authentic when you talk. It's very easy to follow you, and it's very easy for me to believe that what you have to offer is of great value. So
Yeah.
Did anyone say collages?
Oh, yes.
That's good feedback, Jeanette.
So you see, I really mean it.
Okay, absolutely. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Jeanette. Oh, you brought tears to my eye.
That's a good compliment. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Okay, next. Anybody want to comment or are we ready to move on to the next person? All right, come on, ladies. I want you stepping up. I want you stepping in your big shoes.
I'll go
All
next.
right, Karen.
Yep, so here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna share with you now how you can maximize your strengths and succeed in life in 3 simple steps.
Oh, I love it.
Name it. Transition. I know you have a lot of questions and I really want to answer all of them. So I put my information in the chat and I promise to personally respond to your questions. Well, how many of you like free stuff by a show of hands? Great. Well, I would like to give away 1 Clifton Strengths assessment and a free 1-hour debriefing session valued at $250, but it's really priceless because we're unlocking your full Clifton Strengths profile and you're getting a personalized report, which you get to keep for life. And if you want to win this prize, email me and put in the subject line free gift. I put my email in the chat, so email me now. And you know what? You're all winners. So I'm gifting everyone a free 30-minute discovery call. I put my calendar link in the chat. Go and grab it. Book that discovery call as soon as possible because my schedule fills up fast. You all have been a great audience and I appreciate your energy, your participation, your enthusiasm. And remember, only you can maximize your own strengths.
Beautiful. All of you are doing such a great job. Excellent. Yeah, I love your energy too. And you just got it. You're just flowing. So great job. Let's do it just like that. Excellent. How about that? Put in the chat. And what'd you say a minute ago? You said, I'll do it now, right? Those are all good words to get people to take action. So good job on that. All right, let's give her some love. Anybody want to comment?
I'm just excited that she's not going to be a burned out nurse anymore, and she's taking the action that it requires for her to do what lights her up, because she is a light. And just like she was a nightingale light to people for that season, but now it's time for her to really bring more joy to others. And she does it just with her presence. She just has a sweet, sweet fragrance.
Yes, yes.
Thanks, Cheryl. And I truly appreciate when you called it, like you saw it, like you lit up. I'm like, wow. So
Felt it. You already knew that's what you were doing, and you could see I saw. Yeah.
Like a
Beautiful.
360-degree turnaround from yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. And your energy is already a testimony to people, you know, because you're just flowing and you're bright, and people gonna want what you have.
I just want to say one thing. Your sister's going to want to know RV's class. So
There you go. You could turn the table a little bit. Is she still in the Philippines?
no, she's here. We're all here now. So
Oh, good.
and yeah, because I will invite her, because her top strength is communication. Well, she's a nursing instructor, so she uses her communication, but I know she'll enjoy this class.
Well, she loves learning,
Yes.
like you. Awesome. Good job.
I just want to say that your service is authentic. And I grew up with a mom who was a nurse. So I know about burnout. My sister's a nurse. I talked to her about that. So your service is very necessary and authentic.
Nice. Beautiful. Okay, who's next?
I can go next.
Okay, Alice. Good. Good for you.
You need the help of a lawyer like me. You deserve sleep. Here's how I can help. Take out your pen and write the word peace.
Good.
P for profile. I want to know who you are. I want to hear about your personal and professional life. Just doing one piece of it. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave you today, I remind you that anyone can get back to financial health and feel secure again. I know many of you have questions about what we've talked about today. My cell phone number is in the chat. Do call me to schedule a free 30-minute consultation, which would usually cost you $250. I'll be here at the end of our talk. Please feel free to approach me and give me your telephone number so I can reach you personally to answer your questions. I appreciate your time and attention today. You've been a great audience. Call me today. Sleep well tonight.
I love that. Sleep well tonight. Awesome. Good job. I love your voice and how you take your time and you're articulate. I love it. See, people have different kinds of energy, but it's all energy, right? We could still feel Alice's energy, right? Very good. Good job. All right. Anybody want to say anything to Alice?
I just love that your acronym is peace. So many people need peace today. It's just so needed. And so for them to even hear that invitation is just what people need today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And after
Wish you had been around when I needed that kind of help. Oh, well, we're not going to dwell in the past. But that's a great service that you're providing. So, yeah.
Everybody needs it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alice, I just wanted to say, after you're telling your story, you have such a peace about you. And it's just easy to listen to you and grab what you're saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you turned your situation around. You could have been bitter about what happened to you. Instead, you turned it into a learning lesson and able to help other people.
And became a what? Yeah, I guess you were a lawyer then, but yeah, turned it around. Absolutely. All right. Yes, Jeanette.
The way you speak, Alice, shows your professionalism and shows your patience and calmness in resolving this situation that's not peaceful for people. So I really appreciate just your manner, the way you do it.
Thank you.
It's a
Absolutely.
quiet confidence.
Mhm.
Quiet
Yeah.
confidence.
Yeah.
And I can even feel that, like you genuinely want to help people. So it's like Lawana was saying, like it's a great service. And I've had that experience in the past. I'm like, oh my goodness, yes. If I knew that service existed, just the peace of mind that it provides.
Well, and it's not easy to listen to people like crying and, they got themselves dug so deep, they're upset and crying and, you just stand like a rock.
Yep.
And that's what they need,
Yeah.
and just help them through it.
And
I always keep water or a plant in between the clients and me to kind of listen to the problem, but leave it on the other side.
I love that. So are they still coming to your office?
Not frequently, but some people can't use a cell phone. I have one client who doesn't know how to use a cell phone. I'm like, come, use your mask. I've been vaccinated, so.
Got it. Okay. Interesting. All right. Good job. And who is next? We just have a couple of you left.
Okay, I'll go. I've written over this so much, I'm not even sure I can read it. Not even sure I can read it anymore. Okay. Today I will show you the first steps in how to set yourself free through journaling, where you have an opportunity to forget the past, troubles, and even boredom. I know you, excuse me. Oh, shoot. Sorry about this. I gotta get this up close so I can read it.
Okay.
I know you're wondering how to get started. Everybody talks about journaling, but not everybody knows how to get started. So in the beginning, we're gonna work with pen, pencil, keyboard, computer, or use your phone and push that record button. I know I've shared a great deal of information with you, and you're probably wondering to yourself, oh shoot, I can't read my writing. I'm sorry. I'll go back to last. Let me do it last, okay?
Okay.
I can't read I gotta study my writing here.
Okay. All right, Jeanette.
Have you been frustrated trying to keep up with technology and your devices? I know you may have asked your family for help and felt very dumb after asking them and frustrated. Remember, you are a lifelong learner and there's nothing that you can't accomplish with a little bit of ABC and 1, 2, 3. Today, I'm going to give you some techniques to learn to empower yourself. If you would write down on a piece of paper the word power, P-O-W-E-R. P, practice. The more you practice, the more successful you're going to be. You've learned today some techniques that are going to enhance your ability to use your tech devices. I know that you may have some questions that we have not answered today. So I put my email in the chat box, and I would love to hear from you and answer the questions that you might have. Do any of you out there like to win free gifts? Hey, I do. I put my email in the chat box, as I've said already. And if you would just send me your email address real quick right now, you have an opportunity to win a tech gift basket valued at $150. I want just to let you know that I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate your curiosity and your willingness to learn. Remember, you have the ability to learn. You are that lifelong learner, and you've got this.
Good, yay. Beautiful. Great job. All right, so so I love your voice. I mean, it's just such a pleasant voice to listen to. One thing I just thought of, right, for both you and Luana, because you're given a basket. Now I didn't talk about it before because we just kind of said basket, Mary Kay. But if you're really going to give a basket, describe, because you're in this world, let's say what's in it. You know, what is it? Is it a tech this, a tech that? And same with you, Luana, with your journal basket. Now, if you're live and you've got this big old basket, you still can talk about it, but we can see it a little bit more, so you don't have to be so detailed, but we can't see, and this is for everybody, we can't see it in this environment. So more description will be needed on, you know, in the online world than the physical world. Because when we see that massive basket, we want it. We don't care what's in it. You know?
Right.
Right. So just add that. But the beautiful job. I don't know why you were a little nervous or anxious, because you just, every time we've ever done anything in the past 2 days, you've always nailed it. You know, so eloquently. And what I love about what you do is you make it your own, right? What we learned today. So instead of saying that, ladies and gentlemen, which is kind of my example, but which you can use, you just turned everything and made it your own. Right? So you've gone beyond. So I really, you're just doing a great job. I don't know why you were a little nervous.
Perfectionism, I think, you know, and the perfectionism.
Oh yeah, that can get us all.
Every time. It's me.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's perfect. Okay. You followed the system perfectly. You used yourself perfectly. Your voice is perfect. I can't wait for you to get out there in those senior world, because you're going to make a ton of money. And you and I can talk about, you know, what you should charge if you're not sure, whatever. I know that they don't have as big of incomes as maybe entrepreneurs, but you know, there should be something we can do before you get like state funded or whatever. But you do want to get some money. You know, those activity directors that are at these places, they get paid. Not a lot, but they get paid. So again, this sounds like you know, something of love too.
I would just like to add that what I'm finding is a lot of the seniors need assistance, but they're not as likely to reach out. But their families and friends who know that they need help,
yes,
can be advocates for them, and I'm trying to reach those folks.
Well, those folks are like at any of your networking meetings,
right?
You know, but you want to go all, yeah. I don't expect you to go and speak at a, you know, an old folks home necessarily, but speak to the caregivers where they gather. They have their own networking meetings. There is a networking meeting. I'll find out what it is, who it is. I know who it is. I'll find out if he's still doing it, because I spoke there, and it's networking meetings for people who serve seniors. So they get together, the people that provide the services. So there's financial planners, there's people with the beds, with the facilities. And this group, they have networking meetings in Hemet and everywhere else. So they did before the pandemic. So let me just see what they're doing. That is the stellar group that you need to be in and speak at, because now you've got this concentrated group of people who have your client.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So let me call the guy, make sure he's still doing it. I haven't heard from him for a while, but I spoke at all of them, you know, over the years. So yeah, remind me if I forget. Good job. All right, let's give some love to Jeanette.
I want to say about Jeanette, being a caregiver myself, and being in that community of advocates for all kind of the disabilities, I'm in a lot of stuff like that. They really require your help. I mean, they're looking for exactly you. So that was really good. And I also wanted to say, Jeanette, I'm glad to get this little moment. You were the first person when she put us into a group room. You were my one-on-one.
Mhm.
And I had hiccups getting my story out initially, just because it's so personal to me and I came from so far with it. You dropped the sweetest little sweet stuff. You said like 3 little words, and it just changed. It shifted my whole worry and fear. You said something. You said, "Oh, you turned your pain around." And I mean, you didn't get to get out a whole lot because then we switched. But I knew that the Lord had put me in the right room with you because you listened, and you really had compassion for what I was saying. But I felt it in such a way that it released me to enjoy the group better, because I just, as you guys saw, it was just difficult getting that whole thing out, being able to release that and with trust to people I don't know. So but you were my first contact, and I've been in love with you ever since.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right. Who's next, and then we're gonna, real quick around the table, and then we're gonna go to Luana, and we're gonna wrap up.
Could I say to Jeanette that she has unique and invaluable knowledge
Yeah.
that could extend further than the group you're concentrating on? I can use some of that help.
That's
I'm a
true.
senior citizen
That's
and came from the era where we took a hanger to get reception on our TV.
I remember those.
And also walk to the TV, which I still do, to turn it on. So, I'm not from the remote generation, and there's so much you can do with your phone and, that I don't know. I call my son all the time, and I told him once, I might have to come back like Rip Van Winkle, go off for a little while.
Nice. I love that, Alice. You walk to your television. You're not from the remote generation. I love that. You could probably use something like that in your line, Jeanette. Join the remote generation. I love it. Because the remote generation doesn't know how to walk and turn on their TV by hand. Believe me, if we don't have a remote, I don't know how to use it. So good. Excellent. All right. Anybody else before we go to?
I'm going to say that I so appreciate what you do, because very few people know both Android and iPhone.
True.
And my mom would be the perfect example. She had a smartphone and it was an Android, which is what we have. But she lives 4.5 hours away. My sister-in-law talked her into getting an iPhone because they're right across the street, but they don't have any time for her.
Yeah.
To have her learn it, right? So now she calls us and we're like, we'll try, but we don't know. And so, yeah, we need you. There's so many people who need you.
Yeah. Yes. So true. So true.
That's a very good point. There might be some, and then the entrepreneurs, they can afford a higher, a higher fee for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. You all have blessed me, because as you know, I came in here with confusion and transitioning to something different. And then as I've shared this and talked about it again, it's helping me relive my passion and know how good it has felt to help people that need it in that way. So thank you.
I actually have a referral for you, Janet, because my sister is taking care of an 83-year-old retired doctor. But that's her challenge. So she has an iPhone, so they could do FaceTime with her family that's out of state. And my sister would say, Karen, she would look at the icons and she would draw it on paper so she would know how to find it on her phone. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And my sister, she has multiple works too. So she's always rushing, teaching her, but to refer you who have the patience and the knowledge, she would really appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Plus, Jeanette, you got clarity. You got
Yes.
clarity today. See, this weekend's all about breakthroughs, and you've all had a breakthrough really quickly. And sometimes we have breakdowns, and the breakdowns create the breakthroughs, right? So we always welcome them, but you've all gone so far in such a short amount of time. Right? The power of learning, the power of the system. I mean, my hat's off to all of you. All right, so we're gonna talk more about that, but we're gonna wrap it up with Luana.
Okay, let's see if I can read this any better. Okay. Today I will show you the first steps in setting yourself free through journaling, where you can release yourself from things like past hurts, troubles, and even boredom. I know, excuse me. I know you are wondering, how do I set myself free? Well, let's begin with pen and paper, keep fingers to keyboard, and pushing the button on the recorder if that's the way you want to go. Ooh. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you set yourself free through journaling. Now, I know you have questions, and I would love to answer those questions, but I would prefer it if you would email me, and I've just put my email in the chat box, and I'll be happy to answer those questions personally as soon as we're through here. Now, I have a question for you. Sorry about that. How many of you like to win gifts? Well, I have a gift basket that someone is going to win today, and it is my journal gift basket. And there's a couple of journals in there. There's some prompts in there and whatever else I decide to put in there, okay? But in order to have a chance to win this, you are going to have to email me. So the email is in the box. Email me and put drawing, and we'll pull a name from it. All right. Okay. Well, I do see some names that are coming through. All right. Winner is Karen.
Again?
She keeps winning everything all weekend.
I'm stealing from Cheryl. I thought that was so good that you did, Cheryl. You've been a great audience today, and I am so appreciative of you sharing time with me this afternoon. And I just want to thank you. Oops, I forgot to scratch that out.
That's okay.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay. Remember, I'm sorry. Remember, set yourself free and keep journaling.
Beautiful. Or
okay, I will write this out better.
Okay, so you may want it to be keep journaling and set yourself free. Because you said set yourself free and keep journaling.
Yeah, that makes
so you
more
mean
sense.
keep journaling and set yourself free. All right, good job. Good job, good job, good job. Awesome. So I really love what you're attempting to do, something that has been here for all of us, but we just don't do it. And for you to step up and say, hey, it can make you free, it can save your life, it can heal you. I think it's huge, right?
It has been a challenge because when I started thinking about it so much and putting it out there, I kept thinking, well, who's going to be interested? Who cares?
You know
about
what?
journaling?
Yeah.
And I did find that there are people who are interested.
Well, and sometimes when we're called to do whatever we're called to do, it's not up to us to question it or to say who's going to. If we're called to do something and that's our mission, then everything else will be provided anyway. We live in a very, very big, magnetic, energetic world here, and we can attract whatever we want, right? Whether you believe God will give it to you or you're going to attract it on your own, whatever, it's possible.
I trust God to give it to me.
There you go.
You
Then
bring
it'll
it
happen.
to me.
Because
Yes.
it's that little devil on our shoulder that keeps us from doing what we're supposed to do, our mission, our purpose, right? Who's gonna listen to me speak? Who wants to hear this? You know, just knock them off your shoulder. It doesn't matter. The how, don't worry about the hows. God provides the how.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you said that because I had a speech I used to do, and I had the same speech, but 3 different titles. And I had this fan with the devil on one side and the angel on the other side. And the whole thing was about the fact that the devil was trying to tell me what I couldn't do in this loud voice, so loud that I couldn't hear the angel who kept saying, yes, you can do it. You
Beautiful.
just have to step out there, you can do it. But the devil would yell, no, you can't. You're wasting your time. Who wants to hear you?
Right. Exactly what's happening. So keep moving forward, all of you. All right. So give Luana some love, and then we're gonna go to our final session, and then we're gonna end today.
Remember how popular what you do really is. I mean, it's endorsed by the big O. So everyone knows that it's real. And no one, I mean, people aren't necessarily journaling with Oprah. So, I mean, just hearing that there's someone out there that can, you know, help them set free right here with them, that they're in front of them, it's a good time for them to get started in something. But it's really known now that that is a real tool for fulfilling your dreams. So
Yeah, and one of the things I learned is that most successful leaders and entrepreneurs do journal.
all of them, yep.
Mhm.
There you go. If you brought some statistics to your speech or some people's names, like famous people who journal, like Oprah Winfrey or whatever, that would be helpful too to support your meet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So do some research. All right. Some more people want to say something to Luana?
Yes, I just want to say, Luana, you inspire me like we were the breakout buddies, and I want to be like you when I grow up. My mom's 71, but she acts her age, and then I see you, I see Alice, I'm like, oh my goodness, full of energy and still going and living their passion. It's really inspiring. So
Thank you. I've got a lot of young people who keep saying that to me. That helps keep me going.
All right.
I want to say that when I was growing up, I kept a diary, and then I got married, and then I stopped because I'm like, why do I need to do a diary anymore? And what I found out was my husband had one too, but he stopped as well. And then I had my kids, and I wrote some funny things that they did over the years down, but I didn't write everything down, and I stopped doing it. And that was my one regret, because those are what, when they're written down, those are what you can remember. And so it's really that. So it's not only healing from your aspect, but it creates those memories.
Capturing memories. Yeah.
And let me just say this real quick and then I'll shut up, okay? When I had my firstborn son, when he started kindergarten, I gave him a book called Kindergarten something or other. And I didn't think anything more about it. When my son passed away from a car accident and the military sent me all his stuff, that book was there. He had put something in there from every year he went to school, a picture, so I can see him growing up all over again. And it's really, I've been very appreciative of having that. He was the only one I gave that to.
You know what? You can use that in your speech. You can bring that book out. That's a perfect example, because a lot of people that journal, they do put pictures and not scrapbooking stuff, but stuff like that, you know, little letters or cards they add to it. So I would use that. The power of journaling.
That's confirmation that you're called to do this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, great. Well, we're going to move on because I know it's very late for Alice. So thanks for hanging in here, Alice. All right. So a couple things I want to talk about now is, next steps, because like Cheryl's been, aching to get at some Zoom and other classes and I just happened to tell her that I teach them. Luana, you went to it. You went to Advanced Speaking Mastery already. Remember?
Was that? I was thinking about the $1 million, but you're right. I did.
Yeah, you went to $1 Million.
Yeah.
All of you get a VIP ticket to the $1 Million Speaker Summit, which is in September. So we'll see you all again there. We'll also see you all on Tuesday, except for Luana is the only one that isn't signed up for the Tuesday calls. But so ask me, so you've already done the Advanced Mastery, which I'm going to share with everybody else. But everybody else is on Tuesday. So how many of you want Luana to join us on Tuesday?
I bet
Right,
Luana wants
right.
to.
All right. So
What's happening Tuesday? Did I miss something?
Yeah, remember that, Tuesday is, let me I'll put that in the chat for you. This is only for Luana because you're all part of Tuesday's call, but I don't want her to be left out and go, well, I didn't know. I mean, okay, so here's the link to sign up for the Tuesday call, $397. I'll give you what I gave everybody that's here. Okay, so that's one thing. And then for the rest of you that want to go on to other type of training, so I have the advanced presentation summary. So I'm just going to give me 5 minutes and I'll just explain that. So what that is, everybody can see my screen, okay? Advanced Speaking Mastery. It is about virtual speaking, advanced virtual speaking mastery. I've done this several times over this past year, right? So what you have is Facebook Live Mastery, which is 2.5 hours, Zoom Mastery Masterclass, 2.5 hours. And I can guarantee you, I've been using Zoom since 2015, and I've been doing Facebook Live Masteries for years and years. I can guarantee you there's things you don't know, even though you've been in it. Technical end of it. We go through all the setup. I got this mouse we go through all the setup, make sure you're set up properly. And then I show you all the hidden things that most people don't know about. There's even hidden ways that you can look better on Zoom that I don't know if it's turned on for you or not, but there's all kinds of, so cool. All right. So let me give you an example here. Everybody give me a reaction that is a thumbs up. No, a reaction. All right. All right. So see, look at all the yellow hands. That tells me that you don't know the secret to get your own skin tone. So there's secrets like that a lot of people don't know about, and I'll show you where that is. Okay. Just little stuff like that can just make you look like a pro. All right, so you're going to get that. You're going to get Advanced Virtual Presentation Mastery just in the virtual world. And also I'm going to give you something very special, and that's virtual event creation. I'm going to give you a formula so that you know how to create your own virtual events, whether it be a 1 hour event, a 4 hour event, or even a full day event, because I know that's on your agenda next, Luana, is to start creating these events. All right, so here it is, the next, not next Saturday, but the next 3 Saturdays after that, because I know Karen works, all of you work, so I wanted to put it on Saturdays on purpose, just Saturday morning. 2 hours starting at 10 o'clock Pacific, couple hours till 12:30, and that's it. Boom, boom, boom. They will be recorded. You can watch the recordings and you'll have that for your life. Oops, sorry. You'll have it for your lifetime. All right. So again, it's for all of you, but it's anyone who wants to master these virtual stages and just be a better presenter on them. You've got the formula now. So this is like all the outside, these are the sprinkles, right? Michelle, I think you'll be excited about the sprinkles, right? These are the sprinkles to make it just even better now that you've got the system. It'll mean a lot more to you, even you, Luana, because you've done it. Now you've got the speech. So just a few things we're going to learn Again, the functionality of Zoom, so you can run meetings like a pro, display an environment that just screams success, and speak confidently and move your audience to action in this environment. Turn on the beauty filter so you look gorgeous, styling, and hidden features that most people don't even know exist in Zoom, and to take charge of your meetings and lead your participants instead of you just being a follower. You can actually just take charge of it without being scared, without going, oh, I'm not sure what to do. I'm going to show you. But it all starts with the setup. So much is in the setup. Use audience participation to create an exciting meeting. So I go into great length on how you can use breakouts and be different. People are so tired of boring breakouts, right? Well, I'll teach you how to make them more exciting. Create and host virtual events, webinars, meetings, get on other people's virtual stages. It's a lot easier now than getting on live stages. And of course, the behind the scenes, all the technical stuff that will make you look like a pro. And again, create your own live Facebook Lives and get coached by me. I give you a formula that you can use so you can do it in 2 minutes or less and have big impact and make profits. All right, so remember I told you earlier, each class is $197. You could go to the website. I've got Facebook Live Mastery, Zoom Mastery, and you'll see they're $197. But for you, all right, and of course, everything's guaranteed. But again, like I told you earlier, or on Tuesday's call, it's only $197. And that's what Luana paid. So I wanted to make sure it was fair for everybody. You get all 3 classes. Here's the link. Because I combined all of them, there's no website. Now, I'm going to ask Ardina. Ardina came to this class too, I believe, right, Ardina? Go ahead and put that in the chat for everybody, Ardina, as a live link as you see it right there. So what you're going to see is you're going to see this form. That's because there's no website. I just made it a signable form. So go ahead and put that in the website. Ardina, is it there? Put it in the chat because I can't even copy and paste. All right. So again, I keep the classes small, 8 people, because it's hands-on class. So you can take a picture of this. You can call me. Let me make sure. Ardina, is it in?
Not yet.
Okay, Ardina, if you'll put it in for me, that'd be or somebody else, go ahead and type this into the chat. Okay, the live link. Is it there?
No.
I don't know. See, this is why, ladies, you need Zoom, because it's in Zoom training, because it should always already be there. Okay, it should already be there. So let me go ahead and put it in. All right. You can't copy and paste that off of your PowerPoint. And so it has to be, if you're ever using Bitly.
I just did it.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Jeanette. See?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We have an in-house techie.
Yes. If you are using Bitly, it's case sensitive. Remember that after the Bitly, right? So Jeanette did it right with the A being capital and the capital V and P and E. Just so you know, a heads up, if you see something, it is case sensitive after Bitly. All right. So the next class will start in 2 weeks. So sign up for it now, be one of the 8 people. All right. Yes, Cheryl.
I want to say that the first one, April 24th, is my 60th birthday.
Holy cow. Yay. Who would have guessed that?
So everybody, so look, I'm going to feel like I had a virtual party.
We'll have a virtual party for you. Absolutely. So that's the 24th, is it? We'll have a little virtual birthday party for you. Okay.
Party. You know, I was sitting here fighting back tears because I really wanted exactly this in my mind. I created this.
You did.
Really are powerful. I made this whole thing she even covered all of them. She didn't do 1 or 2, and I wished I had the 3 and the 4. I'm looking, and I was really fighting back tears going, thank you, Daddy. And he said, happy birthday. And I'm not even kidding. That's what
Holy smokes.
because he knows that's what I would want, like a gift. It's exactly what I wanted. I was going to call you, Arvie, and say, will you teach me this stuff? I'll pay you. I was going to do it like that. Hey, Arvie girl, can I get on your calendar? And I've been trying to think of all the people in the world I know that can help me. And one thing made me feel good. I found out other people don't know much more than I do. I have asked everybody I knew, and I asked like this, thinking I'm going to sound so ignorant, and nobody knows. So I am just like, thank you, God, that you have even inspired me to want to go do this for myself. I'm not doing this like anyone else. No one I knew. I thought I was the last one on the boat. So I am shocked. I thought everyone knew this stuff.
No, well, you're not.
So precious to me. This is exactly what I wanted. And I know that the Lord put it on your heart to do it like this. Because I really,
Right, because you asked for it. I just happen to have had the classes all ready to go for the past year because I've been teaching them for the past year. But
everybody.
no, I wasn't going, oh, I'm going to offer this to you after this class. That was not a thought in my head at all.
I've been
So
asking
you did
everyone,
create
and I
it.
was going to ask you, maybe she does this. I've asked everybody else I know. Hopefully somebody, so this is a gift to me. I'm so grateful.
You manifested it.
I did. I really did. I saw the phonics. I made those phonics. You think you did that? I created those. I'm not even kidding. It was so hard to look at it. So happy.
Awesome. All righty. Well, then we are going to end tonight. Again, go ahead and save the chat. If you're interested, go ahead and sign up because, you know, once I reach the 8, it's like this class, it will be closed off. So I want to make sure it'd be really fun just to keep this community together, wouldn't it? And go on to the next step. And I know, Jeanette, you probably know a lot of this stuff, but maybe there's something you can add to your wheelhouse or something you can add and teach seniors. Right? Because seniors want to see their kids, especially when they can't have visitors in some of these homes. So they need to know how to connect and hook into Zoom, probably by their phone because they won't have a computer. Okay. So yeah, just adding, experience. So it'd be really great if you could all come together. And again, if you've taken it before, you can take it again. I had somebody ask me that on the Tuesday calls. Yes, you can take it again. Just sign up for it like everybody else and you're in, and we can just continue this wonderful community, smaller community of our bigger community. And Luana, I hope you join the bigger community because we're all over there too every Tuesday.
Okay, it's 2 events, right?
These are 2
separate events.
Well, there's the Passionately Speaking, which everybody's at except for you.
Okay.
And then there's this Advanced Speaking Mastery, which you took, and you could take it again if you want, but you took that already. So for everybody else, they need the Advanced Mastery, which happens to have 3 classes in it.
Yeah, I probably should take it again.
Okay. You know what? When you
I
take
wasn't
it,
ready before. I'm ready now.
yeah, well, and it makes more sense now that you've taken the system. Now you'll see how we're going to pare it down for video.
Good.
Which is something I know that Karen wants and Cheryl wants, and we got to get on video, everybody, because that's where it's at now today.
Well, I have videos out there, but I hope they improve on them.
Well, improve on them, right. Yeah, so I mean, video's hot right now. So what are you thinking, Alice? I know you're probably exhausted. 6, 7, 8, 9.
So this new class that you put up, the 24th, it begins. So does it end on the 24th?
Oh, yeah. Well, see, there are 3 different classes. So the 24th, we'll start with our Facebook Live, or we could start with Zoom, actually. Either one, it doesn't really matter. Why don't we start with Zoom? We'll just start with Zoom on the 24th. Okay, look at Cheryl City. So it's a beginning, middle, and end the class, 2.5 hours. You're done. Then there's another class, Facebook Live, which is the following Saturday.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clear up. 3 Saturdays in a row?
Yeah, but each class is complete.
Okay, and it's 2.5 hours.
Correct.
Okay.
The third class?
That's advanced speaking mastery, which we're going to talk about that on the online world, and it'll make more sense to you now that you have the system. And 1 hour of that's going to spend in giving you a formula for creating your own events. Right? So you're going to walk out of there with your virtual event created. Whether you're ready to do it, it doesn't matter. You'll have it all ready to go when you're ready. That's the next step for a speaker. That's how you're going to step out on stage and get more people to either sign up or you're going to train them in a workshop. Like I can already see Luana's workshop about journaling. I'm already there, right? Because I don't know diddly, right? That's a word like juju.
Diddly squat is what we used to
Okay,
say.
diddly squat.
So, okay. Well, I
Okay,
will
ladies.
be reaching out to you because there was a question I had and I can't think of it for the life of me. It was important, but as my mom said, I guess it wasn't important enough.
My mom said that. Well, I guess it really wasn't important. I'm like, yes, it was. You know? Did we all have the same mom? I mean, like, right? Yes, Cheryl.
Before we sign off, sisters, now that we're all family, be totally honest with me. RV, it's Eric who gave me a 7-day challenge to do Facebook. So today is my 3rd day. That's the only reason I was on there. Thank God for a coach. Coaches are real. I've never done that in my life, RV. And because Eric gave me a challenge, that was my 2nd day. I have to do it 7 day. Anyway, I had power outage in my building last night, you guys. RV knows about that. So one of my cameras, just having some little technical stuff I'm gonna fix later. But real quick, RV, one of my camera is completely dead. I've got some stuff hanging. If you guys could see this place, it's a nightmare. But can I go on Facebook? How's my lighting?
Oh.
Is it really dark?
Well, do you have your ring light on? Because it is dark. It's not too bad.
Could I get away
But
with?
why don't you lean forward a little bit more? Maybe you'll have,
Oh yeah.
that's
Look,
better.
this is broke.
Oh,
Hanging it on top of something else. My other one, the battery died or something.
okay. So just lean a little forward. See how like now I've got the sunshine in my face, but yeah, just like that. Stay right there. Don't move.
I just gotta get one out because Eric's gonna be checking.
Do your Facebook Live there. See, when you're young, you can be like this. When you're older, you gotta be like this. So Cheryl, you can get away with being a little closer.
Hey, I love being called young.
You are, look at you. I can't believe you're gonna be
You do look
60. 60 in a week?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, talk about looking young. Ardina, do you want to share your secret?
I'm 69.
Wow,
Wow.
that's awesome.
I'll be 70 next year.
Yeah.
That is so encouraging. Since I'm starting something new so late in my life, I just feel so supported, you know, I don't have to feel like I'm the only one trying to do something with my life. See,
Mhm.
God is so smart to put me with this group. You know, it's like, that's right. You know, most people remember years ago at this age, everybody's thinking about what am I going to do for retirement? I'm going to retire soon.
Right.
I am trying to learn.
Well, Ardinia and I are born the same year, 1952.
52.
Ah,
One baby, 61.
beautiful.
Baby boomers.
How old are you, RV?
What?
How old are you?
Old enough to know better not to answer
To
that.
Nerve. I tried it, didn't I? I tried it.
I just wanted to also say that everyone has contributed such amazing information. For me, it's been really a blessing to have been able to be in this group. Almost didn't come. Harvey kept saying, you can come, you can come.
Oh,
But
I'm
this
so
has
glad you
been-
did. I wouldn't know you.
That's right. This is so awesome. Very awesome. Thank you, Arby.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for coming and for just sharing yourselves and being open and vulnerable and being coachable. and just trusting me and the system and your own mission and your own message. So I really appreciate that. You made my job easy this weekend, I tell you. I've had some tough groups in my life, but you've been the best group I've had.
As always.
All of them too, you guys.
What?
Told all of them too.
I just want to say you all have put a fire in my belly, especially you, RV, with all that red.
Oh, good. Well, look at you. You got a red chair. Yeah, love it. Love it. All right, everyone. I look forward to seeing you the next time, and there will be a next time.
I already signed up.
Okay.
Awesome. Awesome.
And
Oh my God.
I'm gonna go sign up.
Awesome. Hey, all right, good. Alice.
I will.
Okay. I mean, we gotta have Alice, right?
Is that
Yes.
a sphinx? Is that a sphinx, your cat?
Is that what?
A sphinx cat? I see a cat. You have a cat?
Oh, no, come here. Come on. Not at all. Come on, babies. Come on, this is Zoe. This is my
Okay,
little
I thought I
boxer. And then I've got Zeus. Come here, Zeus. Come on, baby boo. They were just in the hospital yesterday. That's why you didn't hear them. And they had a little, bump. She had bumps on her neck. So we had surgery. He had a little bump on his butt. He's
Oh.
very upset at my husband because my husband took him to the doctor and left him there. And I guess he was so scared he got hives and they had to give him something for that. And for last night and today, he's not having anything to do with my husband. It's like, oh my God, but she's fine. But yeah, 2 boxers, 8 years old.
Oh. I thought I saw a cat in the background somewhere.
No, not with these 2. They were chasing it all over the house. Yeah. But I do like cats. Yeah, I've had them in my lifetime.
I had a sphinx that died, so I'm missing him. His name was King.
King. Oh,
King.
that's a great name. Great name. How many of you have pets, right? I know Karen does. We've heard them, right? Okay. Well,
I used to.
yeah. Well, they can be a big job and expense,
I know I have a bird, so that's why I'm in the office, because she would have been participating today if I was there.
Well, you know what? I have trained several dogs, but no birds. How fun is that? Yeah, she probably would be making noise, talking.
Speaking, hello, I love you. Singing opera, all kinds of noises.
Great.
Laughing, speaking.
You might think about using her in a Facebook Live of yours, at least to grab the attention. Because in the first few seconds, yes, we have to grab attention. And what I have found is prompts really work. No one's using it, right? So I come out like this just to grab their attention so they'll turn on the sound. Because that's all you're trying to do. Like when you write a book, you want people to go to the next page. Well, in Facebook Live, it's so popular anymore. How do you get people to, how often do you look at one and don't turn on the sound? Well, you're not getting anything. When I'm like this, people turn on the sound. And now they hear me and they stay on. It's only 2.5 hours. One day I came on and I had mud on my face, like facial mud, right? I don't know if any of you saw that. Right? Did you see that, Karen?
I saw it.
Yeah, Luana. And it was all about, as a speaker, you need to take care of your face, right? And then another one, I came on in a mask. And that gave me the tip of what we talked about 2 weeks ago at the Passionately Speaking about what mask are you wearing, right? So I turned that 1 2-minute video into a presentation. That gave me the idea. So there's so much we can do. Yeah, so much. So we're just gonna, keep on this journey and just expand. We're gonna blow your mind. All right. Well, I don't want to keep all of you, but I'd love to just hang out. But I know you're hungry and tired, and Alice is like bedtime for you, probably.
Not really, I
Me
sleep late.
too.
What
This
did you,
has been the best 2 days. Thank you guys, all of you.
yeah, it has been. So
Thank you, so much fun.
thank you so much. And we'll
Thank you.
see you, on Tuesday's call. All right. Mwah. Bye, everyone. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.